Donjin replied, the corresponding output value data is much more sufficient this time than last month. Zhang Yunqing continued, Yu Gong, print out the project quantities for the corresponding output value part and give a copy to Wan Song, the garden construction engineer. Send Li Shixuan and Wan Song to the site for a tour. When they come back, they will mark which ones are what was actually done and what was not actually done. The quantities of some projects may be inaccurate, but that doesn't matter. The two of them will discuss the completion percentage data on site. After returning, Li Shixuan can help form the output value data of the garden construction labor team. Zhou Wenqing asked Wan Song, the garden construction engineer, can you implement the idea Mr. Zhang mentioned? Wan Song, the garden construction engineer, nodded and agreed, the method mentioned by Mr. Zhang is very good and can be implemented. It's just that there is some missing data on visas. Zhang Yunqing replied, in the visa data, there is no mention that payment will be made in the progress payment. You still have to respect the contract between the two parties. If any of the suppliers has different opinions, let them come to me to communicate. Your on-site managers should not conflict with them to avoid difficulties in arranging work on-site. Wan Song, the garden construction engineer, agreed, okay, Mr. Zhang, I understand. Zhou Wenqing also asked Zhao Manfu for his opinion. Zhao Manfu said that this approach was feasible, and then arranged for the meeting to adjourn and let everyone split up and act quickly. After Zhang Yunqing saw Zhao Manfu announcing that the meeting was adjourned, he called Li Shixuan and Yu Donjin to his desk to discuss the matter. Zhang Yunqing asked Yu Donjin, after the meeting just now, do you now know how to prepare the fund plan this time? Well, I already know. I will start informing the next ones right away. Yeah, okay. Do you know about Li Shixuan's work? I know, Mr. Zhang, if there is nothing else, I will go to the production manager Su Kun now. Let's go to the site to check the work volume that the labor team has completed this month. Well, okay, you go ahead and do it. Li Shixuan printed it out on the computer. I made 2 copies of the bill of quantities. I brought the information to the office of production manager Su Kun. Asked Su Kun, do you have time to go and see the scene now? Su Kun replied, okay, how many copies did you make? I made 2 copies. There's still something wrong with making 2 copies. Let's make another copy or make a copy. Oh, no, make 3 more copies. We'll call the labor team to the construction site to take a look. After taking a look, we'll start let's talk about it in person, and then go and walk around the place after it's settled. If it's right there's no problem. Then just wait for me and I'll go back and print. Li Shixuan returned to her office, reprinted 3 copies of the corresponding bill of quantities, and then came to the office of production manager Su Kun with a total of 5 bills of quantities. Gave a copy to production manager Su Kun. Well, let me take a look. Can you go now? Production manager Su Kun replied, yes. I have notified these labor teams and asked them to wait for us on site. Production managers Su Kun and Li Shixuan walked to the construction site. The first person to greet him was Bian Jinjiao, the owner of the garden construction labor team. With a smile on his face, he greeted enthusiastically and said, Mr. Su, Mr. Li, our progress plan for this month is basically completed. This time can we relax a little bit about the funding plan limit? Production manager Su Kun said, why should I relax you? I ask you to work but you do it slowly, and you want more money. Is there anything you can do like this? Mr. Su, isn't there some reason why we can't finish the work? Sometimes it rains, sometimes the greening is destroyed, and sometimes it is affected by this and that reason. Others don't know the complexity of the cross-construction on this construction site, don't you still know? Isn't it? Look at the front, when the general contractor was putting in concrete, his tanker damaged the concrete roadbed I just made. If it's damaged, you have to repair it. You can't just leave it there. Who will you show it to? After Party A and the supervisor saw it, they came to scold us again. Mr. Su, don't be angry. Didn't we just discover this? It will take some time to repair it, right? In addition, your business has emphasized that if we repair it without seeing it, it is impossible for our visa to be approved. Oh, boss bien, don't say these useless things. Now we are here to review your completed production value this month. Please take a look at this table of our reported project quantities. Well, I'll take a look first, and then I'll check to see if I've done it. A few minutes later, the boss of the garden construction team had read the bill of quantities Su Kun had given him and said, "I'll take you 2 liters around the site. Look at the paving here, we have finished it. It is consistent with the data you reported. The water and electricity pipe trench here has been dug, the pipelines have been buried, and the backfill has been filled. Well, the gravel cushion here has been laid, and the concrete on top can be laid tomorrow. Can this amount of work be included in my completion amount this time? Mr. Li. Li Shixuan glanced at Su Kun and said, as long as Mr. Su judges that you can definitely complete it before the end of the month, it can be included in the project volume this time. Bian Jinjia scratched his head and replied, this area is quite large, nearly 2,000 square meters. It is still a bit difficult. Production manager Su Kun criticized and replied, what does it mean to be difficult? Didn't you see that we all reported the completed work quantity? You are the best at completing it, but if you really can't finish it, you must ensure that you work overtime. Finish all this concrete before the end of the month. Bian Jinjia replied, okay, according to Mr. Su's opinion, even overtime work must be completed. Mr. Li, could you please calculate the quantity of this work for me as the quantity of completed work? Li Shixuan replied, yes, I will make a note. It is currently under construction and will be completed before the end of the month. Bian Jinjia replied, Mr. Li, you take your work too seriously and don't let me take advantage of any loopholes. Li Shixuan replied, I have no choice. You know, I have 2 leaders, one is Yu Dongjin and the other is Zhang Yinqing. These 2 leaders often come to the construction site to see what has been done and what has not been done. As soon as he returned to the office, he asked questions here and there. If the situation was not right, Zhang Yinqing would scold him. I don't dare to let this go. Just report it truthfully, and you won't be stuck. Bian Jinjia replied, your Mr. Zhang is a bit difficult to deal with. Forget it, just pretend I didn't say it, so as not to get scolded when I go back. After Su Kun and Li Shixuan read the contents of Bian Jinjia's construction scope, they came to Xia Huiyu's construction scope. Xia Huiyue accompanied the 2 to the completion site quickly and gave a brief introduction to the completion status. Su Kun stayed at the construction site and continued to deal with work problems on site. Li Shixuan returned to the Commerce Office of the Nanshan Project Department with the confirmed bill of quantities form. Li Shixuan gave a brief report on the situation at the scene to Yu Dongjin. When she was about to get off work, Yu Dongjin reported to Zhang Yunqinghui, Mr. Zhang, the current situation of the capital plan is not very optimistic. Zhang Yunqing raised his head and glanced at Yu Dongjin and said, what do you mean by not being very optimistic? Which one has been completed and which one has not been completed? If there are any difficulties, tell them and we will discuss how to solve them. Li Shixuan has already released the output data of several labor teams, and I have already filled in the capital plan. Has the data been verified by the labor force team? Probably not. What do you mean it should be no? Do you want to confirm whether you have checked with the labor force? Ask right away. After Yu Dongjin heard Zhang Yinqing's request, she called Li Shixuan over. After Li Shixuan sat down on the chair in front of Zhang Yinqing's desk, she asked, Mr. Zhang, I want to confirm the output value of the labor team you gave me this month. Have you checked the data with the labor force team? Li Shixuan replied, in the past, these data were done together with the labor team. Today I had to make this because it was urgent, so I sent it to Sister Yu first as soon as I made it. There is no time yet for the labor team to conduct data verification. Zhang Yinqing said, I understand. This is the last payment before the Lunar New Year. Many migrant workers can only get money at this time. Many contractors pay once a year. Usually, I only borrow the fulcrum for living expenses and cigarette expenses. In order to avoid major problems that may affect your next payment, Shaoli, please send the data you gave Yu Dongjin to the corresponding labor team now, and ask them to reply within 2 hours if you have any questions. After this time, it will be treated as because they default to the data you provide. Remember to call the relevant unit to check. Li Shixuan replied, "Okay, Mr. Zhang. I will contact you right away." Zhang Yunqin continued to communicate with Yu Dongjin. "What about other situations?" Yu Dongjin replied, "Fang Xian, the owner of the steel structure, called me and asked if I could pay him a little for the project." Zhang Yunqin asked, "How was his contract agreed?" Yu Dongjin replied, "The contract stipulates that 70% of the completed output value will be paid for monthly progress, 80% of the completed output value will be paid for completion acceptance, 90% of the settlement amount will be paid after the settlement is approved, and the fees agreed in the contract will be deducted after 1 year of the warranty period. The balance must be paid within the next 7 days. Tell me, how did you judge? According to the 70% agreed in the contract, we are now not short of his money. But he said he has no life now and asked us to pay him 80% of the completed output value. Have you checked how much he needs to pay for the extra 10%? I checked, it's probably more than 200,000 yuan. Let him list it first. It's the end of the year and it wouldn't be appropriate to not pay any money at all. Okay, then I'll list them. Also, the on-site funds were not reported to me, the funding plan for materials was not reported to me, the funding plan for seedlings was not reported to me, and the wages of greening workers and machinery fees were not reported to me. Oh. So, do you know who to go to for these things? No. Have you looked for it? I looked for them and left them a message on QQ. There is no positive reply as to when I can give out the data. That's it. You go to their office to find someone. If you can't find someone, call them and ask them for a time to provide the data. Yu Dongjin replied, "Okay, I will go find them now." Yu Dongjin left the office of the Ministry of Commerce and came to the office of Tang Ying, the financial cashier. "Xiao Tang, have you processed the data on on-site expenses? Mr. Zhang was urging me again just now." "Sister Yu, I've already finished it and sent it to production manager Su Kuan for review. He hasn't answered me yet." "Oh, why don't you give me your current version data first? After you confirm it with Su Kuan, if there are any changes, you can send me new data again. In this way, I can explain something to the leader." "Okay, I'll send you QQ offline files right away." Yu Dongjin left the office of financial cashier Tang Ying and came to the purchasing office. Material purchasing Wang Ming asked, "Sister Yu, what are you doing in our office during off hours?" Before Dongjin could answer, Yu Xingjie, the sapling purchaser, laughed and said, "What kind of brain do you have? You know what you are here for when you come to our office at this time without even asking." Material procurement Wang Ming smiled and said, "Oh, you said that, I remembered it, are you here to get the data on the capital plan?" Yu Dongjin smiled and said, "Wang Ming, this is a typical question knowing what you know. The leader asked me to ask when exactly the data can be given to me." Material procurement Wang Ming replied, "There is a lot of data, I'm just afraid I won't be able to do it today." Yu Dongjin asked, "Don't just collect data here. Have you asked your manufacturer for data?" Material procurement Wang Ming replied, "You haven't had time to ask yet?" Yu Dongjin replied, "This is as anxious as an ant on a hot pot. You haven't had time to ask. If Mr. Zhang comes to ask in person, you will probably be scolded again. Call the supplier immediately and ask for data. If there is data, use their data first. If there is indeed no data, you can use your own calculated data." Material procurement Wang Ming looked more serious and asked, "What if the data given by the supplier is inaccurate?" Yu Dongjin replied, "It seems that you didn't listen carefully during the meeting. The data given by the supplier is not accurate and is only used in the emergency fund plan, not the actual payment amount to him. First, you have to pass the reporting of the capital plan, and then you can spend a few days checking with the supplier to get an accurate output value data. When we make the actual payment, we will use the approved data, not your current one. Estimated data. Material purchasing Wang Ming felt a sudden realization and said, "Oh, so that's it. I'll call right away and ask you, and I'll give you the data after I say hello." Yu Dongjin replied, "Okay." Then he turned to look at Yu Xingjie and asked, "Mr. Yu, where is the data on your fund plan for the seedlings department?" Yu Xingjie, the sapling purchaser, replied, "I have calculated all the data and sent it to the sapling boss Chao Shingen for verification." Yu Dongjin replied, "Mr. Yu, please send me your data immediately. Why are you panicking? I'll give it to you later after Boss Chow replies. Forget it if you don't give it to me. I'll go back and tell Mr. Zhang that you don't give me the data even if you have it. Forget it, don't mess with these useless things. I will send it to you first. But if Boss Chow finds any wrong data, let me declare first that I will communicate with you to modify the data. Can be modified. Yu Dongjin said, "You two quickly sort out the data and send it to me. I have to find someone else." Good. Don't worry, I'll give it to you soon. Yu Dongjin came to the production office and first found Cui Yong, the greening engineer. "Mr. Cui, I'm still waiting for your greening worker salary data. When can you give it to me?" Greening engineer Cui Yong replied, "I have already contacted Sister Jiang, but she has not given me the data yet. I have to figure it out myself, and it will probably take another 2 hours. I just came back from the construction site and haven't had time." Yu Dongjin replied, "Okay, you need about 2 hours. Please try to be as early as possible in terms of time. Zhang here always asks me every hour." "Okay, got it. I'll give it to you as soon as possible." After Yu Dongjin ended her communication with Cui Yong, the greening engineer, she came to the production manager Su Kuan's workstation and asked, "Mr. Su, so much data in the capital plan needs to be reviewed by you. Now you can collect the data to how much is it?" Production manager Su Kuan replied, "I just came back from the construction site, and there were too many things going on at the site, all just nonsense. I have only received the on-site fund data from the financial teller Tang Ying. I estimate that I can complete the review and give it to you in half an hour." Yu Dongjin replied, "Okay, Mr. Su, if I haven't received your document in half an hour, I will come to you again." Production manager Su Kuan replied, "Oh. Why are you acting like a pusher?" Yu Dongjin smiled bitterly and said, "I sent you a message on QQ, but none of you replied to me. I just came to urge you once, what's the point? Otherwise, you can come to our office of the Ministry of Commerce and listen. Today, Mr. Zhang will urge me to get this fund plan every hour. If I can't get it right, a volcano will erupt and I will curse. You'd better hurry up and review the data and give it to me, lest we all be scolded by the leaders." Production manager Su Kuan replied, "Okay, I understand. I will give it to you as soon as possible. It's time to eat now. Let's go to the cafeteria to eat first and then deal with these troubles." Yu Dongjin smiled and said, "After dinner, come to the office early." After Yu Dongjin came out and walked around, she searched for everyone related to the capital plan and then returned to the office of the Ministry of Commerce. Zhang Yunqing asked Yu Dongjin about the situation when she came out to find someone, and said, "Then go to the cafeteria and have dinner and then wait in the office. They may give you the data at any time. Your capital plan requires output value data for one thing, but have you done another thing?" Yu Dongjin asked nervously, "Is there anything else?" "Mr. Zhang. It is the cumulative payment of each supplier, and the data of the next payment within this month must be updated." "Oh, I haven't had time to deal with this matter yet. If this is done one by one, when will it be completed?" "Don't be anxious. You can go to Tang Ying, the financial cashier, and ask if there is a solution." "Well, I'll send her a message on QQ first. Can we deal with these things after dinner, Mr. Zhang?" "Okay, let's go to the kitchen and have dinner first." When we got to the kitchen, we found a table with few people and sat down. Yu Dongjin happened to sit at the table where the financial teller Tang Ying was. Yu Dongjin said to Tang Ying, "I just sent you a QQ message. Tang Ying replied, I came down to eat, but I didn't see what you were talking about. Can you tell me now? Yu Dongjin replied, you can say it now. Mr. Zhang asked me to check the cumulative payment amount of each supplier, but as you know, when we applied for payment of 1 million, the company may only have paid 800,000 in actual payment. Therefore, I need finance to provide me with a more accurate data for each payment, and then correct the accumulated paid amount in my capital plan accordingly. Financial cashier Tang Ying replied, I don't have these data, but I can ask my family, the financial contact person Tang Yulan, to help us direct a form file to me. Yu Dongjin asked, there is data in this form file, right? Financial cashier Tang Ying replied, yes, this form file is exported from the financial accounting system. The amount paid to each company every month is clearly recorded. It's just data, you need to query it yourself in this table file and use it. Yu Dongjin replied, in that case, it will probably take a lot of time. Now that the off-duty time has passed, can your door still help you export the data? Financial teller Tang Ying replied, it should be possible. This is a relatively simple matter. If she is inconvenient, she can find someone else. Finance people are quite busy during this period, and there should be many people working overtime in the office. Yu Dongjin replied, okay, please contact me after you have eaten. You know, the funding schedule for this project must be completed tonight and reported to Lin Yiping in the business department. Time is indeed very tight. Okay, Sister Yu, I'll call them after dinner to help guide the data. On the way Zhang Yunqing and Yu Dongjin returned to the office of the Ministry of Commerce of the Nanshan project after eating. Zhang Yunqing said, it will probably be more cumbersome to check the accumulated paid data. You have to arrange for them to check the materials and seedlings themselves. You just checking. If you are busy enough, you should check the accumulated paid data of the labor force yourself so that you can understand the data clearly. If you are really too busy, and Li Shixuan can help you check. When it comes to compiling the capital plan, you are responsible for getting every data in hand and summarizing it into the capital plan. Also, have you calculated the corresponding output value data? Yu Dongjin replied, now that the part 1 have compiled is out, I still need the part of data compiled by Shaoli, and then I can put it all together to get a total number. Zhang Yunqing replied, okay, you first inform the 2 materials and seedlings people that they need to check the accumulated payments, and then quickly return to the office to communicate with Li Shixuan. No matter which data comes out first, please let me know immediately. Otherwise, by the time you form the final form file, if there is something wrong here or there, it will be too late to modify and improve it. Yu Dongjin agreed and walked to the purchasing office. Wang Ming, who purchased materials, and Yu Xingjie, who purchased seedlings, were both there. After a brief greeting, Zhang Yunqing's opinions were conveyed to the 2 people. Yu Xingjie replied, it's okay to ask us to check the accumulated paid data, but we need to get the financial paid data to check. Yu Dongjin explained, that's for sure. I have already asked Tang Ying, the financial cashier, about this data problem, but she doesn't have it in her hands. She needs to ask the financial staff at the company headquarters for help to get the exported data. After I get the data she gave me, I will send it to you too. After you work overtime to check it out, fill it in your capital plan, and then send me a copy of the revised capital plan. Yu Xingjie replied, this is more or less the same. After Yu Dongjin finished chatting with the 2 people, she returned to the office of the Ministry of Commerce. After sitting down at the workstation, he asked Li Shixuan next to him, based on the production value data, have you completed the quota part? Li Shixuan replied, it's been fixed, I'm still checking. How long will it take to check it out? Sister Yu, wait a moment, I estimate I can complete the inspection within 10 minutes. Okay, don't worry, check carefully. Okay. Sister Yu. Yu Dongjin put together the data processed by Li Shixuan, checked it carefully, printed out a summary sheet, came to Zhang Yunqing's desk, handed it to Zhang Yunqing and said, we compiled this ourselves. Versus production data. Zhang Yunqing looked at it and said, you can't just show me this summary table. You must also send me the data of the software version. Yu Dongjin agreed, okay, I will go back to the workstation and send the documents to you. Zhang Yunqing arranged, after you send it to me, come to my place and I will tell you about it while I read it. Good. After Yu Dongjin sent the corresponding progress payment software version data to Zhang Yunqing, she returned to Zhang Yunqing's desk to add some information. You have several identical bills of quantities, but their comprehensive unit prices are different. Look at this one, and this one. Zhang Yunqing pointed at the screen and said to Dongjin. Yu Dongjin nodded and said, okay, I'll note it down and I'll check it later. Your concrete list includes the engineering quantities, but you don't see the corresponding formwork measures fees. I forgot to add this. The project quantities have already been calculated. The biggest question is, you haven't adjusted the price of materials. Mr. Zhang, what material prices are you going to adjust? We have got all the appraisal documents back, do you know that? I know, find the document that has been approved, and add the material prices in the corresponding budget document according to the price reviewed and approved in the appraisal document. Okay. Zhang Yunqing spent more than 20 minutes checking Yu Dongjin's budget documents. Yu Dongjin also recorded them one by one, and then discussed with Li Shixuan how to modify them. During the process, Yu Dongjin received the supplier's paid data file from the financial cashier, and forwarded it to the material purchaser Wang Ming, seedling purchaser Yu Xingjie, and budget clerk Li Shixuan on QQ. He verbally told Li Shixuan what he was going to do after getting this document. Time flies by minute by minute. An hour later, the revised and improved production value data finally came out again. Yu Dongjin sent the document to Zhang Yunqing and came to his desk. Mr. Zhang, all the production value issues have been revised and improved. Could you please review it again to see if there are any problems? Zhang Yunqing clicked on the QQ offline files and checked them one by one in the budget expert pricing software. No problems were found this time. He smiled and said, well, I don't see any problems. How much project money can be recovered from this output value according to the contract? Yu Dongjin replied, the output value we reported this time is 35 million. The progress payment ratio is 80%, and the expected return amount is 28 million yuan. Zhang Yunqing smiled and said, I guess our output value will be reduced by a certain amount. Yu Dongjin replied, this time it is different from the original declaration. It turned out that the project quantity was relatively large when we applied for it. As a result, Supervisor Party A was very strict in reviewing it. This time we checked how much we had completed and reported the amount. He did not want to review the project quantity for us again. Reduced. As for the price, it has also been adjusted to the audited price in the subscription document according to your request just now. Therefore, there is very little room for review and reduction of price issues. Zhang Yunqing thought for a while and then replied, this version is like this for the time being. I still need to discuss it with Mr. Zhao. But you must be prepared to expand the project volume. Yu Dongjin asked not very happily, I have adjusted this data for a day, and I still need to adjust it. Zhang Yunqing replied, I'm not sure now. I need to discuss it with the leader before I can determine whether to adjust or not adjust the reported output value data. Yu Dongjin replied, okay. Zhang Yunqing ignored Yu Dongjin's unhappiness. After all, work matters cannot be changed based on one person's happiness or unhappiness. They must obey the company's overall arrangements. After arriving at Zhao Manfu's office, he saw Zhao Manfu staring seriously at the laptop screen on his desk. Zhang Yunqing asked, does Mr. Zhao have time? Zhao Manfu replied, what's the matter with you? I'm busy. Zhang Yunqing stood up and walked behind Zhao Manfu. He looked at it and said with a smile, Mr. Zhao, you are so busy. What kind of game are you playing? There are so many people running around on the screen, don't you? Tired? Zhao Manfu replied, you don't understand, I am looking for a place to dig for treasure at a critical moment. If anything happens, please sit down and wait for me for a while. Zhang Yunqing thought to himself, everyone is working overtime waiting to release the data one by one, but you make me wait because you are playing games. We don't know what time we will work overtime at night. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, Zhang Yunqing asked impatiently, "Are you okay, Mr. Zhao? Our capital plan has not been compiled yet, nor has the corresponding output value. All business and production people they are still working overtime to compile these data. Look, do I need to report to you? If not, I will do it according to our own agreement." Zhao Manfu smiled and said, "You are such a hot-tempered person. Sometimes being anxious is useless, and it may even lead to bad things. Wait for me for a few more minutes. This game is hateful and cannot be interrupted. If you do, all your efforts will be wasted. I also barely managed to play a game, and then I was bumped into by you." Zhang Yunqing thought for a while and said, "Okay, just wait a few more minutes." Zhang Yunqing, who was suffering for a long time, finally waited until Zhao Manfu finished playing the game and spoke, "Mr. Zhang, what do you mean by looking for me?" Zhang Yunqing replied, "The output value declaration data we have compared has come out, which is 35 million yuan. According to the progress payment ratio of 80%, we can recover 28 million yuan. Zhao Manfu asked, "How much water is there in this output value?" Zhang Yunqing replied, "This data is waterless. I always feel that something is not right, so I came here to ask you for instructions on what to do." Zhao Manfu asked, "No moisture. The project quantity was not overstated, and the price was not overstated, right?" Zhang Yunqing replied, "Yes." Zhao Manfu asked, "Do you feel safe? Isn't it the habit of supervision, cost consultation, and party A to review and reduce a little every time to be happy? If you report in such a down-to-earth manner, will it affect our actual receipts?" Zhang Yunqing blurted out the answer without thinking, "That's for sure. If the supervision unit, the cost consulting unit, and party A don't have a lot of review and reduction points, they will feel that they are of little use. If someone asks, it can easily lead to an embarrassing situation." Zhao Manfu thought of Song Ziyuan's call yesterday, saying that the business department's collection quota could not be met, and the Nanhai area needed to undertake the collection task of 40 million yuan, so he had to overcome this difficulty no matter what. "So I told Zhang Yunqing this idea and asked Zhang Yunqing to find a way to implement it." Zhang Yunqing said, "How about calling Zhou Wenqing over to discuss it together, because I have adjusted the data and it will definitely not be implemented without General Zhou Wenqing going to the first unit, the supervisor, to sign." "Okay, I'll call and ask Zhou Wenqing to come right away." Zhou Wenqing came to Zhao Manfu's office and asked, "Mr. Zhao, why are you calling me here in such a hurry?" Zhao Manfu said, "Yesterday, Mr. Song, the president of the business unit, called me and said that the business unit would not be able to complete its collection task this year. I was asked to find a way to increase the collection amount of the Nanhai area to more than 40 million yuan. Zhang Yunqing, please tell me about the current refundable amount in our Nanhai area." Zhang Yunqing replied, "Okay." Then he started talking and said, "Mr. Zhou, the current Nanhai area actually has two project departments, one is the Cheongshan Bowen Phase 1 Landscape Improvement Project, and the other is your Nanshan project. The receivable amount of Cheongshan Boyan has been set at 7 million yuan, and his contract amount is only 9 million yuan. This is already close to the upper limit of 7.2 million yuan, and there is no potential to be tapped. There is no way to dig it out, Party A has already decided on this number. The output value of our Nanshan project, without moisture, is 35 million yuan, and 80% of the money can be returned, which is 28 million yuan. In this case, we can only receive 7 million yuan plus 28 million yuan in total, which means we can only receive 35 million yuan. Now we need to collect 40 million yuan, so the collection gap amount is 4,000 minus 3,500 is equal to 5 million yuan. Zhou Wenqing smiled and said, "With such a large collection gap, there is no use asking me. After all, it's not me who's signing." Zhao Manfu said with a serious look on his face, "This is a very formal matter, please don't laugh and joke, please take it seriously. Mr. Zhou, I don't like to hear that it's useless to talk to you. You are the project manager here. On the surface, this payment collection task is assigned to me. In fact, am I also assigning this task directly to you? Zhou Wenqing touched his right earlobe sheepishly and said, that seems to be the truth. Zhao Manfu criticized, what does it mean? This seems to be the truth. That's the truth. Now the task of collecting more money is yours. Not just mine, you see. Your Nanshan project must recover 33 million yuan of project funds from the company before the lunar calendar. You and Zhang Yunqing should discuss immediately how to solve this problem under the current circumstances. Zhou Wenqing looked up at Zhang Yunqing and said, Mr. Zhang, please come up with an idea. I also understand the data issues. Zhang Yunqing replied, I can't come up with any good ideas. My idea is that we must add some water to the output value declaration. For projects that are reviewed by the 3 units of supervision, cost, and party A, it will never be possible to give the output value as much as the output value we report. Calculating based on the collection amount of 33 million yuan, the audited output value we must get is 3,300 divided by 0.8 is equal to 41.25 million yuan. It is also expected that the output value may be reduced by about 10%, so at least the reported output value data must be adjusted. It is 4,125 divided by 0.9 is equal to 45.83 million yuan. So our current output value without moisture is only 35 million yuan, which means that we need to add moisture to the output value data plus 4,580 minus 3,500 is equal to 10.83 million yuan. Zhou Wenqing replied, damn, it's a bit harsh to add it like that. Zhang Yunqing replied, we don't need an output value of 10.83 million yuan. We only really need an output value of 41.25 minus 3,500 is equal to 6.25 million yuan. Zhou Wenqing replied, there is a big difference between 6.25 million yuan and 10.83 million yuan. They are just adding data, right? Zhang Yunqing smiled awkwardly and said, you are right, it's just that the number is smaller. Zhou Wenqing continued, then you adjust the corresponding data and print it to me. I will go to the director Huang Yuandong tomorrow to talk about it before we talk. Zhang Yunqing replied, it is not good for our business to add data directly. It is best to discuss with the production staff what content must be done next, and add these content first. In this way, even if this issue needs to be checked in the future, it can't be found either. Who can really tell whether my project volume will be done this month or next month? As long as it's really done, there's nothing to be afraid of. Zhou Wenqing said, in this case, I will call Su Kuan, you call Yu Dongjin, and we will arrange this task for them face to face. Zhang Yunqing replied, okay. The two called Su Kuan and Yu Dongjin separately. After they arrived, they explained clearly to each other and repeated it again. Zhang Yunqing emphasized again, the goal of the two of you is to increase the output value data from the current 35 million yuan to more than 45.83 million yuan tonight. The principle of the increase is which project content is completed first. If you sign in, you can also sign in those materials that have not been constructed yet. This way, it will be easier for Mr. Zhou to get understanding and support when he communicates with Director Huang Yuandong. Yu Dongjin agreed, does this matter also need to be completed tonight? Zhang Yunqing said, yes, the big leaders of the business department have already given the order. Only by working overtime to sort out the data, and Mr. Zhou going to the director to communicate and reach an agreement tomorrow, will success be possible. Yu Dongjin looked unhappy and muttered, I wouldn't have arranged it earlier. Zhang Yunqing's face didn't look very good, Zhao Manfu's expression was expressionless, and Zhou Wenqing didn't say a word either. Yu Dongjin felt that there was no way to change this outcome, so she went back to the office of the Ministry of Commerce to do some work. Production manager Su Kun cleverly followed Yu Dongjin out of Zhao Manfu's office. Zhang Yunqing said, the big things have been discussed, and I'm going back to the office, lest they can't get an idea or get a result. After Zhang Yunqing returned to the office of the Ministry of Commerce, Yu Dongjin, Li Shixuan, and Su Kun came over. Yu Dongjin asked, Mr. Zhang, there are so many things going on tonight. One is that the capital plan has not yet been finalized, and the other is that the corresponding output value data will be increased by 10.83 million yuan. I definitely can't do it alone. Zhang Yunqing said, and said, I can understand if we have to do two things at the same time and are in such a hurry. Which of these two things can you do? If the production and material personnel cooperate, I can handle the preparation of the capital plan. Okay, then you should first find someone other than Su Kun to push forward the funding plan. Okay. Yu Dongjin took the record book and left the office of the Ministry of Commerce to ask relevant personnel for data. Zhang Yunqing said to Li Shixuan, when Yu Dongjin came back just now, did you arrange for you to readjust the production value data tonight? Li Shixuan replied, I just heard her complain. She said it was so late and she had to do such important work. It was completely inhumane. She wanted to force people to death. She also said, Zhang Yunqing looked at Li Shixuan and said, what's wrong? You speak hesitantly. Production manager Su Kun said, you don't dare to say it, let me do it. Mr. Zhang and Yu Dongjin also said that such a tiring job is simply unbearable. The leaders also forcefully arrange overtime work very late at night, which is really annoying. I no longer want to do it. After hearing this, Zhang Yunqing said, I know. This is how we work in engineering, what can we do? If we change the company, I can say with certainty that it will not solve the problem of requiring employees to work overtime at any time. I don't know if changing industries can solve the problem. Li Shixuan asked, I'm not afraid of working overtime, Mr. Zhang, you can tell me what needs to be done. As long as it can be done, there will be no problem. If you can't do it, if you are willing to teach me, I will have no problem and I will definitely be able to learn it. Zhang Yunqing smiled and said, okay. In fact, this thing sounds difficult, but in fact it is not difficult for us business people. We are just helping to compile the documents. The difficult thing is that Mr. Zhou has to sign back the documents that we have compiled that have some problems. Let's get down to business. Now you need to adjust the budget document that declared an output value of 35 million yuan to be greater than or equal to 45.83 million yuan. You need to record this number. Forget it, adjust it to be greater than or equal to 45.83 million yuan. Right. How to adjust it? You need to discuss it with the production manager Su Kun. What's the fastest way to discuss it? Do you two know? Have no idea. Have no idea. I suggest that you take out the originally calculated engineering quantities of the entire set of drawings. You know which ones have been reported, right? Shaoli. I know this. Okay, first cross out with a pencil the quantities that have been reported, and the rest are the quantities of work that have not yet been reported. For the remaining project quantities, let the production manager Su Kun help you write down an estimated completion date later. Mr. Zhang, I don't expect to be prepared for this. Su Kun. I can understand your uncertainty. But it's definitely more reliable than me deciding which one should be completed first and which one should be completed later, right? Production manager Su Kun said with a smile, this is possible. Zhang Yunqing glanced at the two men again and continued, Su Kun will mark the amount of work that can be completed in the last 10 days, 20 days, and 30 days on the back of the list for you. Shaoli is responsible for uploading these project quantities to the corresponding budget file software version one after another, giving priority to the last 10 days, 20 days, and 30 days. Once the total price reaches the target, don't add any more. Shaoli, do you understand? Li Shixuan replied, I understand. Mr. Zhang, you are just collecting data anyway. Can I ignore those with less money and only add the amount with more money? Zhang Yunqing replied, absolutely, you can be flexible during the discussion with Su Kun. You two must hurry up and try to get Su Kun's opinion within half an hour. Because Udonjan's capital plan matter requires Su Kuen's full cooperation. Okay, Mr. Zhang. Manager Su, please go to my desk. I will print out the bill of quantities and you can mark it. Li Shixuan brought Su Kuen to her desk, quickly printed out the bill of quantities for the entire project, and simply circled the list of projects that had been completed with a pencil, and handed it over in a few minutes. Su Kuen said, Manager Su, it's your turn to circle. After Su Kuen took the document, he looked at it and asked. It took him 20 minutes to clearly mark the estimated completion time on the back of the unfinished bill of quantities. Su Kuen said hello to Zhang Yunqing and left the office of the Ministry of Commerce. After Su Kuen left, Li Shixuan called Zhang Yunqing to agree and said, Mr. Zhang, don't worry, no matter what time I work overtime tonight, I will definitely adjust the declared output value to be above the number you require. Zhang Yunqing replied, thank you for your hard work, Xiao Li. If you work overtime too late tonight, you will have to wake up again tomorrow morning. Just send me your adjusted budget document before turning off the computer. I can take care of the rest early tomorrow morning and then hand it over to the project manager Mr. Zhou. Li Shixuan replied, okay, I understand. Zhang Yunqing was thinking about Udonjan. He would not give up the preparation of the fund plan tonight. I still feel a little uneasy in my heart, not very reassured. Zhang Yunqing then prepared to visit various offices of the project department. Arriving at the office of financial teller Tang Ying, Zhang Yunqing asked, Xiao Tang, has Udonjan asked you for the fund plan data for on-site expenses? Financial cashier Tang Ying replied, if you want it, I have already sent it to Sister Yu, but the production manager has not reviewed it yet. It needs Su Kuen's approval before the final decision can be made. Zhang Yunqing replied, okay. I understand. Thank you. Zhang Yunqing wanted to ask Tang Ying, the financial cashier, for his opinion on the business manager Udonjan. After thinking about it, he decided to forget it. Whether a business manager would leave or not, he could not control it. After Zhang Yunqing left the office of financial teller Tang Ying, he came to the production office. I saw Cui Yong, the greening engineer, and asked, Gong Cui, how much is your greening worker's salary this month? Have you told Udonjan? Greening engineer Cui Yong raised his head and replied, Mr. Zhang, the salary data of my greening workers have been calculated, including the machinery fees. The big account has also been cleared. Which company has paid how much to Udonjan? Udonjan had only left my office for a few minutes. After hearing Cui Yong's answer, Zhang Yunqing said with satisfaction, okay, thank you for your hard work, Cui Gong. It's not hard, it's my job. High awareness. If you don't have a high position, you can't do it. If you don't do what you say, you will make the leader angry. Once a leader is angry, there will be no good results if he holds it back. It's Cui Yong who sees clearly. Zhang Yunqing was about to leave the production office. Production manager Su Kuen came over and asked, Mr. Zhang, this is the capital plan for the Lunar New Year. Just now, the project manager Mr. Zhou also came to me and asked me to count the needs we need. Who are the people celebrating the festival? Zhang Yunqing smiled and said, you may also need to ask Udonjan and Li Shixuan about this matter. The people I need to pay tribute to on this project are probably the two of them who are in contact with me. I don't have any contact with them. 2 people are more than enough. Production manager Su Kuen replied, okay, then I will go find them too. Zhang Yunqing came to the purchasing office after leaving the production office and saw Udonjan sitting next to Wang Ming, the material purchasing officer. Udonjan took the initiative to stand up and say hello, Mr. Zhang, look, I want a data sheet on the capital plan now, and I have to wait beside them to get it. Wang Ming, the material purchaser, said dissatisfiedly, do you think I'm just like you, idle all day long and only asking others for data? Udonjan felt aggrieved after hearing Wang Ming's statement about material procurement. Wang Ming, I am very idle all day long. Which of your eyes can you see that I am idle? I don't work overtime until after 10 o'clock one night. Instead, it's you. You run around outside all day long, having fun everywhere, and there are always vendors treating you to food, drinks, and entertainment. Don't think I don't know. At this moment, Wang Ming of Material Purchasing regretted provoking Yu Dongjin in front of Zhang Yunqing, and quickly said softly, "Forget it, let's stop fighting. Mr. Zhang, you are still waiting here for data. Could you please help me check the data reported by this material supplier and see if there are any problems?" Yu Dongjin replied, "Whether he has any problems now, please report the data to me first, and you can slowly check whether he has any problems tomorrow." Material Procurement Wang Ming asked Zhang Yunqing, "Mr. Zhang, are you following Yu Dongjin's wishes?" Zhang Yunqing replied depressedly, "Just do it. I feel uncomfortable in my heart. When you are forced to do something, you can only do it that way, but just do it. You cannot say it over and over again, which may easily cause people to become mentally uncomfortable. This is the state now, very uncomfortable." Zhang Yunqing continued to ask, "Wang Ming, the business department must get the capital plan of our Nanshan project department tonight, as you know. Can you provide data for this part of your materials? If it cannot be released, how much data does your material have and how much data is reported? If the supplier does not report it, I will think that he does not need to pay." Material Procurement Wang Ming asked, "What should I do if those manufacturers who have not reported data ask me for payment for materials?" Zhang Yunqing stared coldly at the name of the Material Purchasing King and said word by word, "What to do, cold salad. I can't let your material supplier drag down the payment of the entire project department. I hope you will be clear-headed." Wang Ming, the material purchaser, agreed, "It's okay. If any material suppliers don't have enough money, I'll just ask them to ask for it from you." Zhang Yunqing replied, "Just feel free and bold and ask them to come to me. I will tell them directly that our material purchaser Wang Ming is not qualified for his work and did not report the money for the materials you need. If you have any problems, you should go to Wang first. The name says." Material Procurement Wang Ming said, "Mr. Zhang, you are cruel. Why are you so cruel? I see employees who have to focus on their work. What do you usually do? Don't you collect some data? I collected it bit by bit when today came to an end. Is your payment data more complicated than Yuxingjie's for purchasing seedlings?" Material Procurement Wang Ming replied, "Mr. Zhang, don't talk to me with prejudice. It's not like I'm scared. You said that Yuxingjie was purchasing seedlings. He is not the same now. He has not compiled the data on the fund plan that Yu Dongjin needs." Zhang Yunqing turned to ask Yuxingjie, who was purchasing seedlings next to him, and said, "Yu Gong, did you hear that? Wang Ming said that you did not provide data on the seedlings capital plan. Let me tell you too, I must report the capital plan data in accordance with the requirements of the business department. If you can provide it, provide it. If you cannot provide it, I will treat it as the part you are responsible for and do not need to pay. This is what the business department forced me to do, and I have no choice but to force you." Seedling purchaser Yuxingjie replied, "Mr. Zhang, don't worry. My situation is different from Wang Ming's. I first provided a version to Yu Dongjin. It's just that I am checking the data with Chao Shingen, the boss of the seedling supplier. It is estimated that it will take more than 10 minutes to verify inaccurate data. This should not affect Yu Dongjin's preparation of the fund plan." Yu Dongjin smoothed things over and said, "Mr. Zhang, Yu Gong's data has indeed been given to me, and I have incorporated it into my capital plan. If he had waited more than 10 minutes and given me more accurate data, it would not have affected the preparation of my capital plan at all." Zhang Yunqing replied, "Okay. I understand. Thank you for your hard work, Yu Gong." Yuxingjie replied, "You're welcome. Mr. Zhang, this is what I should do." Yuxingjie stood up and patted Zhang Yunqing's shoulder, indicating that he should go out and talk. After the two came out and stayed away from the purchasing department's office, they found a secluded place. Yuxingjie said, "Mr. Zhang, don't be as knowledgeable as that material purchasing king. Wang Ming is a man who has spent hundreds of years, and you can't get rid of him, he He has a bad technical skills and a bad mouth. Forget it this time, don't argue with him. Go back to your office first, don't stay here anymore. To avoid having to talk unpleasantly later. Making yourself angry is also harmful to your body, so there is no need. I will help you keep an eye on this king's name and persuade him to quickly provide the data on his part of the capital plan. Zhang Yunqing closed his eyes and thought for a while, nodded and said, "Okay, I'll bother you then." Then he walked back to the Ministry of Commerce office with heavy steps alone. I received a call from Lin Yiping. The other party repeatedly emphasized that the Nanshan project's capital plan must be prepared and sent to her tonight. She also said that the entire business department was only short of the Nanshan project's capital plan. Zhang Yunqing felt a bit unbearable. He didn't know whether Lin Yiping's words were true or not. He didn't know whether Wang Ming could not handle the material procurement or whether he deliberately did not provide the data on the fund plan. I can feel the full hostility from the material purchasing Wang Ming. Who gave the basic employees such strong self-confidence? Yu Xingjia's words were like, "The king's name is the man who spent hundreds of years, playing repeatedly in his ears." In fact, so what if it's someone who has spent hundreds of years? Doesn't he need to do what the business department arranged to do, or is this thing itself a trap? Zhang Yunqing was puzzled, dragging his tired body and full of melancholy, and slowly came to Zhao Manfu's office. With an unhappy look already written on his face, Zhao Manfu raised his head and looked at Zhang Yunqing. He stood up from the boss's chair, asked Zhang Yunqing to sit down at the coffee table, and enthusiastically boiled water to make tea. Zhang Yunqing confided to Zhao Manfu what had just happened and his feelings. After listening, Zhao Manfu said, "The hierarchical area we are in is an execution department, and looking down at the project department, it is even more an execution department. We can only implement the opinions of the business department, we have no decision-making power. As for whether it is a trap or not, it doesn't make much difference to us. In such a big company, no one would dare to play these tricks openly. Unless he wants to make himself unhappy. Just like today's capital plan, our understanding may be different. Maybe their original intention is to get a rough figure. But I see that you are still following the normal process of preparing the capital plan, and have not adopted a simplified method to quickly process it." Zhang Yunqing replied, "During the meeting and after the meeting, I made arrangements to process it quickly and estimate a quantity. What is important is speed. But in practice it changes. The biggest problem with this capital plan now is the material procurement Wang Ming. Take a look and see if you want to personally take action." Zhao Manfu waved his hand and said, "Should I personally go and question Ling Chuqing about this matter? If he can stand up to you, he can actually stand up to me. He is a person that no one will be afraid of." Zhang Yunqing asked, "Then we have no way to cure him?" Zhao Manfu replied, "There is a saying that what is a gentleman?" Zhang Yunqing replied, "It is never too late for a gentleman to take revenge." Zhao Manfu smiled strangely and said, Yes, that's it." Zhang Yunqing felt uncomfortable and didn't want to speak anymore. He just let out a reluctant hum and stopped talking. Zhao Manfu stood up, took his mobile phone, sat back at the coffee table, and called the project manager Zhou Wenqing. "Mr. Zhou, what are you busy with?" "Nothing to do, just smoking in the office." "Oh, then you go to the office and see why this fund plan cannot be prepared. What is the problem?" "Hua Baiyun has personally called me several times to urge me, and what he said was very unpleasant." Zhou Wenqing answered easily on the other end of the phone, "Okay, I'll go out for a walk after I've finished smoking half of the cigarette." Zhao Manfu closed his cell phone, put it on the coffee table and said, "We have to pay attention to methods when doing things. People like Wang Ming are not afraid of anything. Do you know who he is afraid of in this project department?" Zhang Yunqing thought for a while and replied, "I guess I am just afraid that Zhou Wen will succeed." "Do you know the reason?" "I don't know, it's just a feeling." "That's knowing what's going on. Not sure why, right?" "That's the situation. Wang Ming's behavior is actually a bit unreasonable. At least he doesn't follow workplace rules and takes himself too seriously. Strictly speaking, Udonjin is Wang Ming's leader in the project department. You are Udonjin's leader. To him, your level is relatively high, but he still refuses to listen even when his work has not been completed. Discouraging, disobeying arrangements, insisting on one's own opinions, affecting the preparation and reporting of the fund plan of the entire project department. No matter how you say this, there is something wrong with him. But if you accidentally conflict with him, when a person is angry, his IQ is basically zero. It is difficult to say the wrong thing or do the wrong thing, and others will seize the excuse in the words and pester them endlessly. If things develop like this, it will be very unworthy for us managers. Zhao Manfu took a sip of tea and continued, so, what do you think I should do? I'll go find the project manager Zhou Wenqing. Mr. Zhou didn't know the situation before. If there was a round of communication and the results were soon available, there would be no problem. What should I do if I am still waiting for this thing in the office, but the people below are still talking about it? From what I know about Mr. Zhou, he definitely can't stand it. At this time, if Mr. Zhou gets angry, Wang Ming will be unable to do anything to Mr. Zhou. Zhang Yunqing asked suspiciously, if you are so sure about the king's name, you won't support Mr. Zhou. Zhao Manfu replied confidently, based on my understanding of the two of them, even if Wang Ming wanted to contradict him, he would just curse a few words in his heart and not dare to be arrogant in front of his face. The difference between Mr. Zhou and you is that he is a domineering person, a person who always speaks his mind. He is very domineering when facing so many workers, contractors, and earth-moving bosses. He will never allow anyone in the project department he manages to contradict him arbitrarily. Even if he is criticized, it will be resolved immediately and it will break out on the spot. Zhang Yunqing smiled and said, don't he know that it is never too late for a gentleman to take revenge in 10 years? Zhao Manfu smiled and said, how could you not know? But his character just won't tolerate it. He would rather make others feel wrong than make himself comfortable. He is a decisive person who does not hesitate. Zhang Yunqing smiled and said, that's right. He is a project manager. If he is hesitant about doing things, most of the projects he manages will not be promoted. Zhao Manfu smiled and said, yes, in this regard, I am quite accurate in judging people. Zhang Yunqing asked, can we still retain people like Wang Ming in the future? Zhao Manfu smiled and said, as long as these little problems don't happen often, just let him go and don't take it to heart. Of course, if he makes some unforgivable mistakes, ask him to leave when it's time to ask him to leave. But, you have said it, Yu Xingjie told you that Wang Ming belongs to Hua Baiyun. If you want to transfer Wang Ming away, Hua Baiyun will definitely not agree. Zhang Yunqing replied, he has been guarding against us for hundreds of years. Zhao Manfu said with a smile, people's hearts are separated from each other. We have no interaction with him in this area. Of course he hopes to keep more of his people here. This is also human nature. We just have to do our own thing. Leave him alone. Zhang Yunqing replied, well, if I don't do this, there seems to be no way. It's just that I'm tired from work, and there are still people who are against me, so I feel tired. It's uncomfortable. Zhao Manfu replied, only when you endure hardships can you become a master. Zhang Yunqing smiled and said, I'm just tired. Zhao Manfu comforted him and said, what does it mean to be tired? How many people are not tired after a trip to this world? Many things involve seeing the bright side of others and not seeing the hardworking side of others. There is a sentence that sums it up well, I only see thieves eating meat, but I don't see thieves being beaten. Zhang Yunqing finally laughed happily and said, this is a good expression, ha ha ha. The two of them just chatted and drank tea. The clock is ticking. Zhou Wenqing walked in. Zhao Manfu heated a teacup for him and poured a cup of tea. Zhou Wenqing picked up the teacup and blew on it again and again. When he felt that it was no different than me, he drank it in one gulp. I just went around all the offices, and the only thing missing about the capital plan is the data of the material procurement king. Zhang Yunqing perked up after hearing this and said, Tang Ying's on-site funds, Cui Yong's workers' wages and machinery fees for the greening project, and the data on seedling procurement were all given to you, Donjin. The only thing missing is Wang Ming's data on material procurement, right? Zhou Wenqing filled a cup of tea himself, drank it and replied, yes. The king of material purchasing is still there calculating the warehousing orders one by one. I was scolded for a while. Zhao Manfu glanced at Zhou Wenqing and said, if you scold him, will he give you the pick? There is no data. Zhou Wenqing replied, to obtain such urgent data, and to use this method, it will affect the reporting of the entire project's funding plan. This is already giving up. I asked him which units were missing data, and after he told me, I called those suppliers on the spot to ask for data. The data of those suppliers are kept in accounts at any time. Just make a phone call and check it and it will be given to us. I asked him to use this data first, and he still said that the data provided by the supplier was inaccurate. I scolded him. Tell him it's okay if it's not accurate, and ask him to review the accurate data for me in the next few days. Now use the supplier's data to upload the funding schedule. Zhang Yunqing asked with a smile, did he do it? Zhou Wenqing promised, we will deal with it immediately in person, and you Donjin will also be there to guard it. Zhang Yunqing asked, in that case, the funding plan will be released soon. Zhou Wenqing replied, pretty much. I told you Donjin that after finishing it, I would immediately print out a few copies and bring them to Mr. Zhao's office. If we read it and there are no problems, we can report it to the company. Zhao Manfu smiled and said, see, Mr. Zhang, this is Mr. Zhou's execution ability. Just tell him the purpose and it will be done quickly. You have been working on something for a whole day, but Mr. Zhou takes action and gets it done in a few minutes. There was a rare silence. Zhang Yunqing didn't know how to answer. Zhou Wenqing was also embarrassed and didn't know what to say. It was Zhao Manfu who was the culprit who broke the calm and said, forget it, this matter is over, let's not mention it anymore. Drink tea, drink tea. Zhou Wenqing picked up the small tea cup in front of him and drank a cup before saying, Mr. Zhao, in this capital plan, can we put more of the festival fee into it? You asked me to go to Director Huang Yuandong tomorrow to discuss the matter of project quantity sign-off. Can you consider giving some money to others? Zhao Manfu pondered for a while and then said, the company did not give me clear instructions in this regard. But if it does not affect our gross profit margin, my understanding should be okay. Zhou Wenqing replied, then I will try it tomorrow. Mr. Zhang, can your data files for the declared output value be produced today? I see that the people in your commerce department are extremely busy. Zhang Yunqing stared at Zhou Wenqing and said, what do you mean by flying around? What kind of adjective are you using? If you don't know how to use it, don't use it. Which one is the chicken and which one is the dog? Zhou Wenqing picked up the tea cup and said, come, let's drink a cup of tea to Mr. Zhang. I'm used to talking casually, and I don't mean to curse. I just want to say that since you people from the Commerce Department came to the Project Department, there has never been a day when you didn't work overtime. I want to say that they are all tired. So I'm worried that they may not be able to collect the data tonight. You know, it's relatively short now until the Lunar New Year. If we don't get the documents to declare the output value for discussion tomorrow, it is very likely that we will not be able to get the money from Party A before the Lunar New Year. Zhang Yunqing replied, don't worry about this. Tonight, Yu Donjin and Li Shixuan's work has been completely separated. Yu Donjin is responsible for coordinating, contacting and summarizing the preparation of the fund plan. Li Shixuan is responsible for compiling the corresponding output value declaration data. Your production manager Su Kuan has communicated the situation to Li Shixuan. Zhou Wenqing interrupted, what do you mean by your production manager, Mr. Zhang? We are a team, don't be so clear-cut. As soon as I hear about you and ours, I can't help but feel worried in my heart. Zhang Yunqing smiled awkwardly and said, okay, Mr. Zhou, I will pay attention to this issue when I speak in the future. Li Shixuan also took the initiative to promise me that when she works, she is not afraid of hardship or tiredness. No matter what, she promises that she can recompile the corresponding output value data file before 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, sort it out and send it to me. So, what I can guarantee is that I will give you a copy of my confirmed output value declaration document before 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. Zhou Wenqing agreed. Well, in this case, I will feel relieved. Zhang Yunqing smiled and said to the two people, Li Shixuan, although she does not have much work experience, she is serious, responsible and meticulous in her work. At critical moments, you can take the initiative to stand up and help the project department solve problems. If there is an opportunity for a salary increase at the end of the year, can you consider it for her? Zhao Manfu said nothing, thinking that he had only been employed for a few days and was already looking for a salary increase. Do you think the company was run by my own family? If I open my own business, I hope I will never give employees a raise. It seems that Zhang Yunqing still doesn't understand this society. Zhou Wenqing expressed his opinion clearly. I agree to give her a salary increase, Mr. Zhang, but the company must agree. It won't count if I say it alone. Zhang Yunqing agreed. I think promotions and salary increases should be given to those who have made outstanding contributions to the company. Zhou Wenqing said with a smile, from the perspective of our project department, Li Shixuan may have made outstanding contributions, but from a company perspective, her contribution may be insignificant. Zhang Yunqing still looked unconvinced and replied, we are an engineering company. If we don't pay attention to grassroots employees and frontline employees, the consequences will be dire. Company managers must pay attention to these people at the grassroots level. Zhao Manfu still didn't speak, thinking to himself, the company's senior managers should be more concerned about their own immediate interests. Why would they focus on you, a grassroots employee? Too childish. Which person's head determines his head, and who sits in a senior executive position, but determines his head? 3 people, 3 thoughts. Zhou Wenqing just wanted to take care of his own 1/3 of an acre of land, and other matters had nothing to do with him and should be kept on high priority. Zhang Yunqing hopes to understand what the company is thinking and doing, so that he can study hard and keep up with the company's development direction. Zhao Manfu, on the other hand, sat firmly on the Diayutai, trying not to offend anyone and seeing what opportunities he could get. Zhang Yunqing received another call from Lin Yiping of the business department. Mr. Zhang, the only thing we need is the capital plan of your Nanshan project department. Zhang Yunqing smiled and replied, Lin Gong, are you still working overtime so late? Our data will be out soon. Lin Yiping replied, as arranged by the leader, if the fund plan is not collected in full tonight, you will have to sleep in the office. You will not be allowed to leave. You have been telling me for a day that it will be out soon. What is the situation now? Zhang Yunqing replied, our on-site funds, greening workers' wages, machinery costs, labor team output, and greening seedling output have all been announced, and have been summarized in the capital plan due to Dongjin. It's just that the output value of the materials is a bit more troublesome. Just now, the project manager Zhou Wenqing, Mr. Zhou, personally came forward to coordinate. What I heard just now means that it has been coordinated. So I'm sorry, but we have to wait a little longer for the funding schedule for this project. Once approved, the signed version will be sent to you immediately. Lin Yiping replied, the signature may not be complete at this late hour. Zhang Yunqing replied, it's okay. The people who signed here are still working overtime and there is no rest. Lin Yiping replied, okay, if you can sign it, give me the signed capital plan. It doesn't matter if you can't sign it or not. As long as we have the data you estimate. It is definitely impossible for a project department to produce an accurate funding plan in just one day. You also need to be flexible in handling this matter. Zhang Yunqing replied, okay, I understand. Thanks to Lin Gong. You're welcome, I'm waiting for your documents. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. After Zhang Yunqing waited for Lin Yiping to hang up the phone, he quickly called Yu Dongjin, Gong Yu, Lin Yiping called me just now. Mr. Zhang, don't rush me. I can print it in 5 minutes. Okay, I'll wait for you in Mr. Zhao's office. Zhou Wenqing said, don't rush her, hurry her up, I'll just give you some random data, you won't even be able to cry. Let's discuss the festival fee before the spring festival. This is the detailed list that Su Kun brought to me just now. Mr. Zhang, please take a look at it too. Zhang Yunqing took a look and said, I feel like there are at least 2 people missing. Which 2? One is a worker from a cost consulting company. One is President Tao Ting of Jingchuan Group. Zhou Wenqing came over and looked at him, nodded and said, it's because these 2 people are missing. It seems that this total will have to be increased by 40,000 yuan. Zhang Yunqing asked, you made this list all names, maybe it's not very appropriate. Zhou Wenqing replied, this is not for anyone to see. There is nothing inappropriate. After hearing this, Zhao Manfu said, it's better to write a code name so that you can understand it. If your watch is dropped on the road one day and picked up by an inappropriate person, and you take the medicine according to the prescription, that would be terrible. After hearing this, Zhou Wenqing broke out in cold sweat on his forehead and said, what the hell is a problem? No, I'll call Su Kun over right away. Zhou Wenqing called Su Kun over with an anxious look on his face. Give him an account. First of all, the name of the project cannot be written in this greeting list. Secondly, you cannot write everyone's real name, as long as the person handling it can understand it. He also told him which 2 people were missing, and added 40,000 to the total. Then I asked Zhao Manfu for his opinion. Mr. Zhao, the director is the first threshold for production value. Can he think more about it temporarily? The current writing is only 10,000. Zhao Manfu asked, how much do you think it should be? Zhou Wenqing replied, if you want to complete this matter quickly, I estimate that this is the number. Zhou Wenqing extended a palm. Zhao Manfu waited for more than a minute before nodding heavily and saying, I'll do it according to your opinion. Zhou Wenqing asked Su Kun, now that I know your on-site funding data, how should I change it? No. Go tell Yu Dongjin immediately and add the increased amount to the capital plan. Chances are she's almost ready to print. Okay, I'll go right away. After Su Kun finished speaking, he quickly ran to Yu Dongjin's desk at the Ministry of Commerce and said, Sister Yu, I need to add 80,000 yuan to the entertainment fee for my on-site expenses. Yu Dongjin replied, what did you do earlier? I have already printed a copy. Su Kun accompanied him and said cautiously, Sister Yu, there is nothing I can do. The leaders just discussed this data and increased it a little. Could you please help me change it? Yu Dongjin replied, okay, this fund plan is very urgent today. If you still do this, I will be scolded again. Su Kun replied, no one will scold you. I just saw with my own eyes that the 3 bosses, Mr. Zhou, Mr. Zhang and Mr. Zhao, just discussed the data together. Yu Dongjin replied, okay, I have changed it. I need to print 4 copies immediately and go to Mr. Zhao's office. Su Kun replied, okay, sorry to bother Sister Yu, I'm leaving. Bye. Bye-bye. Yu Dongjin brought the printed fund plan form to Zhao Manfu's office. Zhou Wenqing and Yu Dongjin went through the payment information one by one. It took about 10 minutes to finish, and they gave their own opinions on whether some units should pay more or less. Yu Dongjin went back to revise Zhou Wenqing's adjustment opinions, printed 4 copies and brought them to Zhao Manfu's office, and handed 1 copy to each person. Zhang Yunqing asked while looking at it, how much is the total amount you collected this time? Yu Dongjin looked at the capital plan data in her hand and replied, 28 million yuan. Zhang Yunqing replied, no, the amount of the payment collected from the counterparty must be changed to 33 million yuan, and the increase in output value from the counterparty must be filled into 41.25 million yuan. Yu Dongjin asked, how did this 33 million yuan collection come from? Isn't the output value we matched only 35 million yuan? Zhang Yunqing replied, the company is in difficulty, and this is what the leader requires. You are responsible for keeping count and filling in the numbers. Yu Dongjin replied, okay. Zhang Yunqing continued to read and asked, what is the total amount of your payment this time? Yu Dongjin looked at the capital plan data in her hand and replied, it's 20 million yuan. Zhang Yunqing replied, simply explain the composition of 20 million yuan. Everyone should listen and feel it. Yu Dongjin replied, okay. The main components of this 20 million yuan are 1. The salary of greening workers is 1.1 million yuan. 2. Mechanical expenses are 1.5 million yuan. 3. 3 million yuan for various materials. 4. The purchase cost of greening seedlings is 12 million yuan. 5. The labor team project fund is 2 million yuan. 6. On-site funding is 400,000 yuan. Zhang Yunqing replied, it's generally reasonable, and I didn't see anything too abrupt. Mr. Zhao, is it necessary to add some extra money to the on-site funds and the labor team's project payment? Zhou Wenqing asked, why do you want to add it? Isn't it better to repay it honestly? Zhang Yunqing smiled and said, have you forgotten that in the first month I came here, we were required to cut half of the funding plan data reported by our project department? Zhao Manfu also reminded him at the right time, I think it would be better to add some production value. Zhou Wenqing asked, how much should we add? Zhang Yunqing asked, your labor team and greening worker salary data are relatively accurate, right? Yu Dongjin replied, yes, Mr. Zhang, it basically matches the corresponding output value of 35 million yuan. Zhang Yunqing said with a smile, everyone doesn't know how much the floating amount should be. So let's multiply the current version of the data by a factor of 1.3, which will increase the payment limit by 6 million yuan. Once the company cuts it off, it may be exactly the amount we need. Since we have to collect 33 million yuan, the adjusted cash balance still has a difference of 7 million yuan, which does not seem inappropriate and can be explained. Zhou Wenqing nodded and said, do I agree with this adjustment? Zhao Manfu nodded and said to Dongjin, then make adjustments according to Mr. Zhang's opinions, and you should hurry up and do it. Zhang Yunqing said to Dongjin, what I'm telling you is an overall coefficient of 1.3. When implementing it, the number of workers' wages and the data of the labor team's project funds are slightly larger than 1.3, so that the number of materials and seedlings can be adjusted. It is smaller than 1.3. You can flexibly grasp the specific data when adjusting. What you need to fully understand is whether you are paying so much to your subordinate just to ask the company for a reasonable payment figure. Yu Dongjin replied, understood, Mr. Zhang. Yu Dongjin returned to the office of the Ministry of Commerce with the capital plan. After quickly adjusting it, she printed a document and brought it to Zhao Manfu's office, and handed the capital plan document to Zhang Yunqing. Zhang Yunqing took the document and scanned it quickly before handing it to Zhou Wenqing. Mr. Zhou, please review it. I have no objection. Zhou Wenqing took the file and looked at the few lines of data he was concerned about, nodded and said, well, that's it, no problem. Then he handed the document to Zhao Manfu. Zhao Manfu took the document and looked at it and said, okay, I have no objection. Zhang Yunqing saw that everyone was gone, so he arranged for Yu Dongjin to say, lesbian, take this fund plan to Wang Ming and Yu Xingjie, ask them to sign it, and then bring it to this office. Everyone will sign it. After signing, you send it back to the business department and call Lin Yiping. Notify her of receipt of documents. Yu Dongjin asked, Mr. Zhang, it's already past 11 p.m., are you sure you still want me to call Lin Yiping? Zhang Yunqing replied, it's what Lin Yiping called me just now and said that she can't sleep until the fund schedule is collected, so you can call her without any worries. Go ahead and do it. Yu Dongjin came to the purchasing office with a capital plan. Wang Ming is not in the office. Yu Xingjie was in the office and signed the fund plan. Yu Dongjin also signed the capital plan form. Yu Dongjin returned to Zhao Manfu's office with the capital plan and handed it to Zhou Wenqing. Zhou Wenqing signed and handed it to Zhang Yunqing. Zhang Yunqing asked while signing, why is there no signature from the king of material procurement? Yu Dongjin replied, material procurement Wang Ming is not in the office, so I didn't call Wang Ming at such a late hour. Zhang Yunqing replied, it's okay, just ask him to sign a replacement during the day tomorrow. Let's sign and go tonight. When Mr. Zhao signs it, you can immediately scan it and send it to Lin Yiping, and make sure to call and notify in place. Yu Dongjin took the capital plan signed by Zhang Yunqing and said, okay, I'll remember it, Mr. Zhang. After finishing speaking, he handed the fund plan and the black signature pen to Zhao Manfu who was sitting next to him. Mr. Zhao, please sign. After Zhao Manfu took over the fund plan document, he signed his name with flying colors. Yu Dongjin took the document and said with a smile, Mr. Zhao's name is an art of signature. I didn't see the likeness at all. I don't recognize it at all. Zhao Manfu smiled and said, you don't understand, this signature issue is also very particular. It is to sign with words that no one knows and that are difficult to imitate. Otherwise, how could I have so much time every day to identify those previous signatures and see if they were signed by me? Yu Dongjin quickly left the office with a smile without saying a word. Zhang Yunqing smiled and said, Mr. Zhao, are you taking this trouble to prevent imitation of your signature? Zhao Manfu smiled and said, of course, I paid someone to design a signature for me. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to create such a signature, it would be too complicated. It took me more than a month to practice. Zhang Yunqing smiled and said, this kind of thing can only be guarded against gentlemen, but not against villains. Zhao Manfu looked unconvinced and replied, what's wrong? Do you still have a way to crack it? Zhang Yunqing replied, there are at least a few ways to crack it. Come and listen. You said you practiced your signature, right? Right. Okay, if you are interested, please take your signature and print it out for practice. This is the stupidest way, and it is also the perfect way. Once you practice it well, it will definitely be difficult to tell the truth from the false. Well, that's a sure way to crack it. The other thing is, who spends so much time trying to trick you? Scan your signature directly into the computer and cut out the image. Print wherever you need to sign in the future. Then the size and direction are the same every time. It's easy to tell. You think too highly of fakers. Zhao Manfu asked with a smile, how do you say this? Zhang Yunqing replied, for those who make fakes, it will definitely be very difficult for them to do exactly the same thing every time. Think about it, right? After a while, the picture was enlarged. After a while, the picture was reduced in size. After a while, the printing paper was fed crookedly. Zhao Manfu replied, after what you said, it still makes sense. It's true that you should guard against gentlemen rather than villains. After Yu Dongjin returned to the office of the Ministry of Commerce, she scanned the signed version of the fund plan into a JPG image file, first stored it on the computer, then compressed it into a file package, and sent an offline file to Lin Yiping on QQ. There is no timely feedback information on QQ. Lin Yiping called Lin Yiping with anxiety. After the phone rang a few times, she answered the call and asked cautiously, Gong Lin, I'm sorry to call you so late. Lin Yiping was stunned for a while on the other end of the phone and then said, hey, I'm sorry, I was waiting for everyone's fund plan in the office, but I haven't collected it yet. I have already fallen asleep for a while. Yu Dongjin thought, no wonder there was no response when QQ was offline. It turned out to be that she fell asleep. I remembered that when Zhang Yunqing kept urging me to get the funding plan, I kept saying that the only thing missing was the funding plan for the Nanshan project. To be honest, I was a little unconvinced. Why did someone else get it all in too? I want it. There were still many flaws until 12 o'clock in the evening. If it doesn't work, you should ask about the situation to see if it is as mysterious as they claim. So Yu Dongjin, who had made up her mind, continued on the phone, Forest Engineer, I'm calling you just to ask you to receive the funding schedule for our Nanshan project. Can you see if you can receive it now? Lin Yiping replied on the phone, oh, Lin Gong, wait a moment, I'll take a look right away. Then after waiting for a minute or two, he said, downloading. Don't hang up the phone in a hurry. Okay, I'll wait for you. Yes. What is the total amount of receipts at the top and the total payment at the bottom of your capital plan this time? Forestry, the total amount received from the upper party is 33 million yuan, and the total payment from the lower party is 26 million yuan. That means that your capital plan for this month is to achieve a positive cash flow of 7 million yuan. Yes. Have you finished downloading? The download has been completed. I'll take a look right away. Okay, don't worry, I'll wait for you. I've looked at it and there's nothing wrong with your funding plan. Okay, thank you Lin Gong. I'm going to bed. You should also go to bed early. Lin Yiping on the other end of the phone replied, you can sleep on whatever you want, if you can't sleep. Yu Dongjin pretended not to understand and asked, why can't I sleep? When Mr. Zhang of our area was urging us to complete the funding schedule, he said in the afternoon that what you said was only short of the funding schedule for our Nanshan project. Now that I have submitted the Nanshan project funding schedule to you, of course you can go home and rest. Lin Yiping replied awkwardly on the phone, I'll tell you a secret. Don't tell anyone else. Okay, what do you say? One of my mantras is, they've done everything, and you're the only one left. I guess you Zhang always understand that you are the only one who has not finished. In fact, we have only received funding schedules for 2 projects in your Nanhai area. I kept calling for funding plans from other districts, but I haven't received any of them yet. Yu Dongjin replied on the phone, this is too deceptive. I don't know how many fights I had with the production, materials and seedlings people today in order to get the data on this capital plan. Lin Yiping praised on the other end of the phone, Sister Yu, you are still awesome. I really admire you. You give me the fund plan whenever you say. Your execution is superb. Yu Dongjin also looked embarrassed and said, thank you Lin Gong for the compliment. Then there's nothing else to do, I'm going to rest. Lin Yiping said promptly, you're welcome, Sister Yu. You go to bed early, I have to call the project department to ask for the funding schedule. Okay, Forrester. Bye. Bye-bye. After Yu Dongjin ended the phone call with Lin Yiping, she said to Li Shixuan next to her, I finally figured out that it was not that our capital plan was done too slowly, but that our capital plan was done too fast. Mr. Zhang kept urging me for a financial plan all day long, which was so annoying. Li Shixuan smiled and said, how do you know this? Sister Yu. When I sent the fund plan to Lin Yiping just now, I couldn't help but inquire about her collection of the fund plan. It's not what Mr. Zhang told me at all, it's just the funding schedule for our Nanshan project. The actual situation now is that only the fund plan form for our Nanhai area has been submitted, and the fund plan form for other areas has not been submitted. Li Shixuan replied, of course, the Nanhai area is led and managed by Mr. Zhang, so the efficiency is of course high. Moreover, Sister Yu is personally responsible for the Nanshan project, so can you be unhappy? Yu Dongjin smiled and said, Xiao Li, your mouth is so sweet. No, I am really angry about this matter. I'm going to talk to Mr. Zhang and don't rush us like this in the future. Li Shixuan replied, Mr. Zhang, haven't you rested yet? Rest. Before the capital plan was handed in, Mr. Zhang arranged for Mr. Zhou and Mr. Zhao to stay in Mr. Zhao's office and did not allow them to leave. He said they would have to wait until they signed. I am definitely still waiting for my reply to him on what will happen after the funding plan is handed in. I'll go to Mr. Zhao's office right now. By the way, when will the output value declaration form you submitted be completed? I guess Mr. Zhang still wants to ask about this matter without conscience. Li Shixuan chuckled and said, I don't think Mr. Zhang is unconscionable, but he has no choice. It's not finished yet, and I don't know how much time it will take to finish it. The relationship between these data needs to be cleaned up, and it cannot be repeated with the data reported in the past. Half of the progress has been completed now, but I am a little tired, and my efficiency will definitely be lower in the second half of the night. However, I am confident that no matter how long I work overtime tonight, I will definitely get this production value data. Yu Dongjin replied, okay. If you are really down, I suggest you rest for a while and then continue working overtime. Otherwise, if the data produced by someone who is not in good spirits is all wrong, he will have to be scolded, which is not worth it. Li Shixuan replied, thank you, Sister Yu, for reminding me. If I am too sleepy by then, I will lie down on the edge of the desk and rest for a while. I can also set an alarm. If I rest for a few hours and then continue to sort out the data, there should be no problem. Yu Dongjin said to Li Shixuan, as long as you have a solution, you still have to pay attention to improving work efficiency and strive to work less overtime. Don't put your body in harm's way for the sake of the company. Well, thank you, Sister Yu. Yu Dongjin left the office of the Ministry of Commerce and quickly came to Zhao Manfu's office. At first glance, what a coincidence, Zhou Wenqing, Zhang Yunqing, and Zhao Manfu didn't leave. Yu Dongjin said to Zhang Yunqing, Mr. Zhang, I have sent a scanned copy of the 26 million yuan capital plan for our Nanshan project to Lin Yiping. Zhang Yunqing replied, just send it out. Yu Dongjin smiled and said, Mr. Zhang, I also heard some good news. What good news? Tell me. Lin Yiping said that so far, we have only received funding schedules for 2 projects in our Nanhai area. She will continue to call people in other districts to ask for funding plans. Zhang Yunqing asked in disbelief, that's not right. Every time Lin Yiping calls me, she always says that we are the only one project left. Yu Dongjin smiled and said, I also asked her this question. How do you think they responded? How did you answer that? She said she had a mantra, they're all done, and you're the only one left. Zhang Yunqing looked very unhappy and recalled, after you said that, it really seems like this. He turned to Zhao Manfu and said, I was fooled by this Lin Yiping. Zhao Manfu glanced at Yu Dongjin and asked, Les, are you okay? If not, it's been too hard to work overtime during this period, so go back and rest early. If there is nothing urgent tomorrow morning, you can go to work later. Yu Dongjin replied, it's okay, I'll leave first, Mr. Zhao. After Dongjin left Zhao Manfu's office, Zhao Manfu signaled Zhou Wenqing to close the office door. After Zhao Manfu saw that Zhou Wenqing had returned to sit down at the coffee table, he slowly said, Yunqing, you can't understand that you have been deceived by Lin Yiping. I just fell into her trap and was deceived by her. Don't think so. You see, the 3 of us here now, to be honest, have no foundation in the company. For those of us who have no foundation, what can we rely on to gain a foothold in the new unit? Of course it depends on performance. Performance is only evaluated once or twice a year. But our usual work performance is also very important to our impression in the eyes of others, especially leaders who will pay more attention to this. For example, this time you feel that you were deceived by Lin Yiping and compiled the fund plan quickly. Otherwise, everyone might not have to work overtime tonight. She plans the funding tomorrow and the day after tomorrow, and she has to work overtime tonight. It's just that the longer the time passes, the more accurate the data in the capital plan will be. Under normal circumstances, if the data of the capital plan can be obtained accurately within a week, it will be very powerful. Because of such difficulties, after Yu Dongjin inquired, it turned out that other districts had not actually completed the preparation of this fund plan. However, the current result is that the funding schedule for the projects in our area has been completed. In this case, the company leaders will definitely look at our work ability in a different light. This is a disguised proof of our ability. We just achieved this result unintentionally. From this point of view, we should not understand that Lin Yiping deceived us. It can be understood that Lin Yiping's requirements are relatively high. In fact, we are the only ones who have completed the work tasks as required. Lin Yiping must report this matter to the leaders. It is better than telling the leaders on our own that my work ability is okay. 1,000 times better. Therefore, we must look at everything from multiple aspects. We must not only see the bad side, but also the good side. It is easy to be in a happy mood. Otherwise, you will be unhappy all day long and live in depression. Why bother? Zhang Yunqing picked his head and laughed dryly. Mr. Zhao, what I have to admit is that you really know how to think. What is it? I really know how to think about it. Now, Mr. Zhou is here. Mr. Zhou, tell me if what I said is right. Zhou Wenqing smiled, took a sip of tea and said, Mr. Zhao, your analysis is correct. We worked overtime and mobilized all the resources of the project department to finalize the funding plan. Maybe other projects are unlucky. Their vice president of production, business manager, and project manager happen to be busy and can't get together. Not to mention that they haven't compiled it yet. Even if they have compiled the capital plan, they still have to wait for these three. The people in the position must meet and discuss it before they dare to report to the company. Zhang Yunqing nodded and said, Mr. Zhou, what you said makes sense. Zhou Wenqing asked, Mr. Zhang, do you want to ask more about your production value? Zhang Yunqing replied, it's almost 12 o'clock in the evening, why should I ask? There's no need. I believe Xiaoli will not lie to us. He will definitely give it to you tomorrow morning according to the time we agreed. Zhou Wenqing replied, okay. Zhao Manfu asked, it's so late, is everyone okay? I can't open my eyes this whole time. I'm not as young and energetic as you. Zhang Yunqing replied, look at Mr. Zhou, even though he is younger, he can't even open his eyes. Zhao Manfu smiled and said, Mr. Zhou also works overtime every day. Do you think you are the only one working overtime? Zhang Yunqing asked in confusion, how could he work overtime every day? Many times, even if he works overtime at the construction site, doesn't he just work overtime until about 10 o'clock in the evening? Zhao Manfu said with a smile, do you think Mr. Zhou doesn't take time to make a girlfriend? I work a lot during the day. If I don't work overtime at night, won't my girlfriend run away? Zhang Yunqing said doubtfully, isn't he already married? Why is he looking for a girlfriend? Zhao Manfu smiled and said, that's because you don't care about this matter. Mr. Zhou is so awesome. The red flags at home are not falling, but the colorful flags are flying outside. Zhou Wenqing replied, Mr. Zhang, don't listen to the leader's nonsense. They are all based on rumors. If it is serious, it may be framed. Zhang Yunqing yawned, patted his mouth and said, I'm too lazy to talk to you bad guys, I'm going back to sleep. Zhang Yunqing left Zhao Manfu's office first. Returned to the dormitory and finished washing. Lying in bed thinking about today's work status is indeed a bit nervous. First, I received a call from Lin Yiping, requesting that a fund plan for the area must be compiled today. Then a discussion meeting on the preparation of the fund plan for the Chongshan Bowen project was immediately organized on the spot, which took about 2 hours to complete. Then Zhao Manfu arranged for 4 people to rush back to the Nanshan project non-stop and hold a meeting to discuss the preparation of the Nanshan project's capital plan. Thinking about these questions, I slowly fell asleep. The alarm bell at 8:30 woke up Zhang Yunqing from his sleep. Zhang Yunqing got up without turning over. He was too tired and hadn't woken up yet. He reached out his hand in a daze to turn off the alarm and continued to sleep soundly. At 9:30, the phone rang again. Zhou Wenqing's voice came from the phone receiver, Mr. Zhang, what's wrong? Are your people from the Ministry of Commerce on strike today? Zhang Yunqing asked vaguely, I don't understand, what are you talking about? Zhou Wenqing sighed on the phone and said, are you not up yet? I mean, there is no one in the office of your Ministry of Commerce right now. Stop it, you promised me that you would give me the production value declaration documents at 10 o'clock this morning. It's already 9:30, and you're still lying in bed unable to get up. Are you sure you can complete the task on time? After Zhang Yunqing heard what Zhou Wenqing said, he suddenly woke up and said to Zhou Wenqing on the phone, I'll get up right away and give you the answer at 9:50. Good. After Zhang Yunqing finished the call, he immediately stood up, finished everything in 3 minutes, and then rushed to the office of the Ministry of Commerce. There is indeed no one in the office of the Ministry of Commerce. Zhou Wenqing did not lie, Zhang Yinqing thought in his heart. Arriving at his workstation, Zhang Yinqing turned on the power switch of the power strip and the laptop computer. During the startup process of Windows, when the login interface came to the login interface, Zhang Yinqing quickly entered the password. Quickly double-click the QQ icon on the desktop, enter the QQ password, and complete the login. There are many QQ avatars flashing. Zhang Yinqing quickly found Li Xishuan's QQ avatar, clicked on it, and found nothing, which made her heart freeze. Unwilling to be reconciled, Zhang Yinqing picked up her phone and was about to call Li Xishuan, wanting to scold her. How could she be so dishonest about such an important matter? While checking Li Xishuan's phone number, an idea flashed in my mind. Could it have been sent to QQ mailbox? Zhang Yinqing quickly opened the QQ mailbox login page and entered his QQ number and login password. There are several unchecked emails in the QQ mailbox. Because the sender was Li Xishuan, Zhang Yinqing checked the emails one by one in order of the time they were received. First email. Boss Zhang. This is the version completed at 4 o'clock in the morning. The total output value is 45.83 million yuan. Please review it. Zhang Yinqing clicked on the second email. Boss Zhang. Sorry, this is the revised and improved version at 5 o'clock in the morning. The total cost is 46 million yuan. On the basis of the previous version, some data on pricing have been modified. Please review. Zhang Yinqing clicked on the third email. Boss Zhang. In the previous two versions, the amount of earthwork was not added, but in this version, it has been adjusted to 47 million yuan. Not sure if this is possible. Please review. Zhang Yinqing clicked on the fourth email. Boss Zhang. This is the 9 o'clock version this morning. Just now, the production manager Su Kunyi came to me to check the quantity of a project. My original price of 47 million yuan and some of the quantity of the project in the version were still underestimated. They had already grabbed some of the work on site. After adjustment, the current project quantity is calculated to be 48 million yuan, which is 2.17 million yuan more than the 45.83 million yuan you requested. After working an all-night shift, I had to go back to the dormitory to rest for a while. If you have any questions that you need to correct, please feel free to call me and I will come to the office right away. Zhang Yinqing downloaded all the attachment files of the fourth email. First, he checked the software version data and found no problems. Then checked the forms and documents for output value declaration. It took about 20 minutes and no problems were found. Zhang Yinqing sent a reply message in the fourth email sent by Li Xishuan. Xiao Li. The email has been received and reviewed. After checking, there were no problems, so I printed this version and reported it to Mr. Zhou. Thanks a lot. After handling the emails, Zhang Yinqing chose to print all the submitted application forms and budget documents, organized the electronic files into a compressed package file, and sent an email to another QQ account of his as a backup. Printing takes a long time, so you need to be patient. Zhang Yinqing called Zhou Wenqing. Mr. Zhou, Xiaoli worked overtime until after 9 o'clock this morning to complete the output value declaration data file. After 8 o'clock, he also checked the project quantities with production manager Su Kun. The data is relatively solid. The total cost exceeded our original expectation of 45.83 million yuan, reaching 48 million yuan. I'm already printing. Zhou Wenqing said on the phone, okay. When can it be printed? Zhang Yinqing replied, if the printing is not complicated, it can be printed in a few minutes. Okay, then I'll come to your office and wait until I get the documents. Can. When Zhou Wenqing came to the office of the Ministry of Commerce, Zhang Yinqing had already printed out all the documents for the output value declaration, clamped the documents in a large black folder, and handed them to Zhou Wenqing. Zhou Wenqing was not polite and left Zhang Yinqing's office with the documents. Arriving at the parking lot downstairs of the Nanshan project department, Zhou Wenqing got into the car and started the car. He took out his mobile phone and found Director Huang Yuandong's phone number in the phone address book. After dialing it, he said, "Mr. Huang, where are you? There's something I need to report to you." Huang Yuandong's voice came from the phone. "It's in the office of the project department. Come over here." "Good." Zhou Wenqing drove to the door of Director Huang Yuandong's office in the blink of an eye. Zhou Wenqing handed the corresponding output value declaration form to Director Huang Yuandong and said, "Mr. Huang, this is our output value declaration form. Please take a look at it. As you know, there is a rush for work on this project, and there is a lot of money that our construction unit needs to spend in advance. For example, workers' wages, overtime wages, material purchase fees, seedling freight, seedling purchase fees, etc. Without appropriate financial support, it would be difficult for us to complete the urgent work on time." Director Huang Yuandong said, "I can understand this, Mr. Zhou. But if you want project funds, you have to have some skills. Originally, the project quantity must have been completed and reached the acceptance standard before it can be measured. We can be more flexible now. As long as the materials arrive at the site, we will count them as completed work. Do you think it will work? Okay. Then when will you be able to complete the review? I will arrange for each major to review it now, and you can send me the electronic version of the document. I don't have the electronic version of the document. Ask your cost maker, and I'll give you a QQ number. Okay, I'll take it back to Zhang Yunqing and tell him that you must make arrangements as soon as possible. The new year is coming soon. If you don't receive the money, you probably won't be able to celebrate the new year." Zhou Wenqing drove back to the Nanshan project department, came to Zhang Yunqing's office, and gave Zhang Yunqing the QQ number provided by Director Huang Yuandong. Ask Zhang Yunqing to send the electronic file of the output value data file declared this time to Director Huang Yuandong by email. After the sending was completed, Zhang Yunqing told Zhou Wenqing. Zhou Wenqing left Zhang Yunqing's office and walked over to Zhao Manfu's office. On the way, I made a phone call to Director Huang Yuandong and said, "I have asked Zhang Yunqing to send you an email. Mr. Huang, can you see if you have received it?" "Wait a moment, don't hang up the phone, I'll check right away." Only the crackling sound of keyboard tapping came from the other end of the phone. After a while, Director Huang Yuandong said on the other end of the phone, "Mr. Zhou, I have received the electronic version of the document in my mailbox. Okay, then I'll ask Mr. Huang to make arrangements." "It's okay, it should be." Zhou Wenqing came to Zhao Manfu's office and reported, "Mr. Zhao, the Ministry of Commerce has printed the output value declaration document for me this morning. The declaration data is 48 million yuan, which is more than 200 yuan more than the 4,583 we said at yesterday's meeting. 10,000. Zhao Manfu smiled and said, "The efficiency and results are not bad." Zhou Wenqing's phone rang, and after the call was answered, the voice of production manager Su Kun came, "Mr. Zhou, have you reported your production value?" Zhou Wenqing agreed, "Yes, I just handed it over to Director Huang Yuandong." Su Kun said, "Are they crazy? The director's representative just informed me that all 8 of their supervisors came to the site to check our output data for us, and asked me to send 8 people to cooperate one-on-one. Come on, make sure you check the output data for us today." Zhou Wenqing replied, "You make arrangements first, don't be anxious. After the arrangements are made, come to Mr. Zhao's office to find me immediately." "Good." Zhou Wenqing hung up the phone and said, "Mr. Zhao, just now Su Kun said that the director's representative arranged for 8 supervisors to review our output data." Zhao Manfu asked, "How many people were arranged before?" Zhou Wenqing agreed, "Usually 2 or 3 people are enough." Zhao Manfu thought for a while and then said, "Call Zhang Yunqing and let us discuss it when Su Kun comes." Zhou Wenqing called Zhang Yunqing and told him to come to Zhao Manfu's office immediately to discuss something. Zhang Yunqing and Su Kun arrived at Zhao Manfu's office. Zhao Manfu invited the two of them to sit down on the sofa next to the coffee table and asked, "What is the total output value you have declared now? Is it 48 million yuan?" Zhang Yunqing replied, "Yes, after many rounds of revisions, the final adjustment result is 48 million yuan. Okay, how much water is in this?" Production manager Su Kun replied, "The water content is still similar to the data arranged yesterday. Some of the extra 2.13 million output value is for earthworks, and some is due to rush work and the completion amount is larger than I estimated." Zhao Manfu replied, "Okay, then I understand. Manager Su, tell me what to do about the supervision's verification of output value now." Production manager Su Kun replied, "What can we do about this? Just go to the site and take a look. If it is done, it is done. If it is not done, it is not done. You can't hide something." Zhou Wenqing replied, "I'm not trying to hide it from you. Our company has given us a collection target, which is larger than our actual output value. It's an unreasonable number. However, we must also find a way to accomplish it. So you can explain it to the brothers. Of course there is no problem if you see it done on site. If it is not done, just insist that it will be completed by the end of the month despite all the difficulties." Production manager Su Kun smiled awkwardly and said, "Mr. Zhou, does this mean we are going to start playing tricks?" Zhou Wenqing said unhappily, "On one side are the company's goals and tasks. On one side is the shame of the brothers. Could it be said that the company will be able to develop well if the brothers have shame? In addition, we only request the completed work quantity a little ahead of time. We must work overtime to complete all the quantities requested in advance. You can make arrangements with confidence and without any worries. If there are any problems in the meantime, please tell me in time. I'll deal with it." Production manager Su Kun replied, "Okay, Mr. Zhou. The supervisor was sending me messages again urging me to come on site." Zhou Wenqing replied, "Go and do your work first." After the production manager Su Kun left, Zhang Yunqing said with a smile, "In this production value review, judging from the aggressive attitude of the supervisor, is he planning to find some New Year money for his brothers?" Zhou Wenqing said nothing and looked sad. Zhao Manfu waited for a while and then said, "I also feel like there must be a monster when something goes wrong. It seems that this matter is not that simple. Mr. Zhou, you need to quickly check how much money your project department still has on its account and whether it is possible to cope with it." After listening to Zhao Manfu's speech, Zhou Wenqing called the financial teller and said, "Can you check how much money is available for the project?" Finance Tang Ying replied on the phone, "Mr. Zhou, there is no need to check, it is the end of the year, and the company's finance department is checking these data with me every day. We still have 80,000 yuan in our account now." "Okay, got it." Zhou Wenqing hung up the phone and said, "Tang Ying said there are still 80,000 yuan left." Zhao Manfu asked, "Do you think you can handle it?" Zhou Wenqing said, "Let's make a rough estimate. The director is 50,000 yuan, and the average of the 8 brothers is 3,000 yuan, which is 24,000 yuan. This costs 74,000 yuan. The project department has 6,000 yuan left in funds, and may not even have food. Not even enough." Zhao Manfu asked, "Can we save a little on an average of 3,000? Zhou Wenqing replied, "Where can I save money? The director's representative didn't usually deal with it, so it would take up at least 10,000 yuan. There are 7 people with an average of 2,000 each. As long as people who have not participated in the collection are usually not even invited to eat, we have already done a very economical job. But the money is still not enough." Zhou Wenqing paused for a while and then said, "Actually, if we are not at ease this time, we will collect more money and go back to the company. There will definitely not be any weird incident involving these 8 people collecting orders, and there is no need to prepare so many expenses for the director." Zhao Manfu smiled and said, "You mean to collect money and increase our activity funds? In fact, you are only considering supervision now. What if the cost and party A are still stuck? Does that mean we should think carefully about how much money it will cost to get this thing done? Zhou Wenqing agreed. I think it's a bit embarrassing for those of us who want some project funds before the project has been completed. Sigh. Zhou Wenqing replied, if we want to make an estimate, I estimate that the supervision department will be around 80,000 to 100,000 yuan, and the construction cost will be estimated at 50,000 yuan for the time being. There are two key figures in Party A, so let's give it 50,000 yuan. Zhao Manfu replied, then do you think it will be 200,000? Zhou Wenqing replied, yes, the key is that everyone is sensitive to this matter. In fact, even if you pay, no one may be willing to review it for you. Zhao Manfu replied, there is no way, Zhang Yunqing, you go and draft a report immediately. Zhang Yunqing replied, okay. Back to the business office, there was still no one there. Zhang Yunqing didn't care about that. After all, Yu Danjun and Li Xishuan both worked overtime for a long time. As long as the work results were handed over in time, it didn't matter when they came to work. Zhang Yunqing found the directory where the Nanshan project is located on his laptop and created a WPS file. The file name is Report on Application for Special Funds for the Year-End Progress Payment Review of the Nanshan Project. After writing it, he simply typeset it and printed out. Zhang Yunqing handed the Report on Application for Special Funds for the Year-End Progress Payment Review of the Nanshan Project in his hand to Zhao Manfu. Mr. Zhao, take a look, is it okay to write like this? After Zhao Manfu took the document, he simply modified a few things with a signature pen and explained the reasons. Then he asked Zhang Yunqing to review it for Zhou Wenqing. Zhou Wenqing smiled and said, it's enough if Mr. Zhao passes the review. You can change it and bring it over, and we'll sign it. Zhang Yunqing replied, okay. Zhang Yunqing returned to his workstation and completed Zhao Manfu's modification of the document, Report on Application for Special Funds for Year-End Progress Payment Review of Nanshan Project, and then printed another copy and brought it to Zhao Manfu for review. Zhao Manfu replied, no problem, let's do that. Zhang Yunqing asked Zhou Wenqing to sign, signed himself, and then asked Zhao Manfu to sign. After Zhao Manfu completed signing, he said, go and scan it quickly and pass it to Lin Yiping. Zhang Yunqing said casually, with so much money, it would probably be more difficult if you didn't call Mr. Song. Zhao Manfu said, I know, don't worry about it, I will control the rhythm of my own time. Zhang Yunqing replied, okay, then I'll go scan. It can be passed to Lin Yiping in 5 minutes. Good. Zhang Yunqing left Zhao Manfu's office and returned to his workstation. He put the Report on Application for Special Funds for Year-End Progress Payment Review of Nanshan Project on the scanner. After scanning it on the computer, he sent it as a QQ offline file. Lin Yiping. Zhang Yunqing waited for a few minutes and saw that Lin Yiping had no response on QQ. He took out his cell phone, looked up Lin Yiping's phone number in the phone address book, dialed it and asked, Gong Lin, is it convenient for me to speak? Lin Yiping's coughing sound came from the phone, Mr. Zhang, I worked overtime too late last night and got sick. I asked for temporary leave to see a doctor in the hospital. If anything happens, call Mr. Hua and ask him what to do. Yeah. Excuse me. After Zhang Yunqing ended the phone call with Lin Yiping, he found Hua Baibai's phone number in the phone address book, dialed it and asked, Mr. Hua, is it convenient for me to speak? It's convenient, what's the matter? Yunqing. The Nanshan Project Department typed a Report on Application for Special Funds for Year-End Progress Payment Review of the Nanshan Project document. Mr. Zhao has already signed it and just sent the scanned copy to Lin Yiping. I called her and she said she was sick and taking leave. Let me call you and see what you should do. Hua Baibai replied on the phone, yes, Xiao Lin is sick and has asked for leave. You let me think about it. Find order runner Zhou Jian and ask her to help you run this order. Okay, thank you Mr. Hua. Do you have the phone number of runner Zhou Jian? Yes, I'll call her right away. Good. After Zhang Yunqing waited for Hua Baibai to hang up the phone. I looked up the phone number of runner Zhou Jian in the phone address book and dialed it. Hello, Mr. Zhou. I am Zhang Yunqing from the Nanhai area. Hearty laughter came from the phone. Oh, Mr. Zhang, I haven't heard your voice for a long time. Are you still used to going to the Nanhai area? Habit. Zhou Gong, I have something to trouble you with. What are you talking about? I had a report document that needed to be signed and approved, and it turned out that I was contacted by Lin Yiping. But today she is sick. Mr. Hua means to ask you to help me run. Oh, Mr. Hua never told me. What should we do? You call Mr. Hua to arrange it for me. Mr. Hua, you are the leader after all. Can you take the initiative to ask and I will send you the documents first? No, everyone has to do his or her own thing. Even if you ask me to do it, it must be arranged by the leader on his own initiative. There is no reason for me to take the initiative to ask for extra work. Don't you agree? Okay, I'll call Mr. Hua to contact you again. After Zhang Yunqing ended the phone call with runner Zhou Jian. There was silence for a while. I guess this is a company matter after all. Why do some employees always have different opinions? Why can't we proactively help the project department solve some communication problems? Don't these employees know how to use the project department to help the company earn back money? Very strange. Unable to care so much, Zhang Yunqing chose to continue making phone calls. I found Hua Baibai's phone number in the phone address book, dialed it and said, Mr. Hua, I called the runner Zhou Jian. She meant that she didn't receive your notification and she couldn't help me. Go through the formalities. Okay, I get it. Find her again in 10 minutes. Good. Zhang Yunqing waited for 10 minutes and then called the runner Zhou Jian and asked, Gong Zhou, how are you? Mr. Hua has arranged for you to help me with the formalities. Runner Zhou Jian replied on the phone, I just came to tell me. What about your documents? Who needs to sign them? Zhang Yunqing replied, I will send you offline files on QQ right away. The name of the document is, Report on Application for Special Funds for Year-End Progress Payment Review of Nanshan Project. It has been sent. Have a look. Have you received it? Received. The download has been successful. In printing. Okay. In terms of signature, according to my understanding, at least Mr. Hua and Mr. Song need to sign. I am not sure who is required for the financial signature later on. You can ask Tang Yulan, your financial contact person. Okay, I understand. That's it, I'm going to find the leaders. Okay, thank you Zhou Gong. You're welcome. Bye. Bye-bye. Order runner Zhou Jian took the printed Report on Application for Special Funds for Year-End Progress Payment Review of Nanshan Project to Hua Bai's annual office and said, Mr. Hua, this is the report that Zhang Yunqing just asked me to help with the procedures. Please review. Hua Bai took the document and read it carefully before signing to express his agreement. Runner Zhou Jian arrived at the door of the business unit president Song Ziyuan's office with the Report on Application for Special Funds for Year-End Progress Payment Review of the Nanshan Project signed and confirmed by Hua Bai. Song Ziyuan looked up when he heard the knock on the door and saw runner Zhou Jian standing at the door and asked, Xiao Zhou, come in. What's the matter? Zhou Jian handed the Report on the Application for Special Funds for the Year-End Progress Payment Review of the Nanshan Project to Song Ziyuan and said, Mr. Song, there is a report document here that needs your review. Oh, why are you doing the ordering today? What Mr. Hua said was that Lin Yiping was sick and I was the only one suitable, so he temporarily recruited a strong man and asked me to help with the urgent tasks of this Nanshan project. Oh, it turns out he was a young man caught temporarily. Sit down. I have read the document and I need to communicate with Manfu. Zhou Jian pulled up a chair and sat down, waiting slowly. Song Ziyuan picked up the mobile phone on the table, looked up the phone number of Nanhai District Production Vice President Zhao Manfu in the phone address book, and dialed it. The phone only rang once and was connected. Manfu, about applying for Nanshan District, report on special funds for project year-end progress payment review, what's going on? Tell me about it. Zhao Manfu replied, boss, don't you want me to pay back 40 million yuan? Right. The current situation is that I only have 2 projects. The payment data of the Bowen project has been approved by Party A, and it can only receive 7 million yuan. In this case, the Nanshan project would have to collect 33 million yuan. The estimated actual output value of the project this month was 35 million yuan, and only 28 million yuan could be collected. In this case, the output value corresponding to the collection amount of 5 million yuan needs to be increased. 5,000.8 is equal to 6.25 million yuan. Such a large increase is quite conspicuous compared to the actual output value of 35 million yuan, and it is difficult to handle. This morning we submitted a report of 48 million yuan to the supervisor in line with the declared output value. The supervisor has arranged for 8 people to check the project quantities on site for us. We also arranged for 8 people to work with the supervisor to review the construction site. After discussing with Zhang Yunqing and Zhou Wenqing, I thought that if the supervisor used so many people to check, the watery parts would definitely be picked out. So we discussed it. If we must ensure that the payment is successful, we may report it to the company and apply for some special funds to take care of the main personnel related to supervision, cost, and Party A. Maybe this is the only way to succeed. Song Ziyuan asked on the phone, yes, I understand. But you have also spent a lot of special funds on the price appraisal during this period. I think the company leaders will be upset when they see your report. In this way, I see that you are applying for 200,000 yuan, so adjust the amount a little smaller, and you can find more relevant people to eat, drink, and keep in touch with each other. You can't completely choose this simple and crude method of throwing money at it. After thinking about it, Zhao Manfu said, Mr. Song, this 200,000 is not much to begin with. The main reason is that in our situation, other people dare to sign for us unless we give money. Song Ziyuan replied on the phone, Manfu, this is not the first time for you and me to do a project. As long as we can ensure that the project quantity with the reported output value is completed as soon as possible in the later period, I am sure that you, Party A, are rushing to complete the project. They said they were eager to do so. Because we have dug a hole for ourselves, and we must fill it as soon as possible. Let's do this. I'll approve your 200,000 yuan to be turned into 150,000 yuan, and you can strengthen contact with relevant personnel. You must learn to spend less and get more done. You need to use your project team's intelligence and talents to deal well with these supervisors, cost makers, and Party A. Zhao Manfu pretended to be calm on the phone and replied, okay, follow Mr. Song's arrangements. Song Ziyuan signed on the report document, report on application for special funds for year-end progress payment review of Nanshan project. It is agreed that a special grant of 150,000 yuan will be made, and the Nanhai area must be guaranteed to receive a payment of 40 million yuan before the Lunar New Year. Song Ziyuan. Runner Zhou Jian took Song Ziyuan's approved report on application for special funds for year-end progress payment review of Nanshan project and came to Tang Yulan's workstation in the finance office and asked, who needs to sign this special report? Tang Yulan replied, there are many people who need to sign. I want to sign. Come and I will sign for you first. Then you have to find Ma Jing, the deputy financial manager, Xue Xue, the deputy financial director, and Feng Sherlan, the head of the financial center, to sign their signatures before it is settled. Okay, thank you, Sister Tang. Zhou Jian brought the report on application for special funds for year-end progress payment review of Nanshan project, approved by Tang Yulan to the workstation of Deputy Financial Manager Ma Jing and handed the document to her. The Deputy Financial Manager looked at it and said, wait a moment. Then he handed the document to Xue Xue, the Deputy Director of Finance beside him, and asked, Mr. Xue, there is another special funding report for the Nanshan project. Do we want to sign it for him? Xue Xue took the document and took a look at it and said, sign it. Didn't you see that Song Ziyuan, the president of the business unit, signed it? Don't look for trouble. Ma Jing, the deputy financial manager, reluctantly answered, oh. He signed his name and handed it to the runner Zhou Jian. Zhou Jian took the report on application for special funds for year-end progress payment review of Nanshan project, signed by Deputy Finance Manager Ma Jing, followed Deputy Finance Director Xue Xue back to her workstation, handed the document over and said, "Thank you Mr. Xue, just helped me out. I still need to trouble you to review it." Xue Xue, Deputy Director of Finance, replied, "There are always people who use chicken feathers as arrows to make simple things more complicated." Zhou Jian didn't speak as if he didn't understand, and quietly waited for Deputy Financial Director Xue Xue to sign. After Xue Xue, the Deputy Director of Finance, finished signing, he came to the door of the office of Feng Shilan, the head of the financial center. There was a long queue in front of him. People from various business departments were waiting for Feng Shilan, the head of the financial center, to sign. Zhou Jian felt a sense of disgust in her heart. Such a concentrated signature would affect the progress of many people. Things that could have been handled quickly were stuck in this last signature procedure. Things that the project department requires to be dealt with immediately may very well have not been dealt with even after a day has passed. While I was thinking wildly, I received another call from Zhang Yunqing, Gong Zhou, which part of our report on applying for special funds for the year-end progress payment review of the Nanshan project has been signed. Zhou Jian replied absently, "All the leaders in front have signed." I'm still waiting in line outside her office when the head of the financial center, Mr. Feng, signs. Zhang Yunqing replied, "Okay, I understand. As long as we can sign the contract today and pay the project department tomorrow, it will not affect the work arrangements on the project." Runner Zhou Jian replied, "Okay, I got it, Mr. Zhang. I'll do my best. Well, sorry for the trouble. Bye. Bye-bye." After Zhang Yunqing ended the phone call with Zhou Jian, the runner, he remembered the payment collection of the Cheongshan Bowen project, and called Jin Haran to ask, "Metalworker, we have completed the payment collection work. What step is it now?" Jin Haran replied, "Mr. Zhang, as you know, the original invoice is required for payment collection. We don't have the original invoice yet. The original invoice is handled by the financial cashier Zhou Fang. Ask her what the situation is." "Okay, I'll go now." After Zhang Yunqing ended the phone call with Jin Haran, he came to Zhao Manfu's office. "Report to Zhao Manfui, Mr. Zhao, our report on applying for special funds for year-end progress payment review of Nanshan project is run by Zhou Jian, the runner. I called just now to ask, and only the person in charge of the finance center, Mr. Feng, is missing to sign." "Yes, she is waiting at the door of Mr. Feng's office now." Zhao Manfu replied, "Okay." Zhang Yunqing continued, "I always feel that there is a problem with the payment collection of the Cheongshan Bowen project. Now the invoice is missing, and the invoice issue has not been resolved. I just called Jin Haran to ask him about the progress of the payment collection. He knew about the invoice, but he didn't know how the invoice had been processed. I have asked him to go to the financial treasurer Zhou Fang to ask about the situation." Zhao Manfu said with a smile, "We are working intensively on the Nanshan project here, and we almost forgot about the payment collection situation of the Cheongshan Bowen project." Zhang Yunqing asked, "Then should you take the initiative to ask Song Xiaoshan, or should you wait until Jin Haran's situation is reported?" Zhao Manfu replied, "Don't panic, let the bullets fly for a while before talking." Zhang Yunqing replied, "Okay." Zhang Yunqing asked again, "Mr. Zhao, although our capital plan has been reported to the company, I feel that it is impossible to give as much as we reported. If the numbers returned this time are not ideal, what should we do?" When Zhao Manfu heard this, his head hurt and he said, "As for this, there will be a way to reach the mountain, so don't panic. Let's wait until the specific data comes out." Zhang Yunqing replied, "Okay." The pricing documents for our project have also come out, as have the gross profit margin calculation documents for all our pricing materials. If there is another opportunity to make design changes in the project, we should reduce the varieties with unsatisfactory gross profit margins. Zhao Manfu asked, have you sent the documents to the project manager? Zhang Yunqing replied, this matter has been going on for a long time. It was sent to the project manager Zhou Wenqing at that time. Zhao Manfu nodded and said, okay, then I will talk to Zhou Wenqing when the time is right. Jin Haoran called Zhang Yunqing, Mr. Zhang, I asked the financial cashier Zhou Fang. The Kyoto headquarters of Foreign Economic and Trade Securities has arranged for the express delivery and it is expected to arrive tomorrow. Zhang Yunqing said happily after hearing this, that's great. Have you asked Zhou Fang whether the taxes invoiced by Zhou Fang are ready? No, I'm at Sister Fang's place, why don't I give her the phone number? Please communicate again. Can. Then the voice of financial teller Zhou Fang came from Jin Haoran's end and asked, Mr. Zhang, hello. Sister Fang, okay. I just want to ask if the company will pay you for the taxes that need to be paid in advance for invoicing. They won't call me in advance. Then how do you ensure that you can issue invoices on time? What I need to do is submit the invoicing application procedures to the leader of the finance department for review. Now the job has been successful. According to work habits, the finance department transfers the prepaid taxes to my card 2 or 3 hours before I am going to issue an invoice. Does the company control funds accurately down to the hour? Yeah, did you just know? Forget it, I don't understand financial matters. This is completely beyond my imagination. I just need to know that the invoice you issue will not affect our collection time. Don't worry, Mr. Zhang. As soon as I receive the Foreign Economic Certificate tomorrow, I will go to the Tax Bureau to handle the following matters. If everything goes well, I will be able to get the invoice tomorrow. Okay, I know. Just let me know after you open the invoice. At the same time, give the original invoice to Jin Haoran as soon as possible and ask him to hand it over to Party A's Su Xieshan. We can wait for Party A to pay us. Okay. Goodbye. Bye-bye. After Zhang Yunqing ended the phone call with Jin Haoran and Zhou Fang, he said, Mr. Zhao, the Foreign Economic Certificate for the first phase of the Bowen Landscape Improvement Project is already on its way. It is expected to be delivered tomorrow, and the invoice is also expected to be issued tomorrow. Zhao Manfu nodded with satisfaction and said, that's good, I finally see a little hope. The phone rang. Zhao Manfu looked down, put his index finger upright in front of his lips and said, Mr. Song. Then he picked up the phone, sat up straight, and looked like he was listening attentively, with the sound of okay coming from his mouth from time to time. After Song Ziyuan finished arranging things on the phone and hung up, Zhao Manfu put the phone on the table and said nervously, I don't know how short of money the company is. In order to collect the 7 million yuan for the Cheongshan Bowen Phase 1 Landscape Improvement Project, Feng Shilan, the head of the financial center, personally called Mr. Song, the president of the business unit, and requested that the money be collected within 3 days. Zhang Yunqing smiled and said, 3 days, when do you start counting? Zhao Manfu said, you can still laugh at such a tense thing. The request starts from tomorrow. It means that as long as we ensure that the application materials for the grant are handed over to Party A, the rest of the matter can be coordinated by the company leaders. Zhang Yunqing replied, for such a tense matter, if you don't smile, do you still have to cry? We just asked, and the earliest we can issue the invoice to Party A is Su Xieshan tomorrow. Zhao Manfu replied, yes, I know. However, I was still worried, so I called Song Xiaoshan and asked him to ensure that he first ensures that the payment is collected in the next 2 days. After finishing speaking, Zhao Manfu picked up the mobile phone on the table and found the phone number of the project manager Song Xiaoshan in the phone address book. He called and got through and said, Mr. Song, the company leaders pay special attention to your 700 yuan. The collection of 10,000 yuan is required to start from tomorrow, and 7 million must be recovered within 3 days. You have to think of a way. Song Xiaoshan replied helplessly on the phone, Mr. Zhao, Party A's company is not owned by my family, how can I get him to pay me within 3 days? Plus, as far as I know, none of our invoices have been issued yet. Why do you ask for payment? Zhao Manfu comforted him on the phone. Hey, don't be anxious. This is something that Mr. Feng Shirlan of the company's financial center has personally discussed with the president of the business unit. As the executive department, we are not qualified to negotiate conditions, right? Song Xiaoshan replied on the phone, yes. However, it was just too frustrating. Zhao Manfu replied, no matter what, we must follow the company's big requirements, work hard, and do the best we can. If it doesn't happen, there needs to be a good reason, right? Right. I want you to focus your work these days on the 7 million payment. You need to go to the financial teller Zhou Fong and the budget clerk Jean Haran to understand the key conditions and time points for collection. As long as all the written procedures for applying for progress payment on our project are handed over to Su Xishan from Party A, tell me immediately and I will find the relevant leaders of the company to contact Party A for payment. Do you understand what I mean? Understood. When you are looking for Party A's Su Xishan, you must also emphasize that you hope to receive the project payment as quickly as possible, and you must express this clearly. Okay, I understand. Mr. Zhao. As long as you know. Thanks a lot. It should. Bye-bye. After ending the phone call with Song Xiaoshan, Zhao Manfu said, Yun Qing, our Nanshan affairs must be settled quickly. It is best to go to the Cheongshan Bowen project tomorrow. Otherwise, I always feel uneasy with this collection work. Zhang Yunqing smiled bitterly and said, our construction unit collects payment, there is no time limit for payment repayment. Look at the many projects we have participated in before, there is no project where the rush to complete work is fast and the collection of payment is slow. I always feel that our company's collection concept is a bit weird. Zhao Manfu laughed and said, weird. Really? Weirdness explains everything. He who understands understands. Zhang Yunqing continued, if you are in a hurry to go there, you can actually go there tomorrow morning. When the invoice comes out in the afternoon, you can help coordinate the relationship between Party A and clearly explain the time point for payment. Just. Speak, don't hesitate. It's just that after the payment collection matters over there are coordinated, we have to rush back to the Nanshan project immediately. After all, there is still 33 million yuan in receipts here, and there is not a single word left. There must be many links later that require communication and coordination. Zhao Manfu replied, you can leave tomorrow morning, but you must get the supervision matters here settled before you can go to the Cheongshan project with confidence and come back quickly. Zhang Yunqing replied, yes. Our Nanshan project is now eagerly waiting for the company to allocate a special fund of 150,000 yuan. We are also waiting for the supervisor to review the project quantities corresponding to the declared output value for us. Zhao Manfu said, speaking of the supervision and review of project quantities, I asked Zhou Wenqing. After finishing speaking, he picked up the mobile phone on the table, looked up Zhou Wenqing's phone number in the phone address book, dialed it and asked, Mr. Zhou, how is the supervisor's review of your project quantities? Can it be completed today? I also need Zhang Yunqing and I to go there for the collection of payment for my Cheongshan Bowen project. However, the review results of the supervisor here have not been resolved, and I am worried about the matter here. Zhou Wenqing said on the phone, now I only know that our production cooperator is back. I don't know when the supervision will get the results. I'll ask again. Okay, try to hurry up. After Zhou Wenqing waited for Zhao Manfu to hang up the phone, he got up, went downstairs, and drove to the supervision project department. Zhou Wenqing came to the door of Director Huang Yuandong's office. The door is open, right in the office. Zhou Wenqing asked politely, Mr. Huang, please ask, can our project quantity review be completed today? Director Huang Yuandong showed the information in his hand and said, my 8 brothers just handed me the results of the review. They were about to call you when you came. Zhou Wenqing reached out to take the information from Huang Yuandong's hand, looked through it briefly, and said, Mr. Huang, you are a bit harsh. If you reduce the work by so many, we will not have enough money to solve the problem of workers' payment. Director Huang Yuandong smiled and said, Mr. Zhou, you can also take it back and ask your brothers to take a good look at it. If there are any mistakes in the review, just communicate directly with the corresponding brothers at the receiving end and make adjustments. Don't worry, we will never deliberately embarrass you. Zhou Wenqing smiled awkwardly and said, Okay, Mr. Huang. I'll take it back first to settle the account. Please spare some time at night. Once I have the results, I want to come to you and report on my work. Director Huang Yuandong smiled knowingly and said, Okay. Always at your service. Zhou Wenqing returned to Zhao Manfu's office with the documents, but Zhang Yinqing hadn't left yet. Zhou Wenqing handed the document to Zhang Yinqing and said, This is the project quantity that the director gave me for review. You can take it and arrange it to calculate the output value. Zhang Yinqing replied, Go right away. Zhou Wenqing asked from behind Zhang Yinqing who was leaving, How long will it take? Zhang Yinqing replied without looking back, Soon. After Zhang Yinqing came to the office of the Ministry of Commerce, he tore the project volume data reviewed by the director from the middle page. The first half of the information was given to Yu Dongjin, and the second half of the information was given to Li Shixuan, and arrangements were made. Now you too, immediately update the project quantity data reviewed by the supervisor to the version of the production value software we have declared. After finishing, Dongjin send it to me for review after merging it. Yu Dongjin replied, Mr. Zhang, I have other things on my hands. What's the matter? I am checking with the people from Bian Zhen's family on the labor team about their actual labor output value. Oh. Got it. Inform the other party that there is a temporary urgent task, and then check with him after completing the urgent task. Okay, I'll tell the other party online right away. Mr. Zhang, the other party responded and disagreed, saying that their reconciliation is also very important. Disagree? Ask his boss to come to me to coordinate the time. You should hurry up and deal with the problem of supervision and review of project quantities just given. Okay. I'll tell the other person right away. Wow, Mr. Zhang, you are indeed a deterrent. Once I say it was arranged by you, ask them to communicate with the boss. The other party's tone immediately changed to, Don't worry, I will wait until you complete the temporary urgent task and then check with you. That's pretty much it. You should pay close attention to the production value data of the entire pair and stop wasting time on the other party. Mr. Zhou and Mr. Zhao are both anxiously waiting for the data from us in Mr. Zhao's office. Yu Dongjin and Li Shixuan uploaded the project quantity data reviewed by the supervisor into the budget software, merged them together, and sent the software version to Zhang Yinqing for review. Zhang Yinqing asked the two of them to read out the engineering quantity data that he had checked. Zhang Yinqing checked the engineering quantity data one by one on the computer. Some of them were more, some were less, and some had the wrong decimal places, resulting in the engineering quantity 10 times more. Zhang Yinqing thought in his heart, fortunately he was cautious today and checked it himself, otherwise he doesn't know what trouble he would have caused. At the same time, I was wondering why the two of them couldn't be more cautious in their work. It's strange that you have to check it yourself to find out the problem. The three people uploaded the project quantities reviewed by the supervisor into the computer's budget software, and after manually checking them again, Zhang Yinqing printed out the summary sheet, and after telling Yu Dongjin and Li Shixuan that they could do other things, they came with the information. Arrive at Zhao Manfu's office. Zhou Wenqing glanced at his watch and asked in surprise, Mr. Zhang, it's so fast, the results will be out in half an hour. Zhang Yinqing nodded and handed the document to Zhou Wenqing. Zhou Wenqing, who took the document, said, the data reviewed by the supervisor is relatively reliable. The total output value is only 38 million yuan. Mr. Zhao, take a look. Zhao Manfu did not accept the document handed over by Zhou Wenqing and said, it's a piece of waste paper, what's there to see? Just see for yourself. Don't you think this production value data is disgusting? Zhou Wenqing smiled and said, I didn't feel disgusted, it was just a normal review. Our original calculation was only 35 million yuan, but later we added some earthwork and the like, and it was estimated to be similar to his 38 million yuan. Zhao Manfu said, I only care about whether I can complete the collection task, they have to give us some water. It's not easy for everyone. You go to the director Huang Yuandong and have a good communication. Zhou Wenqing replied, Mr. Zhao, you'd better give me some instructions. There's such a big difference. We quoted an output value of 48 million yuan. Now let's ask him what output value he wants. After all, there is still cost and party A to review and reduce later. Zhao Manfu replied, it would be best if he could promise you to reduce the project quantity by only a few 100,000. You need to explain to the other party that the data he has reviewed is not the final data. No one knows the subsequent cost or how much party A will reduce after review. But you can promise him that these advanced projects will be completed within a month. So that others won't dare to talk to you. Zhou Wenqing replied, okay. What about the cost issue? You can talk about these little things yourself, as long as you don't think it's too much. You have to be flexible and decide. After we have negotiated, come back and tell me and I will support you. Zhou Wenqing replied, okay. I'll go out to find him right away. Zhou Wenqing brought the form document with a total price of 38 million printed by Zhang Yunqing to Director Huang Yuandong's office. After entering, he closed the office door. Zhou Wenqing greeted Director Huang Yuandong, handed him a cigarette, smoked one himself, and lit each one. After sitting down, he complained, Mr. Huang, the output value I reported this time is 48 million yuan, which is basically waterless. Your brothers are sharpening their knives too quickly. Look, this is the total output value that we budgeted based on the project quantities you reviewed, which is only 38 million yuan. Director Huang Yuandong smiled dryly and said, Mr. Zhou, whether there is any water in your output value of 48 million yuan is not your decision, nor is my decision. But, one thing is clear to each other. Zhou Wenqing stared at Director Huang Yuandong for a few seconds, stretched out his right hand and gave a thumbs up and said, Mr. Huang is of high standard. If you see through it without telling him, everyone will be better off. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. After the two laughed, the atmosphere suddenly became more lively. Zhou Wenqing said, Mr. Huang, our company has encountered some difficulties and needs to do a better job in collecting payments. Don't mention whether the output value we reported is watery or not. But we have an output value requirement of 47 million yuan. After this output value is reviewed by you, the cost consulting unit will also review the price and may need to reduce it by several million yuan. Finally, it will be reviewed and reduced by Party A. To be honest, I don't even know how much the output value will be given to us in the final review, and whether we can guarantee the payment amount for all our orders by the end of the year. So I still want to ask Mr. Huang to take more care of us so that we can face future difficulties in terms of production value. Director Huang Yuandong took a deep breath from his cigarette, blew out a large puff of smoke towards the ceiling, sat up straight, clasped his hands together, put them on the desk in front of him and said, Mr. Zhou, you want to collect money, but you can't. Be reasonable, right? You say you have difficulties. In fact, I also have difficulties. Which one doesn't have any difficulties? You see, I have so many brothers who are following me and working outside their hometowns. Which of them is not difficult? Which one is not a family behind it? But their incomes are very low and their lives are very difficult. Now you say that you want to review your normal output value of only 38 million yuan into an output value of 47 million yuan. Is this what you mean? After Director Huang Yuandong said this, he looked up at Zhou Wenqing and asked. Zhou Wenqing replied, that's the idea. I don't want to do it myself. It's really forced by the company leaders and I have no choice. Mr. Huang is also requested to have more understanding and support. Director Huang Yuandong said, Mr. Zhou, he just knows how to talk. Let me put it this way about the condition you mentioned. I understand and I support it. But those brothers who participated in the contract collection have to sign the project quantities for you. How do you want me to tell them? After Zhou Wenqing finished smoking the cigarette in his hand, he put it in the ashtray. He took out 2 more cigarettes, gave one to Director Huang Yuandong and lit it. He put the cigarette in his mouth and lit it with a pop sound. After taking a deep breath, he exhaled a large cloud of smoke and felt a little calmer. Said solemnly, "Mr. Huang, I know that our company's request is a bit unreasonable. It's causing trouble for you. The leader also made a special request to me, asking me to guarantee that all the projects signed this time must be completed within 1 month, and I will never leave any tail for you." Director Huang Yuandong gave a non-committal, Zhou Wenqing continued, "Of course, we will not let you take these risks on us for no reason. The project department prepared some polishing expenses." Zhou Wenqing paused here, wanting to observe the situation from Director Huang Yuandong's face before continuing. Unexpectedly, Director Huang Yuandong didn't have any different expressions on his face, he just looked like he was listening to him carefully. Zhao Manfu said, "We usually have to find a way. We can't let the project department live in such a miserable life." Zhou Wenqing said, "Business people are so tight-minded, what solutions can they think of?" Zhao Manfu replied, "Yes, the company's requirements are too strict." During the chat, Zhou Wenqing felt that time was almost up, so he left Zhao Manfu's office and drove to Director Huang Yuandong's office. Zhou Wenqing saw Huang Yuandong signing and asked, "Mr. Zhou, have you finished signing?" Huang Yuandong raised his head, glanced at Zhou Wenqing and said, "Mr. Zhou, please do this for 2 minutes first. I'll sign it right away and stamp it." "Good." Huang Yuandong finished signing and called a supervisor to come in. He took the progress report form in his hand to the office to have the supervision project stamp stamped on it. After the arrangements were made, Huang Yuandong said to Zhou Wenqing, "Mr. Zhou, today I forced the brothers to sign your signature. But no one is very satisfied. See if there is any other way to make everyone happy. You have to find a way to solve it, otherwise, I won't be able to ask them to do anything in the future." Zhou Wenqing thought for a moment and said, "I'm not afraid of Mr. Huang's jokes. Our project department now has no money at all, and the company also said that we can allocate some funds to the project department only after we receive the correct payment. Look, does this work? Anyway, it's almost the Chinese New Year and the holidays are about to begin. After a few days of delay, our project department will have some money after we receive the corresponding payment. At that time, we, the host of Western Construction, invited the entire supervision project department to have a party. Increase the feelings between our brothers and sisters. Mr. Huang, do you think this arrangement is necessary? If yes, then I hope you can receive the project payment as soon as possible. Thank you, Mr. Huang, for taking care of me. You are welcome." After a while, the supervisor handed over the output value declaration document of 47.05 million yuan, which had been stamped with the supervision project seal, to the Director Huang Yuandong. Director Huang Yuandong handed the document to Zhou Wenqing and said, "Mr. Zhou, this is your output value declaration document of 47.05 million yuan. We have done what the supervisor should do, and it will be up to you later. Good luck." Zhou Wenqing took the document and replied, "Okay, thank you Mr. Huang, thank you brothers and sisters. I'll go back and do the production value confirmation first. Let's talk some other time." "Okay. Walk slowly." Zhou Wenqing returned to the Nanshan project department with the output value declaration document of 47.05 million yuan confirmed by the supervisor. He approached Zhang Yunqing from the Ministry of Commerce and said, "Mr. Zhang, the supervisor's signature has been completed. You will arrange for people to find the cost consulting company later. Go get it done." After receiving the output value declaration document, Zhang Yunqing said, "Okay, I'll go now." Zhang Yunqing arranged for Li Xishuan to say, "Shaoli, call the cost worker Ding and ask her if she is in the office of the project department." "Okay." Li Xishuan agreed. Li Shixuan took out her mobile phone, looked up the phone number of Ding Xiaohe in the phone book, and dialed it and asked, "Hello, Mr. Ding. Are you currently in the cost office of the project department?" Ding Xiaohe replied, "Yes. What's the matter with you?" "Mr. Zhang and I want to see you in your office. Our output value declaration documents have been compiled and need to be submitted to you for review. Please first send me the version of your software for preparing output value declaration documents." "Okay, I'll send it to your QQ right away." After hanging up the phone, Li Shixuan reported to Zhang Yunqinghui, "Mr. Zhang, Ding said she was in the office." I immediately sent her the software version of the 47.05 million yuan output value declaration document and the electronic version of the format file. "For such a large amount this time, you should go together." Zhang Yunqing smiled and said, "Okay, we'll go there after you get ready." Li Shixuan replied, "This network is a bit slow. It will probably take some time." Zhang Yunqing asked, "Is there a USB flash drive?" "It doesn't have to be the internet." Li Shixuan replied, "I have a USB flash drive, I will copy it to the USB flash drive and take it with me." A few minutes later Li Shixuan shouted, "Mr. Zhang, we can go." Li Shixuan took the output value declaration document signed by the supervisor and Zhang Yunqing to the office of the cost consulting company at the construction site. Li Shixuan handed the document to Ding Xiaohe from the cost consulting company and said, "Ding Gong, this is our output value declaration document from Western Construction. Please review it." After Ding Xiaohe greeted the two of them to sit down, he took the document and flipped through it and said, "The output value declared this time is 47.05 million yuan. Li Shixuan replied, "Yes, Mr. Ding." The supervisor arranged for 8 people to go to the site to collect and verify these project quantities. "Do you still have to go to the site to check the project quantities?" Ding Xiaohe replied, "Since the supervisor has put so much effort into verifying your project quantities, I will no longer waste time verifying your quantities." Recommended, the book chasing app 1am using recently, //me //me reading /app // caches reading books and reads them offline. I only review your unit price and total price. Okay. I have copied the electronic documents related to the output value declaration to a USB flash drive. Can I copy them to you? Ding Gong. No, Mr. Li, our company has just issued document regulations. In the future, we are no longer allowed to use USB flash drives to copy files. Why? Mr. Ding, aren't we all using USB flash drives to copy files now? It seems that our company has a computer specially used to store data. We usually copy files to the computer through USB flash drives and store them on the computer. We also copy a large number of files from the computer using USB flash drives. A few days ago, the computer suddenly stopped working and couldn't be turned on. At first I thought the computer was broken and that it would be fine after repairing it. As a result, I called several computer repairmen but couldn't fix it. After checking that the computer was infected with too many types of viruses, the computer has not been repaired yet. All the data stored on it is equivalent to being lost. The losses were a bit heavy. The companies that repair computers all say that copying files from a USB flash drive is too easy to be infected with viruses, and cross-infection cannot be eliminated at all. It is recommended that our company prohibit the use of USB flash drives to copy files in the future, and whoever has an accident will bear the responsibility himself. Li Shixuan smiled sheepishly and said, "Well, forget about USB flash drives being so unpopular in your company now. I'll send you an email later when I get back using the extremely slow internet speed." Ding Xiaohe replied, "It doesn't matter if the internet speed is slow, as long as you are not directly infected with the virus, it will be much better." Zhang Yunqing saw that the two of them were almost chatting and asked, "Ding Gong, look at our output value declaration document. How long does it take you to review it? The collection plan our company has arranged for us is accurate to the last minute. We need to work hard to review our production value declaration documents as soon as possible. Ding Xiaohe replied, Mr. Zhang, your Li workers will send me the electronic version of your output value declaration document later. I will start reviewing it tomorrow. If nothing happens, you can come and get the review document the day after tomorrow. Zhang Yinqing replied, okay, thank you, Mr. Ding. If we, Shaoli, need to cooperate with you, you can arrange it at any time. In the past few days, I have asked Shaoli to focus on cooperating with the output value declaration and review. Ding Xiaohe asked, is it really arranged at any time? Zhang Yinqing replied, that's for sure. Ding Xiaohe asked, then Mr. Li will accompany me to the city tonight. After I came to the project this time, I have too many things at work and I haven't been to the city yet. Zhang Yinqing replied, okay. Do you want to send you a car and a driver? Ding Xiaohe replied, no, just send the person to me. Let's take a stroll by ourselves and don't bother anyone else. Zhang Yinqing replied, okay. Then he turned to Li Shixuan and said, then it's up to you to accompany Ding. You guys can chat slowly. I'll go back to the project department first. Li Shixuan smiled and said, what's so hard about shopping? It's best to schedule it like this every week and relax. Zhang Yinqing returned to the Nanshan project department and came to Zhao Manfu's office. Zhang Yinqing said, Li Shixuan and I went to the cost consulting company Ding Gong and handed over the 47.05 million yuan output value declaration document signed by the supervisor. Shaoli was left behind to go shopping with Ding Gong at night. Zhou Wencheng, who was sitting opposite Zhao Manfu, smiled and said, you guys are okay, you can actually go shopping with me often. Zhang Yinqing smiled and said, maybe this is also a matter of fate. However, it is estimated that it will cost some money. When the time comes, Mr. Zhou, please remember to ask Shaoli to reimburse the expenses incurred. Zhou Wencheng asked, what is the fee? How much is it? Zhang Yinqing replied, what's the cost? When they go shopping, the expenses are nothing more than taxi fares, meals or small gifts, but no big expenses. Zhou Wencheng asked again, our project quantity report is so large, don't we ask for cost consultation? Zhang Yinqing smiled and said, Shaoli asked this question in person. The explanation is that the supervisor has sent 8 people to the site to review it, and those who want to know the cost still need to go to the site to check the quantity of the work. What Ding Gong means is that the project quantity is the main responsibility of the supervisor, so they don't spend any more energy on it when it comes to cost, and they don't have enough manpower. All they have to do is review the unit price and total price. Zhou Wenqing smiled and said, if you put it this way, it is possible that they will not use special funds if the cost is so high. Zhang Yinqing replied, for now, it can be understood this way. Zhou Wenqing asked again, when can I get the audit result document? Zhang Yinqing replied, according to what Ding Gong said, it is expected to be available the day after tomorrow. Zhao Manfu said, if we put it this way, if we want to go to the Bowen project, we only have one day tomorrow. Because the cost audit data will come out the day after tomorrow, if something is wrong, you still need to come forward and communicate in time. Zhang Yinqing replied, yes. During this period, if we want to do a good job in the company, we must be comfortable between these 2 project departments. Zhao Manfu replied, it doesn't matter if you run away, as long as you can get things done. How about we go to the Bowen project tonight, so we don't have to leave in a hurry tomorrow? Zhang Yinqing replied, it's already dinner time, how about we leave after dinner? Zhao Manfu replied, okay, let's go to the cafeteria to eat. We are scheduled to set off from the project department at 7 o'clock. Good. The night view of Nanshan Beach is still very beautiful. Although Zhang Yinqing and Zhao Manfu were rushing in the car, they did not forget to appreciate the beautiful night view of the seaside. Zhao Manfu joked, I used to wish I could go to the beach more often, but now it's better. The 2 project departments I manage are both on the beach. This dream actually came true unexpectedly at work. Zhang Yinqing replied, yes, we inland people have never seen the sea before. I always have an inexplicable yearning for the sea. I guess what I thought the ocean looked like before. Zhao Manfu smiled and said, your brain circuit is so strange that I can't guess it. Zhang Yunqing replied, I have seen larger lakes at most before. I thought the sea was like countless lakes spliced together. There are also times of calm. I think the sea level is flat and stationary. However, through this period of observation, it will take at least several months. There is never a moment when the water of the sea is calm and still. Time surges toward the shore one after another, and then recedes. Zhao Manfu smiled and said, the low water becomes the sea, and the low man becomes the king. The saint is nameless, and the great one is invisible. The eagle stands as if sleeping, and the tiger moves like a disease. Noble but not obvious, gorgeous but not dazzling. Keep a low profile and hide deeply. The road leave one step behind, and give up 1/3 of the taste. If you want to take something first, you must give it first. When drinking water, think of the source, and when you see the virtuous, think of the same. Reciprocate courtesy, and interests are paramount. Leave a thread in everything, so that we can meet each other in the future. It rains heavily, and it will not moisten the grass without roots. Tao the Dharma is lenient and only saves those who are destined. Zhang Yunqing looked a little surprised and asked, Mr. Zhao, what are you doing to make such a fuss that so many ancient texts suddenly appear? Zhao Manfu smiled and said, it doesn't appear out of nowhere. I have to think about this ancient passage for a while every day. There is a lot of wisdom in dealing with people hidden inside. You also need to understand this passage well. Zhang Yunqing replied, I guess it will be a little difficult for me to understand. Zhao Manfu replied, it is difficult to understand it, otherwise you will not be able to understand many things. You see, when the water is low, it becomes the sea, and when people are low, they become the king. What he means is that water flows down and gathers into the sea. As a person, you must be low-key and humble in order to achieve great things. What a profound personal philosophy this is. Zhang Yunqing thought for a while and then said, that seems to be the truth. Zhao Manfu continued, what you just said is that the level of the sea is not calm. I think it is very similar to our lives. Zhang Yunqing replied, oh, Mr. Zhao will tell you. Zhao Manfu said, for water from the source of a river to flow into the sea and become a part of the sea, it needs to travel a long distance. Just like us ordinary people, in order to grow into talents and become the pillars of a company, we also need to go through many years of overtime, hard work, struggle, and always have to endure hardships. Zhang Yunqing replied, that way, I understand a little bit. Zhao Manfu continued, just like the water level of the sea never remains still. Why doesn't he stay still? Have you ever thought about it? Zhang Yunqing smiled and replied, I only discovered now that he is not stationary. How could I have time to think about why he is not stationary? Zhao Manfu replied, you didn't think about it. But I thought about it. I think that although the sea is very big, it needs to work hard to maintain its size. We assume that the sea is stationary. Will the soil, gravel, and garbage on the continent enter the sea over time? Zhang Yunqing replied, yes. Zhao Manfu said, if this continues, one day the sea will be encroached a lot and the sea will gradually become smaller. Zhang Yunqing replied, however, the real sea is dynamic, not static. Zhao Manfu said, yes. The sea is dynamic, not static. This is the wonder of nature's design. The sea rushes to the shore every day, one wave after another, lapping at the shore. It pushes the garbage easily thrown away by humans to the shore and automatically returns it to humans, spontaneously maintaining the cleanliness of the sea. Beaches are slowly formed along the coast, forming an effective buffer zone between the sea and the mainland, effectively maintaining the boundary between the sea and the mainland. How to describe it? It can be understood as maintaining a certain balance between the sea and the continent. Zhang Yunqing replied, well, Mr. Zhao explained this section very vividly. Zhao Manfu replied, here comes the inspiration for us humans. The sea is already successful, but it also needs to beat the shore desperately and non-stop in order to truly maintain the balance we see now. Well, we ordinary people, through hard work, for example, in a company, if we rise to a certain height, we still need to continue to work hard, otherwise we may be surpassed by new people at any time. Zhang Yunqing replied, is there another word for it? It's so cold at high places. Zhao Manfu said, when will the bright moon come? Ask the blue sky for wine. I don't know what year it is in the palace in the sky. I want to ride the wind back home, but I am afraid that the beautiful buildings and jade buildings will be too cold at high places. This feeling of being cold in high places means that the higher a person's realm is, the fewer people will be able to match him as a companion, and the more lonely and cold he will feel. It is two different things from what I feel now about the sea still having to work hard at high altitudes. Don't get confused. There is a huge difference. Zhang Yunqing replied, okay. I guess I have to think hard for a while before I can understand the truth of the sea. Zhao Manfu smiled and said, it's okay, think about it slowly, you still have plenty of time. Ha 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 ha. Zhang Yunqing replied, yes, you have to experience it slowly before you can truly understand it. The two chatted and laughed, and before they knew it, they had driven to the project department of Cheongshan Bowen Phase 1. As soon as I arrived at the entrance of the project department, I met Song Xiaoshan getting out of the car with a green face. Song Xiaoshan got off the car and walked over to say hello to Zhao Manfu and Zhang Yunqing, and reported to Zhao Manfu, Mr. Zhao, put your luggage away and communicate with you in your office. Mr. Zhang will also come with me. I will put these things away. Report the payment situation to the two leaders. Zhao Manfu asked with concern, how much wine have you drunk? Your face is not normal. Song Xiaoshan said with a smile, I drank half a caddy of ergotu at most. This amount of wine is fine, and I am still very sober. Song Xiaoshan helped Zhao Manfu pick up his luggage and put it in the dormitory. Zhang Yunqing hurriedly brought his luggage to the dormitory, then took the record book and signature pen and trotted to Zhao Manfu's office. Zhang Yunqing sat on the sofa next to Song Xiaoshan. Song Xiaoshan ironed a small tea cup for Jing, poured a cup of tea, and said, Mr. Zhang, take a sip of tea first to moisten your throat. Zhang Yunqing replied, okay. Thank you, Mr. Song. Zhao Manfu arranged, Mr. Song, please tell me the current progress of payment collection here. Song Xiaoshan replied, okay. After I received your call today, I was thinking about this key point of collection. For our project department, the most important contact point and power point are currently at Su Shishan. Your analysis is correct. So, I thought about it for a long time and decided to ask Mr. Su to have dinner with me tonight. Have you heard any news? I actually got a little bit of news. Tell me the story. Isn't our company anxious to collect payment? If the invoice cannot be provided to Su Shishan in time tomorrow, you will definitely not be able to complete the collection task on time. Therefore, I asked Su Shishan if it was possible to pay our 7 million project payment within a few days without an invoice. How did the other party answer you? What the other party said is that it is difficult, but not completely impossible. Have I ever told you whether there is any precedent for payment without invoice? Su Shishan called people in person and asked people within their company's finances, and asked several people. Finally, one person said that a year ago, they also encountered a payment of 2 million. The construction company was also in urgent need of money. It had to pay on the same day to solve the on-site problems, and it was too late to issue invoices. After coordinating with the leaders on the phone, the payment was made on the same day. Can this particular payment be settled with just a phone call? Su Shishan gave us a suggestion, so that we can give him a letter of commitment promising to provide the invoice within a week, and he can submit the payment application to the company for us tomorrow. He won't be able to push forward further progress. Zhao Manfu replied confidently, he does not need to rush for the subsequent progress. I called the company's executive Yuan Fang. She can help us solve the subsequent process approval issues. Song Xiaoshan said, that would be great. Zhang Yunqing suggested, if that's the case, I suggest arranging for Jean Haran to come up and write out the invoice guaranteeing the difference between the amount provided within a week and the amount received, and hand it to Su Xieshan tomorrow. Then, he called the financial cashier Zhou Fong up and asked her to promise to issue the invoice tomorrow. If there are any difficulties, we will discuss it and then ask the company leaders to help solve it. Zhao Manfu smiled and said, okay, Yunqing, please inform Jean Haran to come up first. Then Song Xiaoshan notified the financial teller Zhou Fong to come up. Xiaoshan, regarding your payment collection, Yunqing and I must finish it tomorrow. The Nanshan project still has a hard task of collecting 33 million yuan, and the two of us cannot stay with you for too long. When the two of us are not in this project department, you should pay special attention to your collection of 7 million yuan. Song Xiaoshan replied, Mr. Zhao, don't worry, I will definitely put the collection work at the most important position during this period. Zhang Yunqing took out his mobile phone, looked up the phone number of Jean Haran, the project budget officer of Bowen, in the phone address book, dialed it and said, come to Mr. Zhao's office. Are you back? Okay, I'll be there soon. A few minutes later, Jean Haran arrived at Zhao Manfu's office. After greeting the three people, he sat down and Song Xiaoshan poured a cup of tea for Jean Haran. Zhang Yunqing had a full communication with Jean Haran. After Jean Haran understood, he drank his cup of tea and said, you are so awesome. You can't provide an invoice yourself, but you can still think of a way to collect payment. Song Xiaoshan replied, metalworker, isn't this something that Mr. Zhao forced our project department to do? There's nothing I can do about it. Zhao Manfu replied dissatisfied, shit, I was also forced by Mr. Song, the president of the business unit. If he had not issued this order, I would never have thought that my collection work would be so urgent one day that I would not even be able to wait for the time to issue invoices myself. Jean Haran smiled and said, no matter which one of you forced which one, I will type up the commitment letter and you can review it. After Jean Haran finished speaking, he left Zhao Manfu's office. It took about 20 minutes to write a letter of commitment on providing an invoice with the difference between the payment amount within a week and printed 3 copies. He took them to Zhao Manfu's office and handed 1 copy each to Song Xiaoshan, Zhang Yunqing, and Zhao Manfu. All 3 people used signature pens to make certain modifications to the report, and all explained it to Jean Haran. After Jean Haran recorded it one by one, he returned to his workstation, improved the 3 people's revision opinions into the electronic document, reprinted a copy, and brought it to Zhao Manfu's office. After handing the printed copy of the letter of commitment to provide invoices with the difference between the payment amount within 1 week, to Song Xiaoshan, he said, Mr. Song, take a look at it first. I guess there won't be any big problems. I only printed 1 copy. After you read it, show it to Mr. Zhang and Mr. Zhao. Song Xiaoshan took the document, scanned it quickly and said with a smile, no problem. Then he handed it to Zhang Yunqing and said, Mr. Zhang, take a look. Zhang Yunqing took it and looked at it and said, there is no problem. Zhao Manfu took the document from Zhang Yunqing and reviewed it, okay, just use this version to seal it. Zhang Yunqing will give it to Su Xieshan in person tomorrow, and explain it to Su Xieshan by the way. Zhang Yunqing replied, okay, Mr. Zhao. Then he turned to Jean Haran and said, metalworker, please print 2 more copies, for a total of 3 copies. After stamping the project seal, give me 2 copies. You can keep 1 copy for the project department. Jean Haran replied, okay. After Song Xiaoshan waited for Jean Haran to leave, he took out his mobile phone, looked up the phone number of the financial teller Zhou Fong in the phone address book, dialed it and said, come to Mr. Zhao's office now. Good. A few minutes later, financial cashier Zhou Fong came to Zhao Manfu's office. Mr. Zhao, when did you come back? Just arrived a while ago. Mr. Song, why did you call me just now to ask me to come to Mr. Zhao's office? The company is anxious to collect the 7 million yuan from Party A. We have just arranged for Jean Haran to write a letter of commitment to Party A, letter of commitment on providing an invoice with the difference between the payment amount within a week. In this case, Mr. Zhang will take this letter of commitment to Party A tomorrow morning to collect the progress payment of 7 million yuan. But will your invoice be issued tomorrow? If it can't be opened tomorrow, how soon will it be available? Normally, I receive the express delivery tomorrow morning and the invoice can be issued tomorrow afternoon. Have you prepared all the money needed for invoicing? When it's ready, you can use it at any time, and the company's finances will make payments at any time. Have you arranged for someone to send you to handle the invoicing matter tomorrow morning? It has been arranged. Zhao Dejin, the garden construction engineer, will send it to me. 3 leaders, do you have any other questions? Zhao Manfu said, after you issue the invoice tomorrow, send it to Zhang Yunqing immediately, and he will hand it over to Party A's Su Xieshan. Okay. If there's nothing else, I'll go back to the office first. There's nothing else, just go and do your business. Jean Haran came to Zhao Manfu's office with 2, letter of commitment on providing invoices with the difference between payment amount within 1 week, stamped with the project seal and handed them to Zhang Yunqing. Zhang Yunqing took a look at the document and said, that's it. Jean Haran said to Zhao Manfu, Mr. Zhao. If there is nothing special to do tonight, may I invite the 3 leaders to have a supper together? Zhao Manfu replied, I have nothing special to do. Ask Mr. Song and Mr. Zhang. Song Xiaoshan smiled and said, if you have a late-night snack, go and have some late-night beer to sober me up. Zhang Yunqing replied, the metalworkers are treating guests, there is no reason not to go, what else are you asking? At most, ask where to eat. Jean Haran smiled and said, thank you to the 3 leaders for giving me face. You can eat barbecue or skewers. This town is not big and it only takes a few minutes to drive. How about we just choose whichever one we like when we get to town? Song Xiaoshan said, are you still going to take the leaders to taste the food? If you encounter a place with bad taste, you will be in trouble. Forget it, let's go to the barbecue restaurant we often go to. Jean Haran replied, okay. Let's go downstairs. I'll go downstairs first and drive the car to the door of the project department to pick you up. After the 4 of them arrived at the barbecue restaurant in Bowen Town, Jean Haran was in charge of ordering. Zhang Yunqing saw that the barbecue restaurant actually sold coconuts and asked, how much does this coconut cost? 5 yuan each. I want to have one. Do you 3 want to drink this coconut? Song Xiaoshan replied, drinking coconut can relieve hangover, give me one. Zhao Manfu replied, this is the first time I heard that drinking coconut can relieve hangover. Let me give it a try and see if it can cure hangover. Jean Haran replied, I'll have one too, so I don't have to worry about what drinks to order later. Zhang Yunqing smiled and said to the waiter, chop us 4 larger golden coconuts. The waiter replied, okay. I'll chop it right away. The waiter chopped off 4 golden coconuts, chopped the top of each coconut flat with a machete, picked out a hole, inserted a plastic straw, and placed it on the table for the 4 of them. Zhang Yunqing took a coconut nearby, took a sip and said, well, it tastes good. This coconut tastes good. Song Xiaoshan chose beer. Jean Haran ordered 4 grilled sori, 12 grilled oysters, 20 skewers of bone and meat, 1 leek, 1 eggplant, 1 edamame, 20 skewers of pork belly, 12 skewers of potato slices, 12 skewers of grilled chicken wings, 2 skewers of grilled county liver, and 1 beer chosen by Song Xiaoshan. Zhao Manfu said, that's about it. There are so many for dinner, so I probably won't be able to finish them all. It would be a pity if they were wasted. Jean Haran replied, okay, let's order these first. If it's not enough, we'll order more. The 4 of them chatted lively, drank 3 rounds of wine and had 5 courses of food. Seeing that everyone was getting more excited after drinking, Jean Haran picked up the teacup and toasted Zhao Manfu with a glass of wine, and said, Mr. Zhao, Mr. Su from Party A, is reminding us to submit the settlement of Bowen Phase 1 for review as soon as possible. Come down. After hearing this, Zhao Manfu said, Mr. Song, can you report the settlement of the first phase of Bowen before the Lunar New Year? Song Xiaoshan replied, I was about to be kicked out some time ago, so I didn't think about this issue. In addition, the construction of the first phase of the Bowen Landscape Improvement Project has not yet been fully completed. Maybe it will be a bit difficult for me to report before the Lunar New Year this year. The previous things are not completely clear yet and are still a mess. Zhao Manfu asked Jin Haran again, do you agree with what Mr. Song said? Agree. It's just our settlement documents. For us, the sooner we submit them, the more beneficial it will be to us. As long as another review step is added, the time and money we have to pay will not be small. I understand what you mean. Yun Qing, what do you think about the settlement issue? Mr. Zhao, Mr. Song, metal workers. Regarding the settlement issue above, I also agree that the sooner the report is filed, the better. But how well are we preparing for settlement now? Song Xiaoshan asked, according to your understanding, what preparations are there? Zhang Yunqing replied, I have just arrived at the company, and no one has told me clearly what the settlement process is. But if you think about it according to the regular settlement declaration review process, we need to provide information first, including but not limited to 1. Construction contract documents and supplementary contract documents. 2. Progress payment application documents. 3. Construction drawings. 4. Design change order. 5. As-built drawing. 6. Material quality confirmation price list. 7. Completion acceptance report. 8. Visa negotiation information. 9. Settlement declaration documents. Song Xiaoshan replied, Mr. Zhang, I don't think there is much information about the information you mentioned now. Zhang Yunqing replied, Metalworker, does our project department currently have the 9 types of materials I mentioned? Jin Haran replied, it must be uneven. Zhang Yunqing replied, if they are not all in order, it will be difficult to match the settlement documents. Moreover, in addition to being handed over to me for review, the upward settlement declaration documents prepared by our project department must also be submitted to the business department's designated person for review and approval before the upward settlement is submitted for review with the official seal. Jin Haran replied, if we want to complete the review, we probably won't be able to keep up with Su Shishan's review alone. Zhang Yunqing replied, on this matter, we can only do our best and obey fate. The best way to catch up is with Su Shishan's own review. If you can't keep up, you'll only have to spend a lot of time and money communicating. You go to Su Shishan tomorrow to find out specifically what the rules are for submitting their settlement review documents for review, and what documents are required. Then, come back and clean up the main files I just mentioned to see which ones we have and which ones we don't. If so, where is the file? Find him. If not, it needs to be compiled and implemented by people. In other words, after you sort out the situation, you need to discuss it with Mr. Song, and the overall arrangements for the settlement work must be implemented on everyone. Make a plan to match the settlement time points. Jin Haran replied, okay, but this matter is probably more complicated. In the middle of the first phase of the Bowen project, all the production people were replaced. The current production people are not clear about the original things. They can only draw as-built drawings based on the original construction drawings and design change orders they can find. Zhang Yunqing replied, yes, there is another way to plug the loopholes. Zhao Manfu said, speak quickly. Zhang Yunqing replied, that is to complete all the settlements immediately, refer to the settlement content, and correct the as-built drawings. The suppliers I deal with must be aware of some problems during project implementation. During the settlement review process, they will promptly inform the production people of these problems. Whatever needs to be reflected in the as-built drawings should be reflected in it. Song Xiaoshan replied, what Mr. Zhang said is a good way. Under the current circumstances, it is indeed much better than us going through the settlement without knowing anything. Well, metalworker, have you finished the settlement at the beginning? Jin Haran replied, not yet. Song Xiaoshan expressed confusion and asked, "It has been so long since the first phase of the project was completed. Why not handle the settlement for the next phase?" Jean Howren replied, "Because our counterparty contract has stipulated that the settlement of the counterparty must be completed after the settlement of the counterparty is completed." Zhang Yunqing asked, "So, the method I just mentioned violates the contract signed between the company and the next party?" Jean Howren replied, "If you take the literal meaning of the contract, it means exactly what you said. It violates the contract signed between the company and the next party." Zhang Yunqing thought for a while and then asked, "Is there any way to review the settlement of the next party without violating the contract signed between the company and the next party?" Jean Howren looked at Zhang Yunqing angrily and said, "Mr. Zhang, this is obviously a contradictory matter, how can it be resolved?" Zhang Yunqing ignored Jean Howren's anger and continued, "Let's assume that we start asking each customer to submit their settlement documents now. There is no problem with this." Jean Howren replied, "I also think there is no problem in asking the next party to submit his settlement documents." Zhang Yunqing replied, "Okay." Then we began to organize relevant personnel in production, materials, seedlings, and budget to check their settlement documents with the next party. After gathering the key data such as project quantity, unit price, and total price, neither of us signed. Leave it there and don't move him. We then prepare the counterparty's settlement declaration documents based on this data, and after the approval of the counterparty's settlement document, we compare the next party's unsigned settlement document with the approval document of the counterparty's settlement document. If the project quantity for lower settlement is less than or equal to the approved amount for upper settlement, it will be approved directly. If the project quantity for lower settlement is greater than the approved amount for upper settlement, what should be done according to the contract? Metalworking. Jean Howren replied, "According to the contract, the project quantity for the lower settlement must be less than or equal to the approved amount for the upper settlement. Recommend an app that is comparable to the old version of the book chasing tool, and can be used to exchange all the source books for //me // me reading //. Zhang Yunqing replied, "Okay, the settlement can be revised according to this principle at this time and then go through the company's internal approval process." Song Xiaoshan replied, "I think this method is feasible, and both upper and lower data are guaranteed." Zhao Manfu replied, "Yes, I think this method is acceptable. Yunqing will call Hua Baibai tomorrow and ask. If he agrees to this method, he will let the metalworker arrange it this way." Zhang Yunqing replied, "Okay, I will find a time during the day tomorrow to call Mr. Hua Baibai and ask for instructions on this matter. If you agree, things in our project department will be easier to handle." Zhao Manfu said with a smile, "I didn't expect that the metalworkers invited us out for supper, and we also talked about an important matter in the project department. Let's do this. When the metalworker finishes paying for the bill, remember to ask Song Xiaoshan for reimbursement with the invoice." Song Xiaoshan smiled and said, "That's right. The metalworkers remember to ask the boss for the invoice." Jean Howren smiled and said, "It doesn't matter. There is no pressure to treat the leaders to a late-night snack." Zhao Manfu smiled and said, "I'm happy tonight. The settlement work has been started normally. Come on, let's have a drink together and be happy." The four of them had a drink together, but Jean Howren had tea, and the other three had beer. Jean Howren found an opportunity to ask Zhao Manfu for advice. "Mr. Zhao, I have a question to ask you." "Well, we are all brothers. Metal workers don't need to be so polite. If you have anything to say, just say it directly. Tell me, what is the standard for promoting an employee in a company?" "That depends on who is thinking about it." "Don't know." "I do not know. You see, take myself as an example. I used to be the general manager of a family business of which I was one of the shareholders. Yunqing knew my employment standards at that time. Whoever has the ability will be used and promoted, and whoever can truly bring benefits to the company will be valued. However, now that I have arrived at Western Construction, I am no longer the boss, I am just a professional manager. If it comes to appropriating employees, I definitely want to be able to appraise the employees under me, and I am not willing to appease the employees under other vice presidents of production. Why? Because only by promoting my own employees can I better unite my management team. Zhang Yunqing smiled and said, Mr. Zhao, isn't your statement a typical one in which the but determines the head? Zhao Manfu replied, in large companies. Everyone sweeps the snow in front of their own door and doesn't care about the frost on other people's tiles. It's a matter of affection for others to help you, but it's a duty of others not to help you. Jean Haran smiled and said, I understand what Mr. Zhao means. It's just that if our business people want a promotion or salary increase, in addition to the approval of the production leader, they also need the approval of the business manager. The former vice president of production, Mr. Lei, mentioned to me that the matter of promotion and salary increase had never been successful due to various opportunities. Zhao Manfu asked, if you want to really solve the problem, you still need to explain the reasons clearly. Jean Haran replied, to put it in 100 years terms, even though I have been working in the company for 7 or 8 years, I have never achieved anything. There is only hard work, no merit. Zhao Manfu asked, have you never completed a bid? Have you never completed a settlement? Jean Haran smiled awkwardly and said, I have had bad luck in the past few years. I have been running around with Mr. Lei. Wherever there is a fire, I go to help put out the fire. When the fire is extinguished, the company arranges for new people to come. Then we went to the next pit. The company opened dozens of branches. In the end, only the branch owned by Mr. Lei did not cause the company to lose money. The other branches were closed one after another. In the past 2 years, it has been transformed into a business department. Mr. Lei became the vice president of production, and I followed him to the Bowen project. Unlucky, Party A didn't like Mr. Lei, so he drove him away. Later, another vice president of production came. He didn't finish the job for 2 months, so he transferred Mr. Zhao to manage us. Now this is the Nanhai area. Zhao Manfu smiled and said, you have done so many things, so it doesn't mean you have not contributed to the company. Jean Haran smiled and said, whatever, Mr. Hua doesn't know what to do. I'm thinking that if I complete the settlement of the first phase of the Bowen project, I should be promoted and paid. I personally feel that my working ability as a budgeter is higher than the manager-level budgets of Mr. Kyoto Flowers. At least there is no problem at all. Zhao Manfu smiled and said, you can't say this yourself. Yunqing, you have been working in Kyoto for a period of time. How can you definitely evaluate the level of metalworking? Zhang Yunqing put down the chopsticks in his hand and said, the metal worker is right. The budget clerks under Mr. Hua in Kyoto are all novices. None of them have worked for a few months to 1 or 2 years. There is no way they can compete with the metal workers who have more than 10 years of work experience, compared to those who make budgets at the managerial level, such as Lin Yiping, who is highly valued by Mr. Hua. Her costing skills are obviously not as high as our metalworkers. She just has high emotional intelligence, high talent in dealing with people, is sensible, and knows how to solve problems. This person is sensible and knows how to get things done. This is not meant to be derogatory, at least it is a more pertinent evaluation. For example, I once wanted to see an approval form regarding the signing of an internal contract between Rueji Group and our company. I wanted to know the situation and see when I could return to Sichuan to work. I just turned around her copy machine, just to take a peek. As a result, Lin Yiping generously made an extra copy and handed it to me. I asked her why she wanted to make a copy and give it to me. She said that this project has always been where you wanted to go, so naturally you wanted to know more about the situation. Her behavior, at least at the time, moved me. There was no need for her to be nice to me, but she did it inadvertently, without any adverse impact on the company, and she naturally improved her relationship with her colleagues. Zhao Manfu replied, Zhang Yunqing is right, Lin Yiping's advantages in dealing with people, metalworking, Yunqing, you two cannot compare with her in this regard. You two are purely technical people, as long as the technology is good, it will be fine. Others will also like you and tolerate you. Technology is your advantage, your strength, and your foothold. Jean Haran said, if our emotional intelligence is lower, we will have to be budgeters for the rest of our lives, and won't we be able to get promotions? Zhao Manfu replied, no. You see, you are the budget clerk now, and Zhang Yunqing is the deputy commercial director. In terms of level, the difference between you is a few levels, but as for the technical level, I guess it will be a little bit different, but not by much. Therefore, I think that as long as you adjust the upward settlement of Bowen Phase 1 to meet the company's gross profit margin assessment, I can definitely recommend to the company that you be promoted to the budget manager. Jean Haran laughed and said, I was thinking about how to persuade Mr. Zhao so that you could agree to give me a promotion and a salary increase. I didn't expect that Mr. Zhao would be so upright and take the initiative to do so. Zhao Manfu smiled and said, when dealing with you technical people, I don't have so many twists and turns. Because being able to speak is not your strong point, as long as you can understand that I am willing to take care of you and follow me to do the job well. I'm very satisfied. Jean Haran raised his teacup and clinked it with Zhao Manfu, to Mr. Zhao, thank you for your care. Jean Haran still looked a little worried and asked, Mr. Zhao, what do you think will happen if Hua Baibai doesn't agree to my promotion and salary increase? Zhao Manfu smiled and said, you don't have to worry about this, we will help you find someone to communicate with you for 100 years. If it doesn't work, I will help you find Mr. Song, the president of the business unit, to solve the problem. Jean Haran smiled and said, thank you, Mr. Zhao. I was thinking that if I had been restricted from getting a salary increase for hundreds of years, there would be no need for me to continue working in Western architecture. Mr. Hua is targeting me, or Mr. Hua is targeting Lei Bing more accurately. It is indeed a bit too targeted, and it can be felt everywhere. Zhao Manfu said, I really don't know much about other vice presidents of production, and I don't know much about Hua Baibai. So I can only listen to what you said about the two of them, but I can't answer the conversation. What I can make clear to you is that as long as you can do a good job in the settlement of Bowen Phase 1, I will definitely make suggestions to the company for your promotion. Jean Haran didn't say anything else, but in his heart he was full of hope for success in getting a promotion and salary increase, but in reality he saw the despair of success. He seemed extremely entangled and could only take one step at a time. What Zhao Manfu is thinking is, you haven't been successful in promotion and salary increase for various reasons for 7 or 8 years. Why do you have to wait so hard for me? Why can't we just wait patiently for results before raising them? Wouldn't it be a matter of course by then? Song Xiaoshan thought, it was an eye-opener to find that promotion and salary increase for leaders could be so simple and crude. Zhang Yunqing thought, why should we waste the quota of promotion and salary increase on someone who has already made it clear that he wants to leave? I don't know what Zhao Manfu thinks. The 4 people each have their own thoughts. Finally, Zhao Manfu broke the silence, picked up the wine glass and said, everyone has had a drink, so let's disperse early. There will be another day of tough battle tomorrow during the day. After the cheers, the 4 people dispersed. Jean Haran drove everyone back to the project department, and they rested until dawn. Zhang Yunqing got up according to the set alarm clock. After washing up, I went to the cafeteria to have breakfast. Carrying the document, letter of commitment on providing invoices with the difference between the payment amount within 1 week, I drove to the parking lot under Su Sheshan's office building. After checking the time at 9:10, I got off the car and went upstairs with the letter of commitment on providing an invoice with the difference between the payment amount within a week and arrived at Party A's Su Sheshan's workstation. Su Sheshan saw Zhang Yunqing coming, greeted him warmly, poured a glass of hot water for Zhang Yunqing, and asked, Mr. Zhang, when did you get here? Zhang Yunqing took the paper cup filled with more than half a cup of hot water and said, last night, after having dinner at the Nanshan project, I drove to the Bowen project. Su Sheshan asked, Mr. Zhang, what do you want to see me for today? Zhang Yunqing handed the document, letter of commitment on providing invoices with the difference between the payment amount within 1 week, in his hand to Su Sheshan and said, this is the progress payment of 7 million that the company leaders want to receive today or tomorrow, requiring the project department to type a report document. Please give me some advice, Mr. Su, to see if it can be used. Su Shishan smiled and said, the documents can be used. It's just that you promised to provide the invoice within a week. If you fail to provide the invoice by then, it is equivalent to using my credit as an endorsement. If something goes wrong, I may lose my job because of this. Zhang Yunqing replied, as for our invoicing situation, I will report it and you will understand. It won't be that serious. I am fully confident that this commitment letter will be realized. A prerequisite for issuing an invoice is to obtain a foreign economic certificate. Now our foreign economic certificate has been processed in Kyoto and is on its way to the Bowen project by express. Based on the experience of past express delivery times, it is estimated that the express delivery will be received this morning. Last night, I also talked to Zhou Fang, the financial cashier of the project department, and confirmed again that she would arrange a special car for her this morning from Zhao Dejin, the garden construction engineer. Accompany her this morning to go to the tax bureau with the foreign economic certificate she received to pay taxes and issue invoices on her behalf. If the invoice is issued this morning as soon as possible, it should be able to be issued tomorrow if it is slower. What we wrote was a letter of commitment, and we were very cautious. We did not dare to issue the invoice within 2 days. We wrote it for a few days longer because we were afraid that there would be factors that we did not expect that would affect the time for invoicing. Su Shishan smiled and said, I understand what you said. Then I will treat this report of yours as a procedure for invoice arrears, and immediately submit the procedure for reporting your progress payment of 7 million to the company. Zhang Yunqing replied, okay, thank you Mr. Su. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, Su Shishan said to Zhang Yunqing, Mr. Zhang, our leaders at the Kyoto headquarters have already begun to review your 7 million progress payment declaration procedures. The leader asked about the letter of commitment on providing invoices with the difference between the payment amount within 1 week, which was clearly explained on QQ. There is nothing said for this reason yet, which is equivalent to agreeing to handle it this way. Zhang Yunqing replied, thank you very much, Mr. Su. Then I still need to stay here until your company pays. Su Shishan replied, no need, Mr. Zhang. If you can keep up with me, you might as well go back and make arrangements to ensure that your invoices are issued on time. This is the best way to completely solve the problem. Zhang Yunqing thought for a while and said, well, then I will go back and report on the current progress payment declaration, and also learn about the progress of this invoicing. Su Shishan replied, Mr. Zhang, walk slowly and say goodbye. Bye-bye. After Zhang Yunqing said goodbye to Su Shishan, he left Su Shishan's office, went downstairs and got in the car, and drove back to the Bowen Phase 1 project department. He called and asked where Zhao Manfu was and asked him to go to his office. After Zhang Yunqing arrived at Zhao Manfu's office, he gave Zhao Manfu a detailed report on the situation in Su Shishan's office. After Zhao Manfu listened to the report, he picked up his mobile phone, looked up the phone number of Yuan Fang, an executive of Western Construction Company, Limited, in his phone address book, and dialed it. No one answered the call after ringing for a long time, and the communication system automatically cut off the call. Zhao Manfu smiled and said, Mr. Yuan didn't answer the phone. I'll call him later. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, Zhao Manfu started to call Yuan Fang, an executive of Western Construction Company, Limited, but the phone still rang for a long time and no one answered the phone. Zhang Yunqing asked with a malicious smile, did you offend the beautiful leader one day, and they ignored you? Zhao Manfu said with a smile, don't talk nonsense, this beautiful leader is a divorcee, and her former husband is very powerful. How can I offend her? Something must have happened, there was no way to answer the phone. How to do it? Well, I'll send a text message. After Zhao Manfu finished speaking, he wrote a text message on his mobile phone to the executive Yuan Fang, clearly wrote down the payment situation of the first phase of Bowen, and sent it. Soon I received a text message reply from senior executive Yuan Fang. Zhao Manfu said, Mr. Yuan said that he is in a meeting and will contact you at noon. Then he asked Zhang Yunqing, did you just say that Su Xieshan asked you to come back to supervise our invoicing? Yes. Then did you ask? Before I had time to ask, I came to your office just after I got back. Oh, then go and see, where are their related people? Have the invoicing matters been sorted out? Okay. I'm going to go to their method room now to have a look. After Zhang Yunqing finished speaking, he stood up and left Zhao Monfu's office and came to the door of the financial teller's office. Seeing that the office door was closed, Zhang Yunqing knocked on the door. No one responded. Zhang Yunqing took his mobile phone and looked up the phone number of financial teller Zhou Fong in the phone address book. After dialing it, he asked, "Sister Fong, are you not in the office?" Financial teller Zhou Fong replied, "Of course not in the office. I called the courier company this morning. Our foreign economic certificate courier has arrived, and now Zhao Dejin, the garden construction engineer, is sending me to pick up the courier. After we get it, we go to the tax bureau to pay taxes and issue invoices." Zhang Yunqing asked, "Did the company finance pay you the money you paid for taxes?" Financial cashier Zhou Fong replied on the phone, "I just called Sister Tang Yulan from the finance department. She promised to pay me within an hour and it will not affect our invoicing." Zhang Yunqing replied, "Okay, I understand. As soon as I get your invoice, I will immediately arrange to send it back to the project department to me." "Okay. Don't worry, Mr. Zhang. The invoice will be delivered to you as soon as possible." Zhang Yunqing ended the phone call with financial teller Zhou Fong, came to the office of budget clerk Jin Haran, and asked, "Metalworker, when are you going to ask Su Xieshan about the settlement that we discussed last night?" Jin Haran asked, "I haven't thought about it yet." "Mr. Zhang, have you gone to see Mr. Su this morning?" Zhang Yunqing replied, "I found him before I came back from him." Jin Haran asked in confusion, "Mr. Zhang, this matter of settlement is not my business alone. Why didn't you ask me when you went there? You had to ask me, a person who may leave the project department at any time, to ask." Zhang Yunqing was quite unhappy when he heard this, but he still restrained himself from getting angry. Instead, he chose to explain patiently, "Because the thing I am going to do is to collect the progress payment. The company leaders are always keeping an eye on this matter. We must choose to concentrate on rushing the process and not create extraneous problems. However, the settlement work we dealt with is indeed a relatively important matter, and once we communicate, it will definitely involve some relatively detailed matters. In the current situation, if you ask Mr. Su to understand the situation, it will be more conducive for both parties A and B to quickly reach an agreement on the settlement review. At the same time, after you know the other party's requirements, it will be easier for you to start your project when you return to the project department." Related work. As for your opinion that you are a person who may leave the project department at any time, I disagree. I hope you won't mention it like this again in the future. Unless you choose to resign directly, as your leader, I have no choice. If you want to choose to be transferred within the company, you must do your job well. At least I have someone who can handle the handover for you, so that you can be transferred and leave normally. Now, do you understand why I arrange your work like this?" Jin Haran looked like he wanted to get angry, but he still endured it, lowered his head and replied, "I understand, Mr. Zhang. I will go to Su Xieshan later to ask about the rules for settlement." Zhang Yunqing replied, "Okay." Zhang Yunqing left Jin Haran's office and returned to his own. "I always feel like there is something else that needs to be done. In the work record book, I sorted out the day's work from the beginning. 1. Approach Su Xieshan to collect the project progress payment of 7 million yuan. 2. Find the financial cashier to urge you to issue invoices. 3. Ask the budget clerk Jin Haran to ask him to find Su Xieshan to check the settlement rules and documents. What about number 4? Zhang Yunqing carefully thought about what he had said while drinking last night, but he still couldn't remember it for a while. It seems that drinking can really cause trouble. I silently made up my mind that I would never talk about serious business while drinking in the future. Even if you talk about it, you have to talk about it again the next day. Otherwise, what if one day we talked about an important matter while drinking, and ended up not remembering anything after we woke up? Wouldn't it be very miserable? Forget it, it's scary to think about it. People, you must think of it as a good habit. After half an hour of careful reflection, Zhang Yunqing wrote the contents of item 4 in the notebook. 4. Ask Baiwabanian for instructions on whether the lower settlement can be started if the upper settlement has not been processed. After seeing this content that was finally recorded, Zhang Yunqing mentally drafted it several times, then picked up the phone, looked up Hua Baibai's phone number in the phone address book, dialed it and asked, "Mr. Hua, is there anything you need? Time. I encountered a rather troublesome thing in Bowen Phase 1 and I need to ask for advice." Hua Baibai said on the phone, "Yunqing, I just finished the meeting. Have time. What are you looking for me for?" Zhang Yunqing replied, "Yesterday when I was discussing the upper and lower settlements with Jean Haran, the estimator of the Bowen Phase 1 project, the metalworking industry had not yet started the lower settlement work. I asked him the reason, and he said that our contract with the counterparty stipulated that the settlement of the counterparty must be approved by the settlement of the counterparty before it can be processed." Hua Baiyin immediately denied on the phone, "Yunqing, that Jean Haran has been working in our Western construction for 7 or 8 years, and he is still a budget officer. What level can he have? If he had level, he would have raised the budget long ago. Don't worry about what he said. I am very clear about the issue of the contract. It means that the settlement amount of the contract is not allowed to exceed the settlement amount of the contract. It has never been said that the settlement review work for the lower side cannot be started without the approval of the upper settlement. Think about it, if we don't review the lower settlement first, and we directly report the upper settlement, if our estimator misses the report, who will we ask to compensate? The next person insists on asking for the money we missed reporting, so what should we do? Therefore, there is no problem with our contract, it is a problem with the understanding of the metalworkers. That person's level is not good enough. If you want to be suitable, you can kill him." Zhang Yunqing confirmed on the phone, "Mr. Hua, what you mean is that you agree to start the settlement review of the lower settlement first, but the approval and signature of the lower settlement will be placed after the settlement of the upper side has been approved, and then processed after verification." "Yes. Yes. What you just said is to find the right time to kill Jean Haran. It is very difficult for me. I may not have much chance." "Why? You are his direct leader. Isn't it easy to find loopholes, mistakes, and troubles in him?" "It's not that easy." Lei Bing, the vice president of production who he originally followed, had already come to the project department to say hello and wanted to transfer him at any time. "It's just that Mr. Zhao is worried that the settlement documents we are dealing with have not been completed or agreed to. Otherwise, Mr. Lei would have transferred him long ago." Hua Baibai said on the phone, "Don't listen to them. It is impossible to support idle people in the company. Now that Lei Bing has not received any new projects, where can he be transferred? Just look for opportunities with confidence and boldness." Zhang Yunqing replied helplessly, "I will try again when the time comes." After Zhang Yunqing waited for Hua Baibai to hang up the phone, he couldn't tell whether he was happy or unhappy, and seemed a little confused. Came to Zhao Manfu's office gloomily. Zhao Manfu saw Zhang Yunqing coming in with an unhappy expression on his face, and asked, "Mr. Zhang, what's wrong? Who made you angry?" Zhang Yunqing replied, "I just called Hua Baibai." "Oh, what did you say? You look so unhappy." "Said 2 things. "What 2 things?" "One is whether we can start the settlement now." "Mr. Hua, what did you say?" "He said that Jean Haran's workability and level were not good enough, and that there was a problem with his understanding. It is required to start the review of the settlement of the counterparty first, but do not rush to go through the confirmation procedures for the counterparty. After the settlement of the counterparty is reviewed and approved, if it is verified to be correct, then go through the approval procedures for the settlement of the counterparty. If the project volume for the settlement of the counterparty exceeds if the project quantity is correct, then directly modify it to the corresponding project quantity to ensure that the company's interests are not damaged. Oh, that means Mr. Hua's opinion is consistent with the opinion you expressed when you were drinking last night. It also shows that Jean Haren's understanding of settlement is indeed problematic. Yes, Mr. Zhao. This is a thing. What else did you tell Hua bye-bye? There's one more thing that I didn't say. It took hundreds of years to say that. What did he say? It's about Jean Haren's personal matters. It took Bai Yun to bring it up on his own initiative. Yes. Is it serious? It's hard to judge. Come and let me listen. The original words of Hua 100 years are. That person's level is not good enough. If you want to be suitable, you can kill him. Is that really what you said? Yes. I was also shocked. At least I am not very familiar with Hua Bai now. After all, he made such an explicit and unreasonable request directly on the phone. Isn't this typical of using other people's hands to eliminate dissidents? If you do what he asked you to do successfully. For Hua Bai, there are many benefits, at least killing 3 birds with 1 stone. What kind of metaphor are you talking about? We have all been hunted for hundreds of years. How did we become birds? Don't pick out the words like that. You have to know that the bird here is not a real bird, but a general reference. Okay, don't bother with these words. If Mr. Hua said this, it at least meant that their conflict was relatively deep. I also agreed to help Jean Haren handle his promotion and salary increase. I think it might be easy. Mostly difficult. However, we came to the company without any foundation, and we had to make choices. Mr. Hua is only the person in charge of business affairs, and he has only been working in the company for less than a year. But Lei Bing is one of the entrepreneurial veterans who followed his boss when he started his business in Western construction, and he also owns a lot of original shares in the company. If these 2 people get into a fight, no matter what, the loser will only spend 100 years, or at most it will be a tie. It is impossible for the boss to abandon Lei Bing. Are you so sure? Of course I'm sure of that. Lei Bing is an employee who has been working with his boss for nearly 20 years. How can he stay if he has no ability? What you said makes sense. Yun Qing, you have to remember. Wherever there are people, there are rivers and lakes. Whether we want to participate in the struggle or not, we are still in the arena. Even if we don't fight others, it doesn't mean that others won't fight us. Mr. Zhao, this is such a stupid thing, it's so speechless. Isn't it possible even if you don't want to fight? Of course not. As long as you exist, you are taking up the relevant resources of those around you. If you think you have no influence on others, in fact others will use their own opinions to judge your influence on them. Don't rely on your own will. Oh, I see. Feeling heartbroken and uncomfortable. What's the use of being uncomfortable? Only by facing it bravely and resolving it can it be useful. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. We now need to stand on the same line as the Lei Bing commander. Of course, we should not show it so obviously, and try to prevent bullets from hitting ourselves directly. We just need to be good spectators by the side. It is best if we can avoid offending all parties. It is too difficult not to offend several parties, but it is very easy to offend several parties. You're right, it's not easy not to offend others, but it's really too easy to offend others. Let's stop talking about Jean Haren. As for his own affairs, he has to look at his own destiny. Mr. Hua agreed to handle the settlement first. Have you made arrangements for Jean Haren? I haven't met him yet, I'll make arrangements when I meet him today. Before I came to your office, I urged him to go to Su Sheshan from Party A to check the settlement rules and documents. Okay, that's a matter of your work arrangement. Just remember it yourself and don't forget it. I will definitely not forget it. After the 2 chatted for a while, Zhao Manfu asked again, have you issued the corresponding invoice? Zhang Yunqing replied, I called the financial teller Zhou Fong and she has already gone to issue invoices. Zhao Manfu smiled and said, "Ha ha ha, okay, okay, okay. Finally there is hope." At this time, Zhang Yinqing's phone rang. After answering, he said, "Hello. Mr. Zhang, where are you? I got the invoice back. I'm in Mr. Zhao's office. Just wait for me at the project department entrance. I'll be waiting for you in the office. I need to scan the original copy of the invoice." "Okay, I'll find you in your office." After Zhang Yunqing ended the phone call with financial cashier Zhou Fang, he said to Zhao Manfu, "The invoice is back, I will hand it to Su Shishan right away," and left Zhao Manfu's office. Zhang Yunqing quickly came to the office of financial teller Zhou Fang. When he saw Zhou Fang scanning invoices, he urged, "Hurry up a little, it's almost time to get off work." Financial teller Zhou Fang replied, "Okay, don't worry. It will be done in a few minutes." During this time gap, Zhang Yunqing took out his mobile phone, looked up the phone number of Su Shishan of Kamba Group in the phone address book, dialed it and said, "Mr. Su, our invoice has been issued and will be given to you right away. Send it over, please wait a moment. Send me the electronic scan first, and then bring me the original." "Good." After Zhang Yunqing ended the phone call with Su Shishan, he said, "Sister Fang, Su Shishan from Party A also needs a scan of your current invoice. After you scan it, arrange for Jean Haran to send the scan to Su Shishan. I'll send the original invoice first." Financial cashier Zhou Fang asked, "Is it the same Su Shan Su who sent it to Party A to figure out the cost?" Zhang Yunqing replied, "Yes, it will be sent to him. Then there's no need to trouble Jean Haran anymore. I originally added Su Shishan's QQ account, so I scanned it and sent it to him." "Well, that's better. Even faster." After the financial teller scanned the 7 invoices, he handed the original invoice to Zhang Yunqing and said, "Here are the originals for you. Regarding sending the scanned copy, I will send it to Su Shishan immediately. Do you need me to send you one to keep track of?" After Zhang Yunqing took the invoice, he said, "Okay. You need to send me a scanned copy of the invoice for record keeping." I was anxious and left first. Zhang Yunqing drove to the parking lot downstairs of Su Shishan's office with the original invoice of 7 million yuan. After parking the car, he went upstairs to Su Shishan's workstation and said, "Mr. Su, this is 7 million yuan. Yuan invoice." Su Shishan took the invoice and counted it before saying, "Okay. An invoice of 7 million yuan. Zhang Yunqing asked again, "The scanned copy of the invoice was sent to you by the financial teller Zhou Fang. Can you see if there are any files on QQ?" Su Shishan looked at QQ and said, "No documents have been sent yet." Zhang Yunqing said, "Then let me call and ask what the situation is." Zhang Yunqing took the mobile phone and looked up the phone number of the financial teller Zhou Fang in the phone address book. After getting through, he asked, "Sister Fang, I am here with Party A, Mr. Su, and he has not received the scanned copy of your invoice." Financial teller Zhou Fang smiled and said, "It's normal that he didn't receive it. The file is a bit large and the internet speed is a bit slow. The offline file I sent shows that it will take a few minutes to complete the sending." "Okay, I know." Zhang Yunqing ended the phone call with financial teller Zhou Fang. Reporting to Su Shanhui, "Mr. Su, Sister Fang said that due to the slow internet speed, the scanned document is being transmitted, and her computer shows that it will take a few minutes to complete the sending of the offline file." "Good. Mr. Su, after we provide all the invoices, is it possible to receive the project payment today?" "It's impossible under normal circumstances. You have to get the signatures of many leaders to complete the payment approval. Unless what? Unless you find a big enough leader to say hello, you may use the green channel and pay the money today." "Okay, I know. Thank you, Mr. Su. If the money has been paid, if you know about it, please let me know." "Can." After Zhang Yunqing said hello to Su Shishan, he left Su Shishan's office, went to the parking lot downstairs and drove back to the Bowen project department. Zhang Yunqing saw that it was time to eat, went to the canteen, found his rice bowl, filled the food, took it to the cement floor behind the kitchen, found a chair, and sat in the sun to eat lunch. After a while, budget clerk Jean Haran also came to Zhang Yunqing's side with his rice bowl. He casually said, "Mr. Zhang, according to your opinion, I went to find Su Shishan from Party A and asked him about Party A's settlement rules." "Oh, did you get the standard?" "No, he said their current company management is not standardized. The company has not issued any internal documents in this regard, so we can just follow the regular settlement submission rules." "Can. In that case, that's pretty much what we talked about last night. Sort it out as soon as possible and try to form a timetable for settling various tasks this afternoon. Then we can invite Mr. Zhao to have a meeting together to finalize internal work matters. Now that the construction work of the project department is completed, the more important work is the settlement work." "Okay. One more thing. Regarding the lower settlement, can the review be started in advance, and the final settlement review and approval work for the lower settlement be made after the upper settlement is approved? I also made a special call this morning to the Commerce Minister of the Business Department, Mr. Hua Baihua, to discuss it. He also held the same views that I discussed with you last night. We completely agree that we should start the settlement review work for the lower side now to ensure that the project quantities submitted for settlement review are basically correct. We only need to wait for the settlement approval from the upper side before proceeding with the approval process for the lower settlement." After hearing this, Jean Haran said, "Well, as long as everyone agrees, tomorrow I will start to notify those suppliers to submit their settlement documents." Zhang Yunqing replied, "Okay. It's just that you have to notify the material and seedling companies to handle the settlement of their suppliers in accordance with this principle." Jean Haran replied, "Okay. I will find time to tell Wang Ming and Yu Xingjia about this matter. How is your matter with Su Shishan about collecting money? Did it go well?" Zhang Yunqing replied, "The invoice has been handed over to Su Shishan. It seems to be going smoothly so far." Just as he was talking about this, Zhao Manfu also walked out, and Zhang Yunqing stood up and asked, "Mr. Zhao, has Mr. Yuan called you back?" "What Su Shishan said is that if you want to receive money today or tomorrow, you must find a big enough leader to say hello to it. Only then can you succeed." Zhao Manfu replied, "Mr. Yuan has called back. She has already called the leader, and the other party promised to call in the afternoon to say hello. By the way, in order to avoid unnecessary accidents, you go to Su Shishan's office in the afternoon and wait for him." Zhang Yunqing said nothing and turned around to see Jean Haran snickering there. Zhang Yunqing endured it for a while, then finally succeeded and said, "Mr. Zhao, I said in the morning that I would stay until Su Xia Mountain and leave after the payment is received, but he has already driven me away. If you now arrange for me to guard him in the afternoon, he will probably be kicked out. Is it necessary to keep it there?" Zhao Manfu replied, "You must stay until this afternoon. If I don't let you watch in the office, you can watch in their parking lot instead. If there is a problem, you can respond immediately. You must ensure that the 7 million is received into the company's account today." Zhang Yunqing replied, "Okay, Mr. Zhao, as soon as it is time to go to work in the afternoon, I will drive to the downstairs of Su Shishan's office and wait there." After Zhang Yunqing finished eating, he washed the dishes and put them in a fixed place, then went to the dormitory for a lunch break. The alarm clock sounded at 2:30 in the afternoon, waking Zhang Yunqing on time. Zhang Yunqing got up, washed his face, took the car keys, and drove energetically to the downstairs of Su Shishan's office. Choose a parking space in a shady location, park, and turn off the engine. Lower the rear window glass by a slit of about 0.5 centimeters to maintain ventilation in the car. Pull the driver's seat as far back as possible, lower the backrest onto the rear seat, lie down comfortably and continue sleeping. Zhang Yunqing's phone rang while he was sleeping. He picked it up in a daze and said, "Who is this?" "Mr. Zhang, are you still awake after hearing your voice?" "I am Su Xiashan." When Zhang Yunqing heard that it was Su Shishan, he immediately perked up, sat up straight, and asked carefully, "Mr. Su, has the money been paid to our company?" "Not yet. Something went wrong." "Where are you?" "Downstairs in your office." "If it's this close, come to my office immediately." "If you want it, I'll be there soon." After Zhang Yunqing waited for Su Sheshan to hang up the phone, he got out of the car, locked the door, and quickly came to Su Sheshan's workstation. Su Sheshan looked a little ugly and said, "Mr. Zhang, what's going on in your company?" "What's wrong, Mr. Su, is there something wrong?" The big boss of our company has said hello and asked to pay you immediately." When the payment application form arrived at our finance department, when the finance girl reviewed your invoice data, she discovered that you still owed us 500,000 in invoices. The date for outstanding invoices is roughly before Labor Day. Zhang Yunqing sighed and said, "I specifically reminded the cashier about the issue of invoice arrears during this collection preparation, and asked the cashier to check it. As a result, she said that she would issue as many invoices as she paid each time. She also said she is responsible for any outstanding invoices." Su Sheshan replied, "She knows how much responsibility a financial teller can bear. You should ask her immediately to see if the situation is appropriate." "Okay." Zhang Yunqing nodded and agreed first. Then, he quickly found the phone number of the financial teller Zhou Fong in the phone address book. After making the call, he asked, "Sister Fong, could you please check whether Party A received a sum of 500,000 yuan from Party A before Labor Day this year?" "Yuan, but no invoice is provided." The financial teller was obviously stunned for a moment and said, "Wait a moment, I'll check it on the computer." Then he said on the phone, after checking, "There is indeed an invoice difference of 500,000 yuan." Zhang Yunqing took the phone off his right ear, covered the phone's microphone with his hand and asked Su Sheshan, "Mr. Su, Zhou Fong checked, and it was indeed an invoice worth 500,000 yuan before May Day. What should I do now?" "I'll drive over to make up for it right away today, okay?" Su Sheshan promised, "Arrange your people to issue the invoice and bring it over immediately." Zhang Yunqing replied, "Okay." Then he put the handset of the mobile phone to his right ear and said, "Sister Fong, quickly ask the company for the tax payment, go to the tax bureau immediately, issue an invoice for the 500,000 yuan, and send it to me. Give it to President Su from Party A." "Okay, Mr. Zhang. I will contact you immediately to handle the matter." After Zhang Yunqing ended the phone call with the financial teller Zhou Fong, he called Zhao Manfu again and said, "Mr. Zhao, I am in Mr. Su's office now, and our payment application form has been submitted to their finance department for review. But I discovered that we received a sum of 500,000 yuan on May Day, but we have not yet provided an invoice. Now Party A requires us to issue an invoice to them immediately." Zhao Manfu replied on the phone, "Okay, I'll contact the company right away." "Have you found the financial cashier Zhou Fong?" "I found it. I called her first and she promised to do it right away. I'm worried that she won't be strong enough, so I'll call you to see if she needs to find the company's financial leader and arrange to pay Zhou Fong immediately, so that the invoice can be issued within today's time." "Well, let me think about it. You still have to fight with Party A, Mr. Su, to pay us as soon as possible. We will definitely make up the invoice as quickly as possible." "Okay, I'll report to President Su again." Zhang Yunqing waited for Zhao Manfu to hang up the phone, calmed down a little, and then said carefully to Su Sheshan, "Mr. Su, I have called the financial cashier Zhou Fong, and she will go to the tax bureau immediately to apply for the 500,000 yuan invoice. At the same time, I called Mr. Zhao. He would help coordinate the company's financial department and immediately call the financial cashier Zhou Fong the taxes required for invoicing. Our company will definitely issue the invoice for the 500,000 yuan that is owed as quickly as possible and deliver it to you." After hearing this, Su Sheshan breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile, "It would be great if we can make it up as soon as possible." Zhang Yunqing thought about it again and asked, "Mr. Su, Mr. Zhao asked if you could pay us the payment first. We must make up for the invoice. I was really embarrassed that something like this happened. Su Shishan replied more generously, I'll give it a try and tell the company's finance staff to see if they agree. You don't have to be embarrassed, it's not your mistake. Zhang Yunqing replied, although it was not a mistake I made personally, I asked Zhou Fong to check it. It turned out that she relied on memory to deal with the matter and did not check the records on the computer. In the future, I will also learn a lesson and not make similar mistakes again. Su Shishan smiled and said, it's okay, I'm not afraid of making mistakes, I'm just afraid that I'll make mistakes without realizing it, and I won't solve them in time. Your original people handled the issue of owing invoices very poorly. Once you owe it for more than half a year. It's better now. After you came, this problem was really solved. Zhang Yunqing felt embarrassed and said, I'm really sorry, these things are really hard to guard against. For a while, I didn't think of any good solution. Su Shishan smiled and said, the company's finance has agreed to pay you. But please wait a moment. It would be best if you provide the invoice for the 500,000 yuan you owe before I pay you. Zhang Yunqing replied, in that case, I will go back to the project department first and report the situation to Mr. Zhao in person. See if you can solve this problem immediately. Su Shishan smiled and said, after you go back, if you don't have an invoice, you don't have to come here again. Zhang Yunqing replied, okay. After finishing speaking, he left Su Shishan's office. Drove back to Bowen project department. I got off the car and came to Zhao Manfu's office. Zhao Manfu asked, I haven't received the money, why did you come back again? Zhang Yunqing replied, in this situation, Su Shishan asked me to come back. What would he do if he didn't keep the invoice? Let me come back and figure out a way to issue the invoice to him as soon as possible. And he also contacted their finance department for us and agreed to pay us. But since this 500,000 yuan invoice is owed for more than half a year, they still hope to get our invoice before paying us. Zhao Manfu looked obviously depressed and asked, why hasn't this matter been discovered earlier? Zhang Yunqing replied, Mr. Zhao, I called the financial teller Zhou Fong in the car and asked her if she still owed Party A the invoice. I asked her to check. You were still in the car at the time. Do you still have an impression? You said that, I remembered it. Did she say she was responsible at that time? Yes, but how can she be responsible? If the invoice cannot be issued today, it is very likely that the relevant personnel of Party A will use this as a reason to refuse to pay us. So what's our situation now, and what can I do? I asked Zhou Fong if the company would pay her. If there is no payment, you have to be responsible for helping her quickly transfer the prepaid tax for the invoice to Zhou Fong. Ask quickly. Zhang Yunqing took out her mobile phone, looked up Zhou Fong's phone number in the phone address book, and asked, Sister Fong, are you going to the tax bureau? It'll be there soon. Has the company given you any money for prepayment of taxes now? Not yet, there's still a reason. Why are you still asking why at this time? Shouldn't we do something first? How much does it cost? It's not much money, just over 10,000 is enough. Do you have any other money on your card that you can use here first? Have. That's fine. Then issue an invoice first and send it back to me. For other matters, you can slowly communicate with the company to resolve them after you come back. Mr. Zhao and I can talk to you anytime if you need anything. Okay. That's it, I'm at the tax office. Zhang Yunqing ended the phone call with financial teller Zhou Fong and said, Zhou Fong has arrived at the tax bureau. She still has the money to pay taxes on her card. Just issue tickets first. Later, she would slowly communicate with the company about prepayment of taxes on invoices. Zhao Manfu asked, in other words, we don't need to do anything at the moment, we just need to wait patiently. Zhang Yunqing nodded and said, yes, just wait patiently. Zhao Manfu replied, if we receive the 7 million today, we will go to the Nanshan project first. Zhang Yunqing replied, I guess it's a bit confusing. I feel like I should set aside some time tonight to invite Su Shishan to have a meal with me as a thank you. At the same time, I would like to mention it in person and see how quickly we can review the settlement review for this issue. Zhao Manfu replied, that's okay, just go to the Nanshan project tomorrow morning. Zhang Yunqing added, our project department still needs to hold a coordination meeting for settlement, but this meeting has not been held yet. What should I do? Just use the few dozen minutes of waiting for the invoice to hold a short meeting and assign the tasks first. Zhao Manfu said, first notify Jin Haran and Song Xiaoshan to discuss it and see if the conditions are met. Zhang Yunqing replied, okay. Zhang Yunqing took out his mobile phone, looked up the phone number of budget clerk Jin Haran in the phone address book, called it and said, you can come to Mr. Zhao's office now for a short meeting. Good. After hanging up the phone, I found the phone number of project manager Song Xiaoshan in the phone address book, called him and said, Mr. Song, come to Mr. Zhao's office now for a short meeting. Okay, come right away. After making the call, Zhang Yunqing said, both of them have been notified. It will be up soon. Song Xiaoshan first came to Zhao Manfu's office and asked, Mr. Zhao, what's going on? Zhao Manfu smiled and replied, sit down first and then talk. I came to you to discuss how to start the settlement declaration. I also informed the budget officer Jin Haran to wait a moment. As soon as he finished speaking, budget clerk Jin Haran was already at the door of Zhao Manfu's office and asked with a smile, 3 leaders, what are you waiting for me to do? Is there any good thing? Zhao Manfu asked Jin Haran to sit down and said, didn't we discuss the settlement declaration last night? This morning, Zhang Yunqing communicated these related matters to Hua Baibai of the business department. It is agreed that we will start the settlement review work now, and it has been arranged for Jin Haran to implement it. What we want to focus on now is the settlement work. We need to hold a meeting to implement the work related to settlement declaration. Mr. Song, have you told your production brothers about this settlement issue? Song Xiaoshan replied, no, I have been waiting for the collection work today. If this job is not implemented, I will not be in the mood to deal with the settlement work. Zhao Manfu smiled and said, is your brain still working in a single-threaded mode? You cannot do more than 2 jobs at the same time. Song Xiaoshan smiled awkwardly and said, that's probably what Mr. Zhao said. Zhao Manfu asked Jin Haran again, after you went to Su Shishan, did they give you a standard for settlement? Jin Haran replied, it's pretty much what I originally expected. Su Shishan said that his company has no special regulations regarding settlement. Let us just submit it for review according to the usual settlement submission standards. Speed was also emphasized. Otherwise, after the new year, their company may hire a cost consulting company, and then he will not be able to make the decision. Zhao Manfu asked again, so Party A has no standards. Then we can handle the settlement submission for review according to similar standards mentioned by Zhang Yunqing last night, right? Jin Haran replied, yes. Zhao Manfu asked, then have you sorted out the information related to the settlement today? What's left, do you know? Jin Haran replied, there are a lot of things and a lot of information. It can't be sorted out in one day. Zhao Manfu asked, how many days will it take to clear out the data? Jin Haran replied, the information in one issue is so messy, I guess it would be pretty good if I could sort it out within a week. Zhao Manfu asked, is it true that the completed drawings are definitely not available at the moment? Jin Haran replied, yes. Zhao Manfu asked Song Xiaoshan, when do you want the brothers to start drawing the completion drawings? Song Xiaoshan replied, only Zhao Dejin can draw pictures, and he is still half a pot of water. Zhao Manfu asked, not very satisfied, so there is nothing we can do about the completion drawing? Song Xiaoshan replied helplessly, it's not that there is no way, but it will definitely be slower. Zhao Manfu asked Zhang Yunqing again, what is your opinion on this matter of settlement? Zhang Yunqing replied, my opinion is that the production side should still draw the as-built drawings. Another thing is, are there no construction drawings for this landscape improvement project yet? This is a must. Song Xiaoshan replied, we have finished all the work, and the Design Institute has not yet given us the construction drawings. Could it be that we, the people in the project department, are also required to draw construction drawings? The key is that the people in our project department don't know how to draw. Do you mean to draw as-built drawings? We can just make changes based on the electronic drawings of construction drawings. If we were asked to draw construction drawings directly, our project department would definitely have no choice. Zhao Manfu asked, "Didn't you say that we asked the Design Institute to produce construction drawings for us?" Song Xiaoshan replied, "At that time, the art director Xiang Qi helped contact the Design Institute, but we still haven't seen the construction drawings." Zhao Manfu replied, "Mr. Song, please continue to contact Xiang Qi and ask her to contact the Design Institute to help produce construction drawings." Song Xiaoshan replied, "I can contact her, but I guess my level is not enough and I may not be able to handle this matter." Zhao Manfu replied, "It's okay. Just contact me first. After we sort out the situation, we can discuss what to do." Song Xiaoshan replied, "Okay." Zhao Manfu asked Zhang Yunqing again, "Based on our current communication situation, this coordination meeting on settlement has no basis for holding a meeting?" Zhang Yunqing said with a smile, "It can be said that at present, it doesn't matter what we want. This meeting is of little value and will only increase everyone's worries. It is recommended that Mr. Song and the metal workers discuss it for a period of time. After the metal workers sort out the existing information and have a general situation, we can come over to check the information and then hold a coordination meeting on specific issues. Only then will it be possible to sort out specific work tasks and assign them to specific people." Zhao Manfu replied, "Okay. Regarding the issue of settlement, internal matters will be discussed here. Mr. Song, if Party A pays 7 million to our company today, do you have any plans to treat Su Shishan to a meal or something? By the way, let's talk to him about the settlement we want to handle." Song Xiaoshan replied, "If the payment comes out, I will definitely treat Su Shishan to dinner. You happen to be here today, so join in together. If you want to talk about the settlement, then you'd better call Jin Haoren. There are two benefits. One is that he personally listens to the opinions of Party A Su Shishan on the settlement, so as not to convey it again after we come back and avoid information distortion. The second is that he doesn't drink, so we can let him be a driver for all of us." Zhao Manfu replied, "Your idea is consistent with what Yunqing and I think." At this moment, Zhang Yunqing's phone rang. Zhang Yunqing saw that it was the financial teller Zhou Fang. After getting through, he said, "Sister Fang, has the invoice been issued?" "It's ready. I'm about to arrive at the project department." "Where are you?" "I'm in the project department, so I still come to your office to get the invoice, right?" "Yes, because I want to scan." After Zhang Yunqing ended the phone call with the financial teller Zhou Fang, he said, "The invoice is back. I won't chat with you anymore. I'm going to Sister Fang's office to get the replacement invoice, and then send it to Su Shishan." Zhao Manfu laughed loudly and said, "Great. Did Su Shishan say that he will pay immediately after receiving the invoice?" When Zhang Yunqing heard Zhao Manfu's question, he was already about to leave the door of Zhao Manfu's office. He stopped temporarily and turned around and answered, "Yes, you can wait for the finance department to check whether the account has been received." "Good." Zhang Yunqing quickly came to the door of the financial teller's office, and happened to meet the panting financial teller Zhou Fang, who was opening the office door. She looked like she was sweating profusely, and asked hurriedly, "Sister Fang, are you running upstairs?" "Of?" Financial teller Zhou Fang breathlessly replied, "In order to issue this 500,000 invoice, I ran all the time while walking. I finally rushed to bring you the invoice before get off work. Brought it back." Zhang Yunqing said, "Stop talking. After scanning, give me the original." Zhang Yunqing took out his mobile phone, looked up the phone number of Su Shishan of Kamba Group Construction in the phone address book, dialed it and said, "Mr. Su, I have some good news for you." "What good news?" "The invoice for the 500,000 yuan that is owed has been issued and is being scanned by the project department. After the scan is completed, Sister Fang will send you the scanned copy, and I will send you the original. It will probably take no more than 10 minutes to be delivered to your office. Could you please say hello to your finance person first and ask them to review the payment process later? There won't be many people reviewing it later. As long as we see your original invoice, the company will definitely agree to pay immediately. Okay, see you later. Wait for you. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Financial cashier Zhou Fang scanned the invoice and handed the original to Zhang Yunqing. After Zhang Yunqing took the original invoice, he said to the financial teller Zhou Fang, "Sister Fang, I'm going to deliver the original invoice to Su Xieshan. I would also like to trouble you to send the scanned copy of the invoice to Su Xieshan from Party A." "Sure, no problem." Zhang Yunqing drove to the downstairs of Su Xieshan's office with the original invoice of 500,000 yuan. After parking in the parking space, he got out of the car and quickly went to Su Xieshan's office upstairs to hand over the original invoice. Passed it to Su Xieshan. After Su Xieshan took the invoice, he smiled and said, "Okay, this invoice can finally eliminate the psychological shadow of our little girl in the finance department." Zhang Yunqing asked, "Mr. Su, could you please call your finance department? Tell me that the original invoice has been received. I urge them to pay our company today. Our Mr. Zhao has been waiting in the office, waiting for news of this payment." Su Xieshan joked, "Your company has a very good spirit in collecting payments. If I use the energy of collecting money to work on projects, I think I can do any project well." Zhang Yunqing smiled and said, "There is no way, it is almost the end of the year, the company is very short of money, and the company's senior leaders seem to attach great importance to every payment received. Mr. Zhao and I are waiting to collect your payment, and we have to return to the Nanshan project as soon as possible to collect the payment." Su Xieshan smiled and said, "Okay, I won't brag with you anymore. I'll call the finance department right away." I saw Su Xieshan picking up the landline microphone on the table, dialing a series of numbers skillfully, and then the call was connected and he said, "The original invoice for the additional 500,000 yuan from Western Construction has been issued." "What did you say?" "Didn't hear clearly." Su Xieshan continued speaking into the microphone, "Yes, it was a bit intermittent just now. I didn't hear it clearly. Can you explain it again?" "Oh, are you asking if the original invoice of 500,000 yuan issued by Western Construction has been handed over to me?" "Handed over, Mr. Zhang of their company just handed it over to me personally. He has been sitting next to you. Do you want to talk to him? Don't you want to talk about it?" "Good. But Mr. Zhang asked us if we could pay their company right away. He said it was the end of the year and we were all in a hurry for money." Oh. Okay, thank you, I'll talk to Mr. Zhang. Bye-bye." After Su Xieshan finished the call and put down the receiver, Su Xieshan said, "Congratulations, Mr. Zhang. The finance department said that as long as the original invoice for the 500,000 yuan you issued is confirmed to be in my hands, they can pay it immediately. He also said that you can check whether the money has arrived in the account in 10 minutes. Zhang Yunqing said quickly, "Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Su. I will report to Mr. Zhao right away. Ask him to ask the company to check whether the account has been received." "You're welcome. You should call quickly. Note that the account will not arrive immediately, but will be checked in 10 minutes. Okay. Got it." Zhang Yunqing took out his mobile phone and found Zhao Manfu's phone number in the phone address book. After getting through, he said, "Mr. Zhao, Mr. Su personally called their company's finance department to confirm that they will pay us immediately and let us pay in 10 minutes. Check the account to see if it has been paid." Zhao Manfu replied, "Okay, you wait for news from Mr. Su, I will come to coordinate immediately." 10 minutes later, Zhao Manfu called and said, "You are back, remember to express your gratitude to Mr. Su. Tell Mr. Su that our project progress payment of 7 million has been received." "Good." After Zhang Yunqing waited for Zhao Manfu to hang up the phone, he happily reported to Su Xieshan, "Mr. Su, Mr. Zhao just called and said that we have received your payment of 7 million yuan. Mr. Zhao also specifically asked me to express my gratitude to you in person. Su Shishan smiled and said, "You're too polite. You should collect payment for the construction work." Zhang Yunqing said to Su Shishan, "Mr. Su, I will go back to the project department first." "Okay, Mr. Zhang, walk slowly." After Zhang Yunqing left Su Shishan's office, he went downstairs to the parking lot. He couldn't help but feel happy that he finally successfully recovered the 7 million yuan project progress payment to the company's account. I started the car with a little excitement and drove back to the Bowen project department. Zhang Yunqing climbed the stairs to Zhao Manfu's office. Zhao Manfu smiled and said to Zhang Yunqing, "Song Shaoshan has gone to meet Su Shishan specifically, and let's have dinner together tonight. The four of us will accompany Su Shishan alone." "Yunqing, thank you for your hard work this time." Zhang Yunqing replied, "It's okay, everyone does it. I just run a little bit occasionally." Zhao Manfu replied, "In front of me, it is understandable to say so. If there are outsiders around, answering like this will make it appear that the work you do is unimportant. If you feel it's too fake and feel bad about it, you can choose not to speak. Yes, even if you don't say anything, it will leave a much better impression than the answer you just gave." Zhang Yunqing smiled and said, "I'm just telling the truth. Is it possible that for everything done, everyone has to rush to grab the credit, and everyone has to say that they have the greatest credit?" Zhao Manfu said with a smile, "Don't you understand this? Children who cry will get milk." Zhang Yunqing said with a smile, "I can't do it. I have to fight for everything and take credit for everything. It seems too dirty." Zhao Manfu smiled and said, "If you can't figure it out, you can think about it slowly. One day, this society will teach you what to do." Zhang Yunqing replied, "I just can't get over that hurdle in my heart and don't want to go against the truth." Zhao Manfu replied, "Only when you have experienced it more can you truly understand. Maybe one day, I will become the type of person I once looked down upon the most." Zhang Yunqing felt that he couldn't keep up with his thinking, so he had to say, "Let me think about it carefully and be more careful in the future." Zhao Manfu replied, "That's pretty much it." Went downstairs. As the two of them went downstairs, Zhao Manfu said, "Go and call Jin Haoren." "Okay." Zhang Yunqing agreed. Then he walked to Jin Haoren's office, looked at him and said, "Metalworker, come downstairs." "Okay, right away." Jin Haoren turned off the computer and followed Zhang Yunqing downstairs. Jin Haoren saw Zhao Manfu standing at the door of the project department, walked over and said, "Congratulations to Mr. Zhao, for a wonderful collection battle before the Lunar New Year." Zhao Manfu smiled proudly and said, "That's necessary." There was no trace of any embarrassment on his face. Jin Haoren asked again, "Did Mr. Song go to pick up Mr. Su?" "Well, it's coming soon." While talking, Song Shaoshan drove to the door of the project department, rolled down the window and shouted, "Mr. Zhao, get in the car." Zhao Manfu walked to the front passenger seat. Zhang Yunqing and Jin Haoren got into the back seat of the vehicle, and Jin Haoren sat in the middle of the back seat. After everyone was seated, Song Shaoshan quickly locked the car door and drove the car towards Cheongshan City. Su Shishan was relatively tired, so he leaned on the back seat and closed his eyes to rest. Everyone also rode in silence without saying a word. It seemed that he was afraid of disturbing Su Shishan's dream. After driving for about 40 minutes, the car arrived in downtown Cheongshan. Song Shaoshan relied on his memory to find a Sichuan restaurant with better taste. Song Shaoshan said, "Mr. Zhao, will you order this dish yourself?" Zhao Manfu smiled and said, "If you let me order at a Sichuan restaurant, I don't care if you have a good meal." Song Shaoshan shouted, "Waiter, take the menu and order." The waiter came to the private room with the menu and asked, "Sir, who can order?" Song Shaoshan signaled the waiter to ask Zhao Manfu to order. After Zhao Manfu took the menu, he asked Su Shishan, "Mr. Su, do you have any taboos?" Su Shishan replied, "There are no taboos, you can eat anything. As long as it tastes good." Zhao Manfu smiled and said, okay. Then I'll order. Little sister, I'll order it and you'll remember it. Okay, sir. Cold fried ear root. Cold black fungus. Cold fresh flour rice. Salted green pepper tube. Pig ears mixed with red oil. It's time to order hot food. Mappa tofu. Fish-flavored shredded pork. Stir-fried shredded beef, stir-fry it dry. Twice-cooked pork with garlic sprouts. Spicy chicken. The waiter said, Sir, how many are there in total among you? 5. For 5 people, the food is almost ready. You can order some soup. Okay. Do you have pea-tip soup? Have. Okay, then we've chosen the soup. Mr. Su, should we drink beer or liquor? Mr. Zhao, if they have local Cheongshan beer here, it tastes pretty good. I suggest you try it. The waiter replied, yes, would you like one? Can I return it if I can't finish the drink? Can. Su Sheshan asked, how many dishes did you order? Is it too much? Zhao Manfu smiled and said, 5 cold dishes, 5 hot dishes, and 1 vegetable soup. Sichuan cuisine is not like northern cuisine. The portions of Sichuan cuisine are smaller and more refined. The 5 of us are going to drink, and we might even add some food later. Su Shishan replied, I'm not familiar with Sichuan cuisine. Zhao Manfu said to Jin Haoran, metalworker, I forgot to order you a drink. You go to their refrigerator and choose one yourself. Jin Haoran replied, it's okay. If I don't like drinks, just drink their buckwheat tea. Zhao Manfu replied, okay, just take care of yourself. The waiter brought the dishes and chopsticks, and brought the scalding basin and boiling water to the table. Zhao Manfu enthusiastically helped Su Shishan iron the dishes and chopsticks, and Su Shishan quickly said, Mr. Zhao, I can't bear it. Don't be too polite. Zhao Manfu replied, it doesn't matter. It is also an honor for me, Mr. Zhao, to have the opportunity to provide a small service to Mr. Su. Half an hour later, a few cold dishes arrived, as well as beer. Song Xiaoshan said, there are a lot of people today and everyone is hungry. Can we start taking care of ourselves first? Su Shishan said, then let's get it done. Zhao Manfu said, everyone should eat some food first, and then start drinking. Mr. Su, you are not familiar with Sichuan cuisine. Let me introduce to you. The dish in front of you is called zirjin, which has a unique taste. You taste it. Su Shishan put a chopstick into his mouth, chewed it, and said, this looks like some kind of grass. Zhang Yunqing added, if I'm not mistaken, zirjin is a native name, and its scientific name is Houtuinia cordata. It's just that the kind of folded ear root we eat now should have been cultivated artificially. Its smell is not as strong as the one we used to dig on the ridges beside the fields in the countryside. The original taste of the countryside is what makes people miss it even more. Su Shishan replied, this smell is quite strong. Zhao Manfu smiled and said, at first, you may not be used to it. This thing is like stinky tofu. The more you eat it, the more you want to eat it. And if you eat it with wine, the taste will be different. Su Shishan said, hearing what Mr. Zhao said, I almost want to drink. Zhao Manfu smiled and said, as long as you are happy, then start drinking. I propose that our common party A, Mr. Su, serve the first glass of wine today. All welcome. The 4 people in the western building put down their chopsticks and clapped their hands enthusiastically. Su Shishan smiled and said, the rights to the first cup must still belong to you, Mr. Zhao. You are the boss. Zhao Manfu replied, according to your northern culture, I am the eldest among the 4 people who work in Western construction here, but you are the party A of our Western construction, and you are the only one here who is the biggest. Mr. Su, don't refuse. Deliberate humility is also a disguised form of pride. We happily decided that you would carry the first glass of wine. Su Shishan smiled and said, Mr. Zhao, You are so eloquent that I can't speak to you. In order to taste the taste of beer with fructus earlier, I will bring this first glass of wine. Su Shishan picked up the wine glass and said, through everyone's joint efforts, the first phase of the Bowen Landscape Improvement Project is finally almost completed, and your progress payment of 7 million yuan was successfully paid out today. It can be regarded as a double happiness. Let us drink this cup and celebrate together in this happy moment. Cheers. Zhao Manfu picked up his wine glass and clinked it with Su Shishan. I sincerely thank Mr. Su. Zhang Yunqing raised his wine glass and clinked it with Su Shishan. Thank you, Mr. Su. Song Xiaoshan raised his wine glass and clinked it with Su Shishan. Thank you, Mr. Su. Jin Haoran picked up the tea cup and clinked it with Su Shishan. Thank you, Mr. Su. The five drank it all in one go, and each filled up their own glasses of wine and water. After Su Shishan drank a glass of wine, he said, well, the taste of this Shilian root paired with wine is really good. After saying that, he picked up another chopstick and started chewing. Zhao Manfu turned the turntable on the table and said, Mr. Su, there is also a salad with fresh flowers and rice. You can try it. Su Shishan picked up a few and tasted it before saying, this tastes good too. Zhao Manfu also tasted the fresh flour rice and said, it tastes good. I always feel like there's still something missing. Zhang Yunqing asked, is the freshness of the peanuts insufficient? Because this period is not the season for producing peanuts. Zhao Manfu said, yes, Yunqing is right, it still lacks a little freshness. If Mr. Su has the opportunity to go to Sichuan in the future, he must try this dish if it is the autumn season when peanuts are abundant. The taste is definitely very delicious. Su Shishan asked, I haven't been to Sichuan yet. Are there any better scenic spots? Zhao Manfu replied, there are many 5A scenic spots in Sichuan. Generally speaking, to the outside world, the more famous ones include Meiyi, Zhaijiu, Longhuang, and Big Buddha. Su Shishan looked surprised and asked, I have heard about these scenic spots, but I didn't expect them to be all in Sichuan. Zhao Manfu replied, that's right, Sichuan is a place with delicious food and fun. In order to describe the beauty of Sichuan, the ancients also left an old saying, it is necessary to visit Sichuan if you are young. Meaning is, Sichuan is a place that emphasizes leisure and entertainment. Many people often sit together, play mahjong, chat and drink tea when they have nothing to do. For many people, these leisure things should be things that older people do to pass their time. If young people go to Sichuan, it is particularly easy to affect their positive attitude, breed laziness, and easily lose their motivation to strive. Su Shishan replied, Sichuan should ask Mr. Zhao to be the spokesperson for tourism. Now that I have told you, I have really wanted to go to Sichuan. Zhao Manfu picked up the wine glass and said, Mr. Su, it doesn't matter whether you go or not. Nishikawa is there. No matter what day you want to come to Sichuan, remember to call me. As the spokesperson of Sichuan tourism, I now warmly invite you to visit Sichuan as soon as possible. Contribute to the tourism industry in Sichuan. I promise to give you a good reception. Su Shishan raised his wine glass and clinked it with Zhao Manfu, and said, thank you to the Sichuan tourism image spokesperson for your warm welcome. I will definitely try to come as soon as possible. Everyone filled their glasses with wine. Zhao Manfu turned the turntable, pointed at a plate of dishes and introduced to Su Shishan, Mr. Su, this dish here is called salted green pepper tube. We in Sichuan call it green pepper, not green pepper. After Su Shishan heard this, he asked with interest, oh, if you don't call it green pepper, what do you call it? What we call is sea pepper. Mr. Zhao, do you know why you call me Haijiao? According to legend, pepper is not an original product of our country, but a condiment from outside the region. And it was not introduced from the land, but from the sea. That's why the people of Sichuan call this species sea pepper. Su Shishan smiled and said, okay, it was a good meal tonight. Eat out our Sichuan food culture. Come, Mr. Zhao, I'd like to propose a toast to you and thank you for popularizing the origin of sea pepper to me. Zhao Manfu replied with a smile, okay. Cheers. Zhang Yunqing raised his glass and toasted Su Sheshan with a glass of wine and said, Mr. Su, thank you for helping our company to fight hard today, and we achieved the result of our company's smooth payment today. You are welcome. Zhang Yunqing pointed to the salted green pepper tube on the dining table and introduced it to Su Sheshan. In our countryside, there was still a way to make this dish 20 years ago. Just chop the green pepper tube into fine pieces, soak it in salt, and then pour a small amount of rapeseed oil on it. Ah, my mouth is watering just thinking about it, it's so fragrant and goes especially well with meals. Su Sheshan smiled and said, you can also make one to try. Zhang Yunqing said with a smile, the ingredients today may not be as good as those back then. No matter how you cook them, you won't be able to get the same taste. Zhao Manfu smiled and said, that's not the reason at all. The most basic reason is that living conditions are much better now than before, and there are too many food options to choose from. I ate it all in my mouth, so I couldn't taste the original food. Su Sheshan smiled and said, Mr. Zhao, what you said makes sense. Zhao Manfu said with a smile, let's not forget about our protagonist, Mr. Su, tonight. Colleagues who come to our Western construction to pay tribute to our Mr. Su. Thank you Mr. Su for taking care of our Western architecture during this period. Without Mr. Su, it is hard for me to imagine that we would be able to collect the money so smoothly. The other three people shouted together, to Mr. Su, cheers. The five of them had a drink together happily. Hot dishes came one after another, including mapo tofu, shredded fish-flavored pork, stir-fried shredded beef, twice-cooked pork with garlic sprouts, and spicy chicken. Every time a dish was served, Zhao Manfu made a grand introduction to Su Sheshan. Among them, mapo tofu is the most interesting. Mapo tofu is one of the traditional famous dishes of Sichuan. The main ingredient is tofu, the auxiliary ingredients are garlic sprouts, beef mince, other meats are also acceptable, the seasonings are watercress, chili noodles and Sichuan pepper noodles, soy sauce, etc. The hemp comes from Sichuan pepper, spicy coming from chili noodles. This dish is spicy, fresh, fragrant, hot, green, tender and crispy, fully displaying the spicy flavor characteristics of Sichuan cuisine. Zhao Manfu enthusiastically scooped a spoonful of mapo tofu for Su Sheshan and said, Mr. Su, this dish tastes very good. Try it. Su Sheshan put mapo tofu into his mouth. He felt a numbness coming from the tip of his tongue, followed by a spicy taste, and quickly swallowed it. As soon as I felt a burning sensation in my throat, I quickly picked up the teacup next to me and took a sip of tea. After waiting for a while, I said intermittently, it's so hot, so hot. Zhao Manfu smiled and said, oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Su, I forgot to mention that you can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. This tofu is very hot and needs to be cooled slightly, but not completely cold. It is most delicious when eaten when the heat is just right. Su Sheshan said, if I hadn't eaten with you, I would have thought this was a black shop and I was poisoned. After Zhao Manfu stared at Su Sheshan for a few seconds, he felt something was wrong. He laughed and said, don't you think your tongue is numb? So you think it's poisoning? Su Sheshan replied, yes, that's what it means. If you don't say it, I can't describe it. Zhao Manfu continued to explain, this is a special seasoning in Sichuan cuisine, called Sichuan peppercorns. You can see it is the gray-black powder sprinkled on the surface of the tofu. This Xanthoxylum bungianum is the main ingredient. And these red ones are chili peppers, which are mainly spicy. So the main flavor of this mapo tofu is numbing and spicy. Generally speaking, when we eat this dish, we should mix the prickly ash powder with the tofu evenly with a small spoon. This will prevent it from being too numb. I've mixed it now. I'll give you a taste of the temperature first. After Zhao Manfu finished speaking, he picked up a piece of tofu with chopsticks and put it into his mouth to try it. After eating, he pulled out a napkin, wiped the red oil star on the corner of his mouth and said, "Well, this mapo tofu tastes good. It's authentic and the temperature is just right. Mr. Su, take another piece and try it." Su Sheshan glanced at mapo tofu hesitantly, then glanced at Zhao Manfu and asked, "Is it really as delicious as you said?" Zhao Manfu replied confidently, "Of course, try it quickly, Mr. Su, it won't taste good when it gets too cold later." Su Sheshan carefully picked up a small piece of tofu and put it gently into his mouth, carefully feeling the temperature. Well, at least it wasn't hot anymore. The numb, spicy, and meaty taste of tantan came to my tongue. The feeling this time was much better than the scalding feeling last time. It felt very wonderful. It turns out that tofu can be made so delicious, I'm really convinced. After feeling it, Su Sheshan said to Zhao Manfu, "Well, I feel much better this time. It's so delicious. I want to try it again." Su Sheshan ate a lot of mapo tofu again and was full of praise. Zhao Manfu introduced again, "Eat this mapo tofu with rice. It tastes more fragrant. Do you want some rice?" Recommend an app, which is comparable to the old book-chasing tool, and can be used to read all the source books. Su Sheshan said, come on. Zhang Yunqing called the waiter over and said, 5 bowls of rice for the 5 of us. Also, can we add another mapo tofu? Everyone says your dish tastes good. The waiter replied, okay. Add 5 bowls of rice. You can add 1 mapo tofu. This dish is our restaurant's signature dish. Almost everyone who comes here orders this dish. There are many customers like you today who add some mapo tofu. Zhang Yunqing said to the waiter, okay. Please bring the rice first and make the mapo tofu as fast as possible. The service replied, okay, please wait. Zhao Manfu added, one drawback of this mapo tofu is that it feels a little greasy. So I ordered this pea-tip soup, which is a vegetarian soup. And it's oily. It goes very well with this mapo tofu. After finishing speaking, Zhao Manfu served a bowl of pea-tip soup to Su Sheshan and motioned for Su Sheshan to take a sip. After Su Sheshan took a big sip of pea-tip soup, he sat up straight and said, Mr. Zhao, you are really good at ordering. I never thought that a Sichuan food ordering would allow you to order so many variations. It makes people feel very comfortable eating it. It feels like I haven't tasted such fascinating food in a long time. Zhao Manfu smiled and said, as long as Mr. Su thinks it tastes good. I'm afraid that Mr. Su won't be used to the spicy Sichuan cuisine. I know that there are many northerners who like Sichuan food, but they are not suitable for authentic Sichuan food and must eat the improved Sichuan food. The main reason is that I can't stand the numbing and spicy nature of Sichuan food. This restaurant's Sichuan cuisine seems to be trying to keep the original flavor as much as possible without making any artificial improvements. I haven't had such delicious food in a long time. Song Xiaoshan raised the wine glass and said, how can such a delicious meal be without wine? Mr. Su, Mr. Zhao, Mr. Zhang, Mr. Jin, come, have a drink, have a drink. Everyone happily drank together again. While pouring wine for Su Sheshan, Zhao Manfu said politely, Mr. Su, we still have a problem now. Su Sheshan asked, Mr. Zhao, what problem are you talking about? Zhao Manfu continued, the first phase of our Bowen project has been basically completed, but you know better than me that a lot of people have changed before and after our project. I heard from metalworkers that basically all the people in production have been replaced. People now don't know the original situation. In this case, the settlement between our company and your company will become difficult. Does Mr. Su have any good suggestions? Su Sheshan replied, our company's current management regulations are not rigorous in this matter. In this project of yours, to be honest, it would be easy to get confused whether you change people or not. I am aware of some changes. When the leaders come, they say something is wrong here and there, and how to adjust it. Often the adjustment can be made in just one sentence, and I don't dare to slow down. As a result, if it is a more formal audit, you will not be able to pass. Why? Because you have not changed the design. I'm also worried that these issues won't be easy to deal with in the future, so I've discussed them with your metalworkers privately many times. The easiest way is for you to quickly compile the settlement statement that you think is reliable and send it to me for review. Please help, Mimi Reading app, can steal book stamps like food. Come and steal your friend's book stamps to vote for my books. If it's too late and we can't make it in time, next year we'll start. I heard that our company will hire a cost consulting company to review all our projects in the first phase of Bowen. If Chingching Consulting Company reviews it, I won't be able to help much. You may just have to leave it to fate. After Zhao Manfu heard this, he felt aggrieved in his heart. Although the project was done well, the settlement was impossible to start. I don't have to worry about much at the wine table anymore. Let's drink the wine first to make ourselves happy. Zhao Manfu picked up his wine glass again and suggested, "Thank you, Mr. Su, for giving us the important instructions on the settlement work. Our colleagues from Western Construction join us in paying tribute to Mr. Su. I would also like to express my opinion here. I will do our best to handle the settlement as quickly as possible and send it to you for review." Su Shishan replied, "Okay, let's work together and strive to complete the settlement as soon as possible." Cheers. Everyone was drinking until 9 o'clock in the evening, when the waiter came to urge us, "Sir, would you like to add more food?" Song Xiaoshan asked, "What's wrong?" "We won't add vegetables." The waiter continued, "Sir, our store closes at 9 o'clock in the evening." Song Xiaoshan replied, "Do you have to leave at 9 o'clock? The chef has to get off work. If you don't add more food, the chef is gone and you won't be able to add more food later. Then when do you have to leave?" "There is no time to leave, we just won't accept new guests anymore." After the waiter left, Su Shishan said, "That's how their place is. Restaurants are usually open until 9 o'clock, and you can't add more dishes after that. After the last table of guests leaves, the waiter leaves work. Let's speed up the process and don't let these waiters who have worked hard all day get off work too late." Zhao Manfu said, "Okay, respond to President Su's call and speed up the progress. Come and have another drink." Then he added, "In Sichuan, it is absolutely not allowed to chase away guests like this. Mr. Su, go to Sichuan early in the future to experience Sichuan's food documents." Good. The four drinkers were almost done drinking, and their words were not very round, and they sounded intermittent. Jean Haren was arranged by Song Xiaoshan to pay the bill at the front desk. When we came back, everyone had finished their drinks. Su Shishan said, "It's over, let's go back." Jean Haren was responsible for driving everyone back to the resting place, and the night was uneventful. At 10 o'clock the next morning, Zhang Yunqing woke up, washed up and came to the office, but saw no one at work. Then he called Zhao Manfu, "Mr. Zhao, are you awake? Just woke up. What are we going to do today? Do we want to go back to the Nanshan project?" "Yes, call me after you pack your things." "Good." Half an hour later, Zhang Yunqing put the luggage in the trunk of the car, drove to the door of the project department, called Zhao Manfu again and asked, "Mr. Zhao, I have packed it and it is at the project department entrance." "Well, come up here and help me get my suitcase." "Good." Zhang Yunqing went upstairs to help Zhao Manfu take the suitcase downstairs and put it in the rear of the car. Before leaving, Zhang Yunqing emphasized to Jean Haren that the settlement review work for the next parties must be started immediately, and all the next parties must be notified in place today. Although Jean Haren promised well on the surface, he still kept beating his Xiao Jiujiu in his heart. The two greeted Song Xiaoshan and Jean Haren from the project department and then drove to the Nanshan project department. After the two put their luggage away, they went to the office. Zhang Yunqing returned to the office of the Ministry of Commerce, called Li Xishuan over and asked, "Xiao Li, has our output value been verified by workers Ding?" Li Xishuan replied, "I haven't been notified yet." Zhang Yunqing asked again, "It's already been another day yesterday. Did you go to wait until workers Ding reviewed our production value yesterday? Li Shixuan replied, yesterday I stayed with Ding Gong for a day, and she spent the whole day reviewing our production value. She still needs to check today's results before she can get the results. Zhang Yunqing asked, is there any reduction in the project quantity? Li Shixuan replied, the project quantities are those approved by the supervisor and have not been reduced. Zhang Yunqing asked again, will the unit price and measure fee be reduced significantly? Li Shixuan replied, when I was here yesterday, the data was not compiled, and she didn't let me see the price review and measure fees. Said she was reviewing according to the contract. If you want the progress payment to be fast, you can't do this, otherwise it will take a long time. Zhang Yunqing asked again, did she say when she would give you a result she thought was acceptable? Li Shixuan replied, I told you, as soon as this morning. Then it's almost time to get off work at noon. It's better for you to go and find her quickly to find out the situation. If the production value is reduced too much, we won't be able to bear it, so let her wait for a while before giving out the results. Li Shixuan replied, okay, I'll go right away. More than 10 minutes later, Li Shixuan called Zhang Yunqing and asked, Mr. Zhang, I gave your opinion to Mr. Ding. I left her office now and called you alone outside. She quietly showed me that the output value after review was 46 million yuan, and the review had reduced the output value by 1.05 million yuan. Look, can this result be achieved? Zhang Yunqing thought for a while and then replied, this amount of output value meets our requirements. But there is still party A to review later, so when you need to express your opinion, just say that you reluctantly agree, hoping that the review can be faster and the project funds can be obtained as soon as possible. We need to clarify when we can get the cost review documents. Li Shixuan replied, okay, I understand. I'll communicate again. Zhang Yunqing saw that it was already time for lunch, so he went to the cafeteria to have lunch and then returned to the office of the Ministry of Commerce. Li Shixuan hurriedly walked over to Zhang Yunqing with a stack of documents. Mr. Zhang, because you said it was urgent, I stayed until Ding Gong helped us sign and seal the progress payment review materials. But I happened to miss the time for lunch. I will hand the information to you now and go out immediately to find a place to have lunch with her. After receiving the information, Zhang Yunqing said, thank you for your hard work. Shall I arrange a car for you? Li Shixuan replied, no, neither of us can drive now, and it would be uncomfortable if we had another driver. Don't worry about this. As long as the meal expenses and taxi fares incurred by then can be reimbursed to me. Zhang Yunqing smiled and said, I will definitely reimburse you. If you have a ticket, you will get a ticket. If you don't have a ticket, just make a white note. If you ask why, just say it was arranged by me. Li Shixuan replied, okay, thank you Mr. Zhang. I'm going out. Zhang Yunqing looked at the document in his hand and flipped through it. The output value audited by the cost consulting unit was 46 million yuan. He nodded, quite satisfied with the result. Zhang Yunqing took out his mobile phone, looked for Zhao Manfu's phone number in the phone address book, dialed it and said, Mr. Zhao, Li Shixuan has got back the progress output value declaration document reviewed by the cost consulting company. Need a meeting? Need. You call Zhou Wenqing right away and meet in my office in 10 minutes. Good. After Zhang Yunqing waited for Zhao Manfu to hang up, he found Zhou Wenqing's phone number on the phone, dialed it and said, Mr. Zhou, Mr. Zhao asked you to inform you of a short meeting in his office in 10 minutes. Okay, come right away. After Zhang Yunqing finished the phone call, he walked towards Zhao Manfu's office with the progress output value declaration document reviewed by the cost consulting company. The door is locked and there is no way to open it. I had to stand on the edge and wait. Zhou Wenqing came over and asked, do you know what it is? Zhang Yunqing handed the document he was holding to Zhou Wenqing and said, it's probably mainly for this matter. Zhou Wenqing glanced at it briefly and then said, oh, the output value reviewed is 46 million yuan. What is the output value we want to review now? Zhang Yunqing replied, it is 41.25 million yuan. Zhou Wenqing replied, now there is an additional output value of 4.75 million yuan. Will there be any problems? Zhang Yunqing replied, I guess collecting more money from the company will not have any bad effects. Zhou Wenqing shook his head and replied, not necessarily. I heard that our Western construction management methods change every year. I don't know if there will be any side effects if we overcharged in advance. Zhang Yunqing replied, even if there are sequelae, we can only see them now. Unless we can predict next year's policies, we can make correct responses at this stage. Zhou Wenqing replied, okay, then just do the things in front of you and leave the rest to fate. During the discussion, Zhao Manfu came over and opened the office door. The three of them chose seats at the coffee table and sat down. Zhao Manfu said, have you two already discussed this? Zhang Yunqing replied, there was no discussion. I just showed Mr. Zhou the progress output value declaration document reviewed by the cost consulting company. The audited output value was 46 million yuan. The output value is 4.75 million yuan more than what we expected. If successful, 3.8 million yuan can be collected in advance. Zhao Manfu replied, well, I am quite satisfied with this data. Is it time for Mr. Zhou to find someone next? Zhou Wenqing replied, the next signing is Su Mingjie, the on-site representative of the Nanshan project of Jingchuan Group. This person is good at business and familiar with the site. It is difficult to fool him. Zhao Manfu asked, has the 150,000 special funds applied for from the company been received? Zhou Wenqing replied, the account just arrived this morning. Zhao Manfu asked in surprise, the account just arrived this morning. Is the company short of money? Was it paid out this morning after the 7 million yuan we received yesterday arrived? Zhou Wenqing replied, it's hard to say, the company is very big now, and there are many things that our project department doesn't know about. It often makes us frightened. Zhao Manfu continued, it's okay, don't worry about him. Just give us the money and we'll do it. You took the money to Su Mingjie this afternoon, right? Zhou Wenqing replied, yes, you need to go to Su Mingjie to sign. Zhao Manfu asked again, after Su Mingjie signs, who does he want to sign? Zhang Yunqing replied, according to the information, it is necessary to find the signature of Mr. Tao Ting, who is responsible for the cost. Zhao Manfu asked, which one of you is going to find this person? Zhang Yunqing replied, for such problematic matters, it is more convenient for me to go to Mr. Zhou, and I will go to other more normal matters. After all, it was Mr. Zhou who organized her birthday party. If he did it, the success rate would be higher than if I did it. Zhou Wenqing agreed, I can go, but this time the matter is relatively big, and I may not be able to handle it. If your cooperation is needed, go for a run. Zhang Yunqing replied, okay, Mr. Zhou, you go to the front first. You need to explain the data later. I will just run more frequently. Zhao Manfu asked again, after Mr. Tao signs, who else do I need to talk to? Zhang Yunqing replied, Party A also asked us to track Mr. Tao. It was always like this before. If anything comes up, we should go directly to Mr. Tao. If others sign, it is clear that we are not allowed to go to it directly. Zhao Manfu replied, okay, I understand, their company is very strict about this matter. Let's put it this way, after Zhou Wenqing completed the signatures of Su Mingjie and Tao Ting, he handed over to Zhang Yunqing to track the subsequent payment details. Mr. Zhou has a lot of things going on at the scene, and he doesn't have time to wait for payment. Zhang Yunqing replied, no problem. Then I will now hand over the 46 million yuan version of the Progress Output Value Declaration document reviewed by the Cost Consulting Company to Mr. Zhou. Zhao Manfu replied, yes. Mr. Zhou, you have to pay attention. Since Su Mingjie knows the scene, he will definitely raise various objections to your declaration document. You must think of a good reason and explain it well. Zhou Wenqing took the 46 million yuan version of the Progress Output Value Declaration document reviewed by the Cost Consulting Company and found Su Mingjie, the on-site representative of the Nanshan project of Jingchuan Group in the afternoon. Mr. Su, this is the last output value declaration document for our Western construction before the Lunar New Year. Please sign it. Su Mingjie, the on-site representative of Nanshan project of Jingchuan Group, took the document handed over by Zhou Wencheng and started to read it, focusing on the bill of quantities. He called Zhou Wencheng to him and said, "Mr. Zhou, you are a bit cruel. The output value completed that month was 46 million yuan, which is a total. There is no way to say whether you are right or wrong. But if you look at the amount of work you have done, the amount of work in this area has not even started yet. How much money is there in this piece? Look again, in this area, only less than 10% of the area has been completed. Look at the amount of work you have done, which is probably the amount of work in the entire area. Looking at these areas again, nothing has been done. You have also finished reporting the engineering quantities. Assuming that these areas are 500 yuan per square meter, at least 12,000 square meters are overstated. In this case, you have at least overstated the output value by 6 million yuan. How do you want me to sign it for you? Unless you are willing to deduct the extra 6 million yuan in output value." Zhou Wencheng's face turned red and white. He stood up and closed the door of Su Mingjie's office. He smiled awkwardly and said, "Mr. Su, please do me a favor. There are indeed some problems with advance reporting in the area you mentioned just now. But there is a rush for jobs in these areas every day. The situation you mentioned may have happened the day before yesterday. The scene changed drastically yesterday. I estimate that these areas will be completed in just 10 days. If you want to deduct the project quantity, can you not deduct as much as 6 million yuan, but just deduct a few 100,000 yuan? No, how can you be so lethargic? This supervisor is the same, he really dares to sign anything." I immediately called him and caught him. As he said that, he picked up the landline phone on the desk and prepared to call someone to curse. Zhou Wencheng quickly stood up, pushed the microphone that Su Mingjie had raised back to its original position, and said, "Mr. Su, what does this have to do with the supervisor? Isn't it that our construction company wants to finish the work early in order to charge $2 extra? We also went to the supervision unit to beg for a long time, and they reluctantly agreed. If you call me and scold us, are you saying that the supervision unit will block our construction unit in the future? Then I can't afford to leave the scene. If this project cannot be completed and the work cannot be completed on time, it will definitely affect you. I understand what you're saying, but with your production value, I really don't dare to sign it for you if you overreport it so much." Zhou Wencheng stood up and took out the large envelope he had brought with him and handed it to Su Mingjie. Su Mingjie took the document and quickly handed it to Zhou Wencheng and said, "You want me to make such a big mistake for only 20,000 yuan? I don't dare." Zhou Wencheng said, "Mr. Su, this is just the writing fee. If the company hadn't been forced to collect the project payment so early, there wouldn't have been such a fuss, and there wouldn't have been any mention of refinishing fees. In addition, our unfinished production must be completed within the next 10 days. If you sign for us, there won't be much risk." "There is no risk. What if the leader wants to inspect within these 10 days? Even if we check it, we delay it for a few days and work overnight, but we still can't see any problems. If you weren't someone like you who works at the construction site every day and knows the situation very well, how could you possibly see the problem at a glance? I'll think about it again and let me tell you, no matter what, it must be reviewed and reduced, and it is impossible to overreport so much. You go back and write me a commitment letter stating when the work will be completed. I'll think about how much production value I can sign for you this month." "Mr. Su, stop thinking. I'll make a suggestion and see if it works. Based on the output value of 46 million yuan, you can then subtract 1 million yuan, so that our output value is confirmed to be 45 million yuan. I went back to the boss to reapply for the retouching fee and adjusted it to 50,000 yuan. It's almost the Chinese New Year, and we can't afford to delay it. Let's cut the knot quickly like this. Do you think it will work?" How dare I promise you? I need to think about it. You go back first. Okay. I'll wait for a while, I'll be ready and I'll come again. Wait a minute, take your production value documents with you. Can't I put it here with you? Cannot. Then what if I ask you to sign? You can't be so heartless. You should take it with you. If you want to find me, call me and check the situation. All right. Zhou Wenqing left the office of Su Mingjie, the on-site representative of Jingchuan Group's Nanshan project, went downstairs and drove back to the Nanshan project department. He quickly came to Zhao Manfu's office and introduced to Zhao Manfu again the situation with Su Mingjie, the on-site representative of Jingchuan Group's Nanshan project. Zhao Manfu smiled and said, "It seems that the 150,000 yuan applied for this time may not be enough. Let this trend continue." Zhou Wenqing replied, "Who says it's not the case?" Zhou Wenqing called the production manager Su Kun, "You come to Mr. Zhao's office to see me immediately. It's a bit urgent." Good. A few minutes later, production manager Su Kun came to Zhao Manfu's office, greeted Zhao Manfu, and asked Zhou Wenqing, "Mr. Zhou, what is the urgent matter that I need to do?" Zhou Wenqing explained, "I just came back from Su Mingjie, the on-site representative of Nanshan project of Jingchuan Group, and he refused to sign our current output value declaration document and asked us to sign a letter of commitment. The general meaning is that it promises to complete all the project quantities in the output value declaration form within 10 days. This is the project quantity after the supervision and cost have been reviewed. You can take a copy and read it to make the commitment written in a clear and concrete way." Production manager Su Kun looked through it in person and said, "Mr. Zhou, these project quantities were added to increase the production value. According to the conditions on site, it is simply impossible to complete them all within 10 days. Will there be any problem if we write a letter of commitment?" Zhou Wenqing replied, "This is to collect payment, and I have no choice. Where did you get so many problems? Just do whatever you are told. Others would have to reduce their production value a little. After you know the situation, just arrange the on-site rush for work as much as possible to rush for production value." "Okay, then I'll sign the commitment letter." Zhou Wenqing said, "Looking at it this way, what I want to do is to take the letter of commitment plus a retouching fee of 50,000 yuan to Su Mingjie, the on-site representative of Jingchuan Group's Nanshan project, to sign. Try to conquer him." Zhao Manfu smiled and said, "Bring the other 20,000 yuan with you, just in case you can't conquer it." Zhou Wenqing said, "Mr. Zhao, if he spent 70,000 yuan here, then we would have run out of bullets." Zhao Manfu replied helplessly, "Yes. What if Tao Ting still needs to spend some money? Did he file another report and ask the company for money? There is really no other way, we must do what we have to. Now it is necessary to ensure that each level can be passed through." Zhou Wenqing replied, "Okay. I'll get the commitment letter and then go to Su Mingjie." Zhou Wenqing arrived at the production staff's office. The production manager handed the printed A4 paper document with hand-warming temperature to Zhou Wenqing. "Mr. Zhou, look at it written like this, is it okay?" While Zhou Wenqing was watching, he communicated with Su Kun, asking him to print out any changes that needed to be made, and send them to his office with the project stamp stamped on them. Zhou Wenqing returned to his office and carefully reviewed the communication process with Su Mingjie. "I am increasingly aware that there are two difficulties in signing the production value this time. First, the amount of production value declared in advance is a bit too large, and second, the special funds prepared are likely to be insufficient. Assuming that there is a difference of 10 million yuan between the audited output value of 45 million yuan and the actual output value of 35 million yuan, 8 million yuan can be withdrawn in advance. The advance time is equivalent to 1 month. The private loan interest is assumed to be an annual interest of 24%, the interest on funds saved 1 month in advance is 8 million yuan multiplied by 24% and divided by 12 months, which equals 160,000 yuan. Now it is estimated that it will cost at least 150,000 yuan to sign back the corresponding output value, and let other related people help take a lot of risks. If you think about it carefully, it may not be the right thing to do, at least from an economic perspective. But he couldn't change the decision-making opinions of the company leaders, so he could only watch the situation develop. While Zhou Wenqing was thinking about these issues, production manager Su Kun brought over the revised and improved letter of commitment stamped with the project department seal and handed it to Zhou Wenqing. Zhou Wenqing took a look and said, "That's enough." Production manager Su Kun said hello and left Zhou Wenqing's office. After Zhou Wenqing closed his eyes and thought for a while, he took out his mobile phone and looked up Su Mingjia's phone number in the phone address book. After hesitating for a while, he made the call. After the call was connected, Su Mingjia's subtle voice came, "I'm in a meeting, I'll call you later." Yu Xingjia came to the office of the Commerce Department of the Nanshan Project Department, found Zhang Yunqing and said, "Has the company's capital plan been reviewed? By the way, the novel app I'm using recently, //me //me reading /app // is supported by both Android and Apple phones." After Chao Shingen heard that Jingxin Group had paid our company's progress payment, he called me to ask for his seedling purchase payment. Zhang Yunqing smiled and asked Yu Xingjia to sit down first, and then said, "Yu Gong, I have been very busy these days. Regarding the information on the capital plan, I have not received any notification from the business department. I didn't have time to ask the business department." Yu Xingjia replied, "Can I trouble you to ask the business department? It's almost the Chinese New Year, and everyone is panicking." Zhang Yunqing replied, "Okay. I'll call and ask now." After finishing speaking, Zhang Yunqing took out his mobile phone, found Lin Yiping's phone number in the phone address book, dialed and asked, "Gong Lin, the capital plan we handed back in a hurry some time ago has been approved by the company." "No." Lin Yiping replied, "The leaders are having a meeting to discuss." Zhang Yunqing asked, "Can the results be available after the meeting?" "I guess so." "The leader asked you to be prepared to reduce the amount of the capital plan. What he means is that everyone has applied for too much. Have you said how much it will be reduced?" "After mentioning it, I guess it needs to be reduced by at least 20 to 30%. "Okay, got it. Thank you Lin Gong. Bye-bye." "Bye-bye." After Zhang Yunqing ended the call with Lin Yiping, he said, "Yu Gong, the company leaders are still having a meeting to discuss, and the results will not be notified to us until after the meeting. However, we are reminded that the proportion must be reduced, and it is expected to be reduced by 20 to 30%. You also need to be mentally prepared." Yu Xingjia replied, "Okay, I understand." Zhang Yunqing said to Xingjia again, "When you go back to the office, tell Wang Ming of the material this idea. Otherwise, everyone will spend a long time adjusting the fund plan." Yu Xingjia replied, "Okay." After Yu Xingjia left, Zhang Yunqing thought for a while and decided to report to Zhao Manfu early about the capital plan. "So I came to Zhao Manfu's office, reported the situation to Zhao Manfu, and asked, 'Mr. Zhao, what should we do now?' Zhao Manfu said, 'Inform the materials, seedlings, business, and project managers to have a meeting in the conference room of the project department. Ask Yu Dongjin from the business department to print out several copies of the submitted fund plan.'" Zhang Yunqing replied, "Okay, I'll inform everyone right away." "When is the meeting?" Zhao Manfu replied, "It's 15 o'clock in the afternoon, so there isn't much time left." Zhang Yunqing sat on the sofa, took out his mobile phone, found the phone number of Yu Xingjia, the seedling purchaser, in the phone address book, dialed it and said, "Mr. Zhao informed me that at 1500 hours sharp in the afternoon, there will be a meeting in the conference room of the Nanshan Project Department. Discuss funding plans. Is the name of the material king in the office? Exist. Please inform him together, and I won't inform him alone anymore." "Good." After Zhang Yunqing ended the phone call with Yu Xingjia, he found Yu Dongjin's phone number in the phone address book, called it and said, "Print out the fund plan you reported to Lin Yiping last time, and arrive at the project at 1500 hours p.m. Have a meeting in the department's conference room. How many copies should I print? Mr. Zhang. Everyone in attendance will have a copy. Let me calculate. You, me, materials, seedlings, project manager, and Mr. Zhao, there are 6 people in total. Just print 6 copies. Okay, I'll print it out right away. I don't know if there's enough time. It's okay. Just hurry up. Logically speaking, it's too late. After Zhang Yunqing ended the phone call with Yu Dongjin, he found Zhou Wenqing's phone number in the phone address book, dialed and asked, Mr. Zhou, Mr. Zhao asked to inform the people related to the fund plan that we will arrive at 1500 hours p.m. Meeting and discussion were held in the conference room of the project department. You don't have time in the project department to attend meetings. When I have time, I will go find Su Mingjie. I haven't agreed on a specific time yet. Okay, then I'll attend the meeting on time. After making the call, Zhang Yunqing said, Mr. Zhao, everyone who needs to attend the meeting has been notified by phone. It's almost 3 o'clock now. Should we go to the conference room now? Zhao Manfu smiled and said, you go first and call me when everyone is here. If I go first and wait for everyone to come to the meeting, it will bring pressure to everyone. Zhang Yunqing did not answer Zhao Manfu and walked to the conference room of the Nanshan project department on his own. On the way, I was thinking about when Zhao Manfu learned how to put on a show. Strangely, it seems that people can easily become inflated if they have a little bit of power in their hands. After Zhang Yunqing arrived at the conference room, everyone was basically there. Yu Dongjin has already distributed a copy of the funding plan to everyone present. Seeing Zhang Yunqing arrive in the conference room, he handed a copy to Zhang Yunqing and said, Mr. Zhang, this fund plan is for you. Zhang Yunqing took the document and said, thank you. Yu Dongjin smiled and said, Mr. Zhang, there's no need to be so polite. Zhou Wenqing asked, Mr. Zhang, do you know what Mr. Zhao is doing? Can you please remind me, I don't know when Su Mingjie from Party A will come to see me. I may have to leave the conference room at any time. Zhang Yunqing replied, I just came out of his office and he had something else to do. I'll call Mr. Zhao immediately. After Zhang Yunqing finished speaking, he found a chair and sat down, took out his mobile phone, found Zhao Manfu's phone number in the phone address book, dialed it and said, Mr. Zhao, everyone in the meeting is here, you have to be early, come over for a meeting. Mr. Zhou said that he has been waiting for a call from Leader A and may leave the meeting room at any time. Zhao Manfu replied on the phone, yeah, okay, I'll be right away. Zhang Yunqing waited for Zhao Manfu to hang up the phone and said to Zhou Wenqing, Mr. Zhou, Mr. Zhao said on the phone that he will be here soon. Advertising, I am currently using the book chasing app, //me //me reading /app / to cache reading books and read aloud offline. Zhou Wenqing nodded and did not continue speaking. A few minutes later, Zhao Manfu arrived at the conference room. Yu Dongjin immediately sent a fund plan document to Zhao Manfu. Zhao Manfu took the capital plan document and sat down on the seat symbolizing the position of the boss. After flipping through it briefly, he said, today, after Zhang Yunqing took the initiative to communicate with Lin Yiping from the company's business department about the capital plan, Lin Yiping took the initiative to reveal a piece of information to him. This means that the capital plan we submit needs to fluctuate by 30% before it can be approved. Isn't it, Zhang Yunqing? Zhang Yunqing immediately replied, this is just the opinion of some leaders. They are meeting to discuss the amount of this fund plan. The specific sliding ratio will be officially notified to us after the meeting. Zhao Manfu replied, okay, Zhang Yunqing, please preside over the discussion of the planned quota of this capital plan now. Zhang Yunqing replied, okay. Mr. Zhao. Then he continued to preach to everyone, I took a closer look at the content of this fund plan report just now. Looking back, if I remember correctly, when we collected all the information at that time, the total amount of payment was 20 million yuan, and then we raised the amount by 30% and reported it, and it became 26 million yuan. Now if it is required to be reduced by 30%, the allowed payment amount becomes 26 million yuan multiplied by 70%, which equals 18.2 million yuan. This means that we must reduce the amount of the original 20 million yuan capital plan by another 1.8 million yuan. Fortunately, the payment amount we reported this time was slightly too high. Otherwise, it would have been difficult for us to have a smooth new year if the amount had fluctuated like this. I looked through the minutes of the last meeting where the capital plan was discussed. The main components of the 20 million yuan at that time were: 1. The salary of greening workers is 1.1 million yuan. 2. Mechanical expenses are 1.5 million yuan. 3. 3 million yuan for various materials. 4. The purchase cost of greening seedlings is 12 million yuan. 5. The labor team project fund is 2 million yuan. 6. On-site funding is 400,000 yuan. Because the salary of our greening workers is 1.1 million yuan, it is impossible to reduce it any further. It is a must-have item. Not only can the on-site fund of 400,000 yuan not be reduced, but a special fund of 150,000 yuan needs to be added, adjusted to 550,000 yuan. The 2 million yuan in project funds for the labor force team is also tight and needs to be protected with priority. Can the machinery fee of 1.5 million yuan be lowered further? Mr. Zhou. Mr. Zhang, when we signed the contract, we agreed on the payment ratio for the machinery fee to ensure timely payment. Otherwise, we will no longer provide mechanical services. At the same time, we still have to ask for the payment. Therefore, there is no way to reduce machinery costs, unless their actual output value is reviewed and it is not that much. Zhang Yunqing replied, in that case, we need to reduce the amount of 3 million yuan for various materials and 12 million yuan for greening seedlings procurement by 180.15, or 1.95 million yuan, to meet this demand. Material procurement Wang Ming asked, Mr. Zhang, why do you have to reduce the payment amount for materials and seedlings? Zhang Yunqing replied, this is a practice in the engineering industry that I have been doing for more than 10 years. Under normal circumstances, we ensure that workers' wages are paid first and the labor team's project fees are paid first. Their total amount is less, and they pay less. Money can also easily cause workers to cause trouble. However, the material cost generally accounts for about 70% of the project cost. Your current material cost plus seedling cost is about 70% of the cost. In principle, when it is necessary to reduce the payment to the next party, priority will be given to reducing your payment amount. You can also ask our veteran employee Yu Xingjie to see if what I mean is correct. Material procurement Wang Ming immediately asked Yu Xingjie in front of everyone at the venue, Mr. Yu, does what Mr. Zhang mean by this comply with the adjustment of the payment amount in the company's capital plan? Yu Xingjie replied awkwardly, Mr. Zhang is right, there is no problem. That is to give priority to reducing the payment amount for materials. Because he generally does not cause trouble in these units and has relatively strong financial strength, he can usually bear part of the pressure to advance funds. Material procurement Wang Ming said, then your seedling supplier is strong, so you should reduce the quota more. Here I only pay tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, and basically no payment amount of millions. Zhang Yunqing arranged, I don't think you, the material person, or the seedling person, need to argue about who has to go down how much. I suggest that during this period, everyone should quickly work with production, business, and all suppliers to clearly check the actual output value they completed. I feel that once this is verified, the payment amount that we need to forcibly reduce will not be as high as it is now. Zhou Wenqing nodded and said, I think so too. While you are discussing this, I will call the production manager Su Kun to the conference room and ask. Maybe he will understand some of the situation. After finishing speaking, Zhou Wenqing took out his mobile phone and looked up the phone number of production manager Su Kun in the phone address book. After getting through, he asked, Are you in the office of the project department? If you are here, come to the conference room of the project department immediately. There are some things that need to be discussed. Mr. Zhou, there is a labor team in my office who is arguing. I will come to the conference room in a few minutes. About 10 minutes later, production manager Su Kun arrived at the conference room of the Nanshan project department. Zhou Wenqing motioned for him to find a seat and sit down. Zhou Wenqing said to production manager Su Kun, "Now the company requires us to submit a capital plan that is reduced by at least 30%. We just held a meeting to discuss it, mainly focusing on the amount of material payment and seedling payment. It needs to be lower than the original total payment amount. On the basis of 20 million yuan, the payment amount will be reduced by 1.95 million yuan. Now it is difficult to determine which company's payment will be reduced during the meeting. It was originally arranged that the actual output value of each company must be reviewed. How are the production brothers doing this job now? When will we be able to work with business, materials, seedlings, and suppliers to check their actual output value for this month?" The production manager replied, "Our production verification data has been verified. All that is left is to check with the departments and suppliers just mentioned. Do you have time to check after this meeting?" "It's not possible at this time. During the day, things happened at the project site that dragged all our production brothers to the site, and they couldn't do anything without it. Before I came to the conference room, I was urged to go to the scene to coordinate and solve the problem. I am responsible for notifying the supplier on site to come to our conference room tonight to check." "Okay, I understand. You go handle the work on site first." After Zhou Wenqing lowered his head and discussed with Zhao Manfu in a low voice for a while, Zhao Manfu nodded. Zhou Wenqing sat up straight and said, "In view of the adjustment of the payment amount in the capital plan, every supplier is very concerned and wants to increase the payment amount. But our payment limit is definitely not what we need to be able to give. Therefore, during the process of communicating with suppliers, please take the initiative to introduce the difficulty of the company's collection. We have not received enough payment, which means that we are unable to pay you in full. We would like to remind everyone to contact the company. We will overcome the difficulties together. Only by jointly complaining in front of Party A and the supervisor and helping the project department recover the project payment as early as possible can the problem of insufficient payment to the supplier be completely solved. In this process, you can also draw a picture of the suppliers and boldly promise them that as long as they help us advance funds together, we will definitely give priority to working with them in future project cooperation." The conference room burst into laughter. Zhou Wenqing knocked on the table and said, "Everyone, please be serious, this is a meeting, don't laugh." He couldn't hold it back, burst out laughing and said, "Although I asked you to give the supplier a pat on the back, I am a person who is trustworthy. As long as I'm in charge here, I will be responsible for the pie I ask you to draw for your suppliers. I suggest that tonight, everyone must work overtime to check the output value data of each family. Otherwise, I feel that they will probably ask me for a signed version of the new capital plan tomorrow. If you don't work overtime tonight, you may not be able to fill out the fund plan tomorrow, and it may even cause conflicts. Those suppliers are all talented people, and their output values must be clearly verified before he has anything to say. Otherwise, their reasons for asking for money will be more than we can imagine. Please remind everyone that when checking, the output value must be completed between the 26th of the previous month and the 25th of the current month to be calculated into this month's output value. Otherwise, when we check the output value, we do not strictly control the time period, and if we let it go, our capital plan will be even more seriously insufficient." Did everyone hear this clearly? People from all departments agreed in unison, "It's clear." Zhou Wenqing then arranged, "Everyone, please work overtime. No matter what, you have to work overtime tonight to review the output values of all suppliers." Beep, beep. Zhang Yunqing's cell phone has been muted. It shook. When he saw that the call was from Lin Yiping, he hurriedly got up and left the conference room to answer the phone and asked, "Engineer Lin, after the leadership meeting, have you come to a conclusion on the fund plan?" Lin Yiping replied, "Now that it's out, the floating rate in your area is 35%. Zhang Yunqing replied, "A 35% drop is too much. Can it only go down by 30%? Lin Yiping replied, I am only responsible for informing you and have no right to change the leader's decision-making opinions. Zhang Yunqing replied, with so much going down, it really can't be arranged. If the project department disagrees and needs to appeal to the leader, who should go to which leader of which business department? Lin Yiping replied, I don't know your question. If you have to ask, I suggest you ask your regional president to report to the business unit president, Mr. Song. Okay, got it, thanks. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. After Zhang Yunqing ended the phone call with Lin Yiping, he returned to the conference room and said, Mr. Zhao, Mr. Zhou, Lin Yiping called just now and said that the results of the leaders' meeting to discuss the fund plan limit have come out. Zhao Manfu asked, is it a 30% drop? Zhang Yunqing replied, no, it is a 35% drop. Zhou Wenqing asked, Mr. Zhang, please do the math. After the price is reduced by 35%, how much total planned capital will we still have for the Nanshan project? Zhang Yunqing replied, after the reduction of 35%, it is equivalent to the declaration amount of 26 million yuan multiplied by 1 to 35%, equal to 16.9 million yuan. Zhou Wenqing replied, that is equivalent to a reduction of 3.1 million yuan from the original actual payment amount of 20 million yuan. Zhang Yunqing replied, not only that, because the on-site funds have been increased by 150,000 yuan on the original basis, so the impact of this 150,000 yuan needs to be taken into account. Zhou Wenqing replied, then calculate it immediately and see how much of the total amount of materials and seedlings are left. Zhang Yunqing replied, assuming that the original data has not changed, the payment amount that has been clarified is as follows. 1. The salary of greening workers is 1.1 million yuan. 2. Mechanical expenses are 1.5 million yuan. 5. The labor team project fund is 2 million yuan. 6. On-site expenses are 400,000 yuan and 150,000 yuan. The total expenses of these four amounts are 1.1 million yuan, 1.5 million yuan, 2 million yuan, 400,000 yuan, and 150,000 yuan, which is equal to 5.15 million yuan. Zhou Wenqing replied, then the total payment for materials and seedlings is 16.9 million yuan minus 5.15 million yuan, which is equal to 11.75 million yuan. Zhang Yunqing replied, yes, there are only 11.75 million yuan left at our disposal. If we calculate the downward adjustment ratio, it is equivalent to 1-1175/1500, which is a decrease of 21.7%. Zhou Wenqing replied, okay, I understand. Then he preached to everyone, so I ask everyone to be strict and rigorous in reviewing the output value of the next family this time, and absolutely no slack is allowed. The small book kiosk that book lovers used before has been discontinued, and now they are basically using. Try to get this goal by reviewing the production value. Zhou Wenqing paused and then said, if you can't audit the output value and strictly control the amount of payment, then the office thresholds of me, Mr. Zhang, and Mr. Zhao will probably be blocked. For me, there is no unit that I am unfamiliar with, and there is no unit that I should not take care of. I usually yell at others when I ask them to do work. Now the company controls the amount of the capital plan so much that it is really difficult for me to deal with so many suppliers. Su Kuan. Yes, Mr. Zhou. Look, your face is all dark. Anyway, you are good at offending people. You have to carry it forward this time. As long as the production value is not completed in accordance with the contract, you must not confirm it and keep it out, persuade the supplier to solve the problem after it opens next year. Mr. Zhou, don't worry, it's just wrangling, and playing tricks. I'm very good at these things. Sister Yu, Wang Ming, and Mr. Yu, if any of you really can't go on talking about it, just feel free and let them come to me and don't waste your time there. There was another burst of laughter in the venue. Zhou Wenqing said uneasily, say it, do it, do it. On the surface, you still want to be obedient, but secretly you want to know what the bottom line is that you must strictly abide by. You cannot openly stimulate others, and you cannot deliberately intensify conflicts. You must be careful to grasp the balance, and do not make it impossible for everyone to step down. Mr. Zhang, look, you have nothing to say. Zhang Yunqing said, President Zhou has already explained the main things in a very comprehensive way. What I would like to add is that all our contracts are stipulated. The visa form can be signed during the process, but it is not allowed to be included in the output value data of the intermediate measurement. It must wait until the settlement of the transaction. Only after the process is completed can the settlement amount be paid according to the contract. This matter was not as serious as this time in the past, so it was not mentioned much. It is estimated that some units have already suffered from this mess, and they will definitely want to get away with it this time. Don't quarrel with the next two during the review. Just tell him that the annoying Zhang Yunqing from the district business office is focusing on this matter. Anyone who wants this money must go to him to discuss and agree. It works. But you have to remind them that if they don't look for me and have taken advantage of the bad luck in the past, we will ignore it and make corrections during the settlement. If they have to come to me, I will definitely correct their previous mistakes and deduct the original overcalculated output value for them. From this time on, it will no longer be possible for them to agree to calculate the output value corresponding to the visa in the intermediate process. That's all I want to emphasize. After Zhou Wenqing whispered to Zhao Manfu for a while, Zhou Wenqing announced, Okay, this meeting will adjourn here. Zhao Manfu then said, Please come to my office, Zhang Yunqing, Wang Ming, and Yu Xingjie, to have a small-scale discussion about the funding schedule for the Bowen Phase 1 Landscape Improvement Project. The three of them followed Zhao Manfu to Zhao Manfu's office, and each found a place to sit down. Zhao Manfu said with a solemn expression, The payment limit of the company's capital plan is controlled like today, which is really uncomfortable. Recommend, the book chasing app 1M using recently, //me //me reading /app / caches reading books and reads them offline. As everyone knows about our Bowen Phase 1 Landscape Improvement Project, we have fully received the 7 million yuan in repayments to the company's account. Even if the capital plan we reported is paid out every penny, we have completely achieved positive cash flow. Especially for Yu Xingjie's nursery stock supplier Chao Shingen and Boss Chao, we promise to pay them in full during the process. Now the four of us will discuss this matter and see how to deal with it. Zhang Yunqing, please first report to everyone the overall situation of the funding plan reported last time for the Bowen Phase 1 Landscape Improvement Project. Zhang Yunqing opened the notebook and said, Okay. The last time we reported to the company the total payment amount of the capital plan for the Bowen Phase 1 Landscape Improvement Project was 5.662 million yuan. Let me read out the recorded data to help everyone recall it. The following payment amount, 500,000 yuan for greening labor workers' wages, 3.9 million yuan for seedling purchase, 182,000 yuan for ecological railings, 240,000 yuan for sporadic materials, 540,000 yuan for material fees, 200,000 yuan for machinery, and 100,000 yuan for on-site expenses. Total 5.662 million yuan. After Zhang Yunqing finished reading the data, he looked at everyone again and asked, Everyone still has an impression of this data? Material procurement Wang Ming replied, I have an impression. Seedling purchaser Yu Xingjie replied, I have an impression. Zhang Yunqing replied, If we are now asked to reduce the price by 35%, it means that we need to reduce the amount by 5.662 million yuan times 35%, which is equivalent to reducing the payment amount to 1.9817 million yuan. There are still 5.662 million yuan to 1.9817 million yuan, that is, 3.6803 million yuan, which can be paid in pairs. Adding together the non-deductible greening labor worker wages of 500,000 yuan, scattered materials of 240,000 yuan, machinery fees of 200,000 yuan, and on-site expenses of 100,000 yuan, the total is 500,000 yuan, 240,000 yuan, 200,000 yuan, and 100,000 yuan. Equivalent to 1.04 million yuan. After subtracting 1.04 million yuan from 3.68 million yuan, there is still 2.64 million yuan left. This money will be paid to the ecological column of 182,000 yuan, the material fee of 540,000 yuan, and the seedling purchase fee of 3.9 million yuan, a total of 4.622 million yuan. The drop rate is equivalent to January 2nd, 64 million yuan / 4.622 million yuan equals 43%. This floating ratio is indeed falling too sharply. After hearing Zhang Yinqing's explanation, Zhao Manfu glanced at everyone and said, "Let's discuss it." Material procurement Wang Ming replied, "As long as the 240,000 yuan for sporadic materials is paid in full, I don't care how much other units pay. Anyway, it's not the team I'm looking for. It doesn't matter how much I deduct, and it doesn't matter whether I pay or not. Anyway, it hurts. It's not me." Yu Xingjie replied, "I don't quite agree with Wang Ming's statement. No matter who calls the team or the supplier, we should treat it carefully. We must maintain the good reputation that the company has not easily accumulated. Credibility. For the Bowen Phase 1 landscape improvement project, we collected 7 million yuan. Even if all 5.66 million yuan was paid, the company still had a positive cash flow of 1.34 million yuan. Why do project departments with good collections and project departments with poor collections have to have the same 35% discount? I know that there are some project collection jobs in other districts, but I haven't even scratched the surface yet. Are their next payments also executed at a discount of 35%? We in the project department have honestly not doubled our planned funding requirements. If we had doubled our funding requirements, it would now have dropped by 35%, and we would still have a balance, and the payment limit would not be used at all." Zhang Yinqing replied, "I think what colleague Yu Xingjie said makes sense. I was not ruthless enough when I reported the amount of the capital plan. However, the first phase of the Bowen Landscape Improvement Project has been completed, and the total output value is small. Even if it is over-reported, it will not be much different from the current amount. It is impossible to solve the problem by over-reporting." Zhang Yinqing continued his analysis. "I suggest that we make two preparations. We should write a report to the company to explain clearly the reasons for the planned capital limit of this project. There is no way to reduce it any further. The second is assuming that the company requires that the payment amount be reduced by 35%, then we need to choose which units have the payment amount reduced and how to do a good job in thinking about the relevant suppliers." Zhao Manfu replied, "Zhang Yinqing, you can call Song Xiaoshan and Jin Haran now to explain the current status of this fund plan, and then ask for their opinions. If you have any opinions, call and communicate feedback at any time. At the same time, I also emphasize that after correcting their verified and accurate output value data, they will send an updated version of the capital plan." Zhang Yinqing replied, "Okay." After finishing speaking, he stood up and walked out of Zhao Manfu's office. He took out his mobile phone, looked up Song Xiaoshan's phone number in the phone address book, dialed it and said, "Mr. Song, the company has already given feedback on the capital plan. Mr. Zhao on our side is organizing him, me, Wang Ming, and Yu Xingjie to discuss how to deal with the problem. Mr. Zhao arranged for me to call you and Jin Haran to discuss it. Is it convenient for you to find Jin Haran and listen to the phone together now?" "It's convenient. I'll find Jin Hao and call you back." "Good." Zhang Yinqing ended the phone call with Song Xiaoshan and stood in the aisle, looking into the distance, thinking about how to solve this problem satisfactorily. He thought that matters in this large company were also quite difficult. A few minutes later, Song Xiaoshan called back and said, "Mr. Zhang, I am calling you on the speakerphone I am using with Jin Haran. If there is something, you can say it now." Zhang Yinqing replied, "Okay. Mr. Song, metal worker. Today, I had 2 phone calls with Lin Yiping. The first time was to give us a vaccination, telling us that the payment amount in our financial plan may be reduced by 20 to 30%. Song Xiaoshan looked incredulous and asked, Mr. Zhang, with such a huge reduction, our project department simply cannot arrange it. Zhang Yunqing replied, Mr. Song, don't be anxious. Then our Nanshan project organized a meeting to prepare and adjust the new funding plan at a discount of 30%. But the meeting is not over yet. Then I received another call from Lin Yiping, telling me that our downward adjustment ratio was not 20 to 30%, but 35%. We are now meeting here to discuss the funding schedule for the Bowen Phase 1 Landscape Improvement Project. I haven't thought of a better way yet. The first and most important task is for production, business, and suppliers to clearly check the true output value without moisture for this month. The requirement is that there should be results tonight. The reason is that it is very likely that tomorrow the company will ask us for a new capital plan. Another thing to consider is to be prepared. The first is to draft a report to the company to explain the special circumstances of our project, explain clearly why every amount of money should be paid, and strive not to drop it by 35%. Although the possibility of success is relatively small, it is still recommended to try hard. The second is to press the 35% floating requirement and see how we can move downwards, then calculate the payment amount, form a new fund plan, work with suppliers one by one, gain their understanding, and promise to solve it for them after the beginning of the new year. Payment matters. Mr. Song, metal worker, this is what we are discussing in a meeting, and there is no conclusion yet. I need you to think about it again. Come up with ideas. Song Xiaoshan said on the phone, Mr. Zhang, I think the opinion you discussed at the meeting is quite sufficient. Here's how I think about it. I will draft the report. To check the project quantity and output value, the metalworker and Zhao Dejin, Wang Bin, and Zhou Qingchun arranged for the supplier to check in person. Tighter the level of production value review. Then form a new capital plan, and then adjust the payment amount of each company depending on the situation. If we think of other things, we will contact you again. Can. Jean Haran said, Mr. Zhang, my work takes a lot of time. When Mr. Song's report documents are ready, I will scan them for you. You can help contact the company to communicate and explain, is that okay? Zhang Yunqing replied, yes. President Song will just contact me then. Mr. Zhang, is there anything else? No more. Bye. Bye-bye. After Zhang Yunqing ended his phone call with Song Xiaoshan and Jean Haran, he returned to Zhao Manfu's office. Zhao Manfu asked, have Mr. Song and the metal workers put forward any constructive suggestions? Zhang Yunqing replied, the time is too short, I may not have time to react. They promised that if they came up with a better idea, they would call us to discuss it again. The result now is 1. They immediately arranged to continue to strictly review the project volume and output value, and then discussed how to adjust the plan after forming a new funding schedule. 2. Song Xiaoshan drafted a report to the company, striving to prevent the planned funding limit for the Bowen Phase 1 Landscape Improvement Project from falling by another 35%. Zhao Manfu replied, okay, while you were on the phone, the three of us discussed it again. I feel that this is the method you are talking about now, and there is no better method. Then break up the meeting and let everyone do their own thing. If you think of a good idea, contact us immediately to discuss. The vast majority of staff and suppliers of the Nanshan project and the Cheongshan Boyan Phase 1 Landscape Improvement Project have entered into intense work volume review and output value review. Every supplier who had verified their output value came to Zhang Yunqing's office as a token of appreciation, exchanged a few words, and expressed clearly how difficult they were and how they had helped the company overcome the difficulties. They hoped that the company would deal with their capital plan before the Lunar New Year. When doing business, everyone should be treated equally and not treat others favorably, which expresses the supplier's concern not about the shortage but about the inequality. Zhang Yunqing received each of them in a friendly manner and explained them properly, hoping that both parties could understand each other and overcome the difficulties together. And he expressed that he would not allow serious uneven payments to occur. Zhang Yunqing found an opportunity to sit in Zhao Manfu's office for a while. Chatting, Mr. Zhao, aren't all the suppliers coming to check the project volume and output value one after another today? After checking the data, many suppliers chose to come to my office to communicate with me. Their general meaning is that they understand and accept that the company's payment amount is insufficient and they cannot pay them progress payments in full as stipulated in the contract. But we hope that we will treat them equally and not discriminate. We should not let some people get everything and some people not get a penny at all. In this situation, the materials, seedlings, labor teams, and machinery teams are all responding to this situation. Especially the material is more serious. Zhao Manfu replied, in that case, we have to pay attention to it. Go and print out 2 copies of the previous capital plan, and we will study it carefully. Zhang Yunqing replied, okay. He got up and left Zhao Manfu's office. After returning to the office of the Ministry of Commerce, I printed out 2 copies of the originally submitted fund plan and took the documents to Zhao Manfu's office. The 2 of them each had a financial plan and checked it carefully. Zhao Manfu said, if you hadn't told me about this matter, I wouldn't have even noticed it. You see, the payment ratio of some material suppliers is 30 to 40%, and the payment ratio of some payment suppliers is 90%. This will of course cause dissatisfaction with other suppliers. Zhang Yunqing asked, we are all suppliers, why do we have to do this? Zhao Manfu replied, are you really not aware, or are you pretending not to know, and are you pretending to be stupid here? Zhang Yunqing smiled and said, Mr. Zhao, I have been working with you for so many years, and you still don't understand me? I really don't understand why the king's name for the material is done this way. Zhao Manfu replied, with a good payment rate, it must be an organization with which he has a good relationship, and it is even very likely that there is a certain amount of his own interests involved in it. If the payment rate is not good, either there is no benefit, or there is a benefit that has not been negotiated and is suppressed first. Or the relationship is at loggerheads. Or if there is no relationship with him, he does not have to pay all their suppliers evenly. Zhang Yunqing felt that what he heard was confusing, and he probably couldn't understand it for a while. No matter what his reasons are, if we don't correct it, some suppliers have clearly hinted to me that if this continues, they will definitely complain to the company leaders. Some suppliers put it very bluntly, saying that our bidding is all by invitation, and no winning bidder comes to participate in the bidding without any relationship. We are reminded that we should take it easy and not be harmed by the villains below. It is not worth it. Zhao Manfu replied, okay, I understand. I will think about it again and how to deal with it. You also go back to your office to deal with your 2 projects and think about this matter at the same time. Let's discuss it again before the meeting in the evening. See if you should take this opportunity to adjust this matter. If adjustments need to be made, we probably have to take the initiative to communicate and discuss with the project manager. Zhang Yunqing replied, as for the project manager's communication, it would be better for you to communicate. To prevent me from causing unnecessary trouble by communicating. Zhao Manfu replied, okay. I'll think about it again. Zhang Yunqing left Zhao Manfu's office and returned to the Ministry of Commerce's office. A lot more people were waiting to communicate with Zhang Yunqing. After Zhou Wenqing had dinner in the project department, he finally waited patiently for a call from Su Mingjie, the on-site representative of the Nanshan project of Jingchuan Group. Mr. Su, are you finished with the meeting? Not yet, there's a break in the middle. Approximately how long will it take? Not very clear. Are you looking for me? It's still the same thing I came to see you for this morning. You need to give us the production value review documents for approval. I have already written the promise you asked for and the seal has been stamped. Look where I'm waiting for you. I must do you a favor and handle this matter as soon as possible. Then you go to the old place and wait for me, but I don't know how long you have to wait. I can only leave after the meeting. Understood, I'll go now. No matter how late it is, I will wait for you and see you there. Well, I'm calling to enter the venue again. That's all. Bye-bye. After Zhou Wenqing Jingchuan Group's Nanshan project site representative Su Mingjie hung up the phone. Bringing the necessary documents and information, I drove to the cafe where I usually met Su Mingjie, asked for a private room, and waited quietly. During this period, I was also thinking about how the company's capital plan has been increasingly adjusted. Which units can pay more and which units can pay less. But no matter which company pays, if the payment is too low, it will not be able to make a big difference, and they will be picky when it comes to grabbing jobs, and the work will not be profitable at all. There must be differences between teams and suppliers. It's okay to treat teams that are close to you a little better, and it's normal to treat teams that are more distant from you. But other teams are also smart people, and they are not vegetarians. There are also various backstage connections behind the team, otherwise it would be difficult for him to win the bid. Don't make too big a deal about the capital plan, especially now that we are in a rush for work, and every team needs their support. It is necessary to unite everyone and let everyone see that the difficulties before them are faced by everyone together, and the pressure is shared among each family, so as to avoid directly overwhelming one family and causing collapse. Zhou Wenqing slowly formed his own understanding of the capital plan and his opinions on how to implement it. Thinking about how to communicate with Zhang Yunqing and Zhao Manfu after settling the matter with Su Mingjie, and how to convince the internal managers, such as the thorny Wang Ming, and the century-old employee Yu Xingjie. Then you have to convince all the suppliers. It seems that in the past few days, we have to keep making appointments with suppliers with high payment demands to have dinner and chat together, to transform the pressure at work into a form of casual communication in life, to relieve the pressure in everyone's hearts, and strive to do our best. The understanding and support of many teams and suppliers. While Zhou Wenqing was thinking, there was a knock on the door. Zhou Wenqing perked up, stood up, opened the door of the private room, and saw Su Mingjie standing at the door of the private room. He quickly and enthusiastically invited Su Mingjie into the private room and closed the door. He scalded and washed the teacup reserved for Su Mingjie, poured a cup of black tea, and said, "Mr. Su, thank you for your hard work, I still bother you so late. Have a cup of tea first." Su Mingjie smiled and criticized. "Mr. Zhou, I'm not talking about you. If you were so persistent in grabbing the production value, like this one who came to me to sign the production value, your project might have been completed long ago. There is no need to come to me so late to discuss how to sign the production value." Zhou Wenqing laughed and said, "I have no choice. The company leaders insisted on arranging to collect so much money. I also wrote this commitment letter to ensure that these production values are completed on time. Take a look. Isn't this a shackle that the company leaders and your party have forcefully put on our project? The key point is that I put on this yoke voluntarily and voluntarily." Su Mingjie glanced at the contents of the commitment letter and said, "Okay. But you have to remember that if you don't complete these contents as promised, you may have a hard time asking me to sign your production value declaration form in the future." Zhou Wenqing replied, "I know. Understand. Do not worry." Zhou Wenqing handed Su Mingjie the 46 million yuan output value declaration document that had been reviewed by the Supervision and Cost Consulting Company. Su Mingjie took the document and read it carefully for half an hour, but refused to sign. Zhou Wenqing asked carefully, "Mr. Su, do you have any questions? I have promised everything I should promise. I also gave you the promise letter you asked me to complete. It's so late, so hurry up and sign before we can really get off work. Otherwise it would all be spent here." Su Mingjie held the document in his hand and said, "With so much information and the output value being so much higher, I can't make up my mind at the moment." When Zhou Wenqing heard what Su Mingjie said, he panicked and quickly took out the 50,000 yuan that was placed under the coffee table, handed it to Su Mingjie and said, "Mr. Su, please stop torturing me. The retouching fee has been prepared. If I can't get the signature of this output value declaration document, I will definitely be fired by Zhao Manfu." After Su Mingjie took it, he put it into the small bag he brought and joked, "If Mr. Zhao fires you, this project will not be managed well." If it were another person, the time allowed for rushing work would have ended before they were familiar with the situation. Zhou Wenqing begged for mercy, "Mr. Su, please stop washing me. I'm really in dire straits. Could you please help me sign the production value? Otherwise, I really have no way to deliver business to Mr. Zhao. Su Mingjie said jokingly, forget it, for the sake of your pity, give me the signature pen. Zhou Wenqing quickly handed the signature on the side to Su Mingjie. Su Mingjie quickly signed his name on the signature column. After Su Mingjie finished signing, Zhou Wenqing said, Mr. Su, you just got off work and you haven't eaten yet. Let's find a place together and have a good drink. Mr. Zhou, we can't do it today. I still have guests at home waiting for me to go back and accompany them. Another day. Good. Another day, Mr. Su. Su Mingjie stood up with his small bag and said, I'll leave first. Zhou Wenqing replied, okay, Mr. Su. You walk slowly. After Su Mingjie left, Zhou Wenqing asked the front desk clerk to pay for the invoice, drove back to the Nanshan project department, and came to Zhao Manfu's office with the output value declaration form signed by Su Mingjie. Zhao Manfu asked, how is it? Did Mr. Su sign it for you? Zhou Wenqing handed the document to Zhao Manfu and motioned for him to read it. Zhao Manfu glanced at Su Mingjie's signature and said, yes, the output value is still 46 million yuan. Will only Tao Ting have to sign the cost tomorrow? Zhou Wenqing replied, yes. Zhao Manfu said, that's great. Zhou Wenqing replied, what's good? Now we are asking Party A to collect the payment in advance, and Party A is forcing me to complete these output values in advance. But now the company's capital plan gives us the payment amount. After thinking about it, I can't guarantee that this project can be completed on time. Zhao Manfu picked up the phone and called Zhang Yunqing, are you free? Zhang Yunqing replied, almost. Come to my office, Mr. Zhou, I'm back. Okay. Zhang Yunqing came to Zhao Manfu's office and greeted Zhou Wenqing, Mr. Zhou, how are you? Mr. Su from Party A signed for you. Signed. Did the production value data touch you? No change, it's still 46 million yuan. That's good. I'll see Mr. Tao tomorrow and the matter will almost be settled. I don't have to worry about our output value declaration now. What I worry about is whether our project department can really complete the work due to such a small amount of payment. Zhao Manfu said, the three of us are gathering together now to discuss this matter. There are several big problems with our current funding schedule. One is that the total payment amount given to us was too low. The second is that there has been a serious imbalance in our payments. This is the capital plan I asked Zhang Yunqing to print to me. There are several units that I circled with red pen, which are the units with particularly low payment ratios. Mr. Zhou, think about it, are these units cooperating well on site? Zhou Wenqing took the document handed over by Zhao Manfu and looked at it before saying, I have called all these units and urged them to come over, but they couldn't come. There are always various reasons. Many times, the on-site labor team has no work to do, and we spend a lot of unjust overtime pay. Zhao Manfu said, if this is the case, there are probably some unknown reasons. Have you considered any solutions? Zhou Wenqing said, I have been thinking about this issue while I was waiting for Su Mingjie today. We can always pay better to the companies we have a good relationship with. If we do this, the companies we have a good relationship with will have no objection. But what about units that have nothing to do with us? They don't even have the means to come to me, or they don't know who to look for. Or maybe they think they won't get any good results from us, so they can only rely on passive confrontation to remind us that we must treat every unit equally. Especially when the company is seriously short of money and the payment is not ideal, every unit hopes that we can treat them equally. This is their bottom line. Once deviations occur and they feel powerless, they will think of various ways and find various reasons to be passive about the work rush arrangement. The materials that should come will not come, the number of people who should be added will not be increased, and the number of machines that should be added will not be increased. Moreover, after being reminded by Mr. Zhao, I found that what seriously affected our rush arrangements were those units whose payment ratios were much lower than other units. Zhou Wenqing looked at Zhao Manfu and then at Zhang Yunqing, and said, "So, I am thinking that if the company's fund plan for us is insufficient, in order to more effectively ensure everyone's enthusiasm for rushing work, we must the payment proportions for materials, seedlings, and machinery are controlled to a certain extent. For example, the 70% progress payment stipulated in the original contract is reduced to 50% progress payment. If there is any remaining amount, it will be added to the average amount. For these units, the actual payment is based on the percentage of output value to achieve relative fairness in payments to the next." Zhao Manfu nodded with satisfaction and said, "This is a good method. If you do it this way, the payment amount of those who pay less will suddenly increase this time. Then you can find a time tomorrow to communicate with these units that have poor payment and proactively promise to solve it. Solve their payment problems and let them fully and voluntarily cooperate with you to complete the work arrangements for rushing work." Zhang Yunqing said, "Mr. Zhou, in fact, for our project, we can further strive for the funding schedule. For example, Party A's Su Mingjie asked Mr. Zhou to make a commitment to ensure when and what amount of work will be completed. This can be used as one of the evidences that sufficient funds must be obtained for the plan. Can Mr. Zhou write down the production difficulties in the report, follow the example of the Bowen Phase 1 Landscape Improvement Project, and write a report to the business department, requesting that the capital plan amount cannot be reduced by 35%, but can only be reduced by 1-20152600, that is 22.5%. Zhao Manfu asked, "If you ask for money like this, isn't it equivalent to asking for the full quota of our capital plan?" Zhou Wenqing replied, "It must be enough, so that we can really finish the work. In addition, if Party A really wants to jam us, it will definitely not be able to collect that much money. I believe that other project departments must have over-reported the payment amount. I will ask Su Kun to type a copy of this report document now." After finishing speaking, Zhou Wenqing called Su Kun and arranged to send a report document to the company, trying to reduce the percentage of the capital plan limit. Zhao Manfu asked, "Zhang Yunqing, what was the result after the Bowen Phase 1 Landscape Improvement Project report was handed over to the company?" Zhang Yunqing replied, "I asked, but they haven't given us a reply yet." Zhao Manfu arranged, "Call me again now to ask." Zhang Yunqing replied, "Okay." Zhang Yunqing took out his mobile phone and found Lin Yiping's phone number in the phone address book. After dialing the number, he asked, "Forrest, have the leaders approved the report on the implementation of the fund plan for the first phase of the Bowen Landscape Improvement Project?" Lin Yiping replied, "There is no approval, Mr. Hua is still worried about this matter." Zhang Yunqing replied, "What should we do?" Lin Yiping replied, "I suggest you call Mr. Hua yourself to see if you can get a clear opinion." Zhang Yunqing replied, "Okay, thank you." After Zhang Yunqing ended the phone call with Lin Yiping, he said, Lin Gong said, "The report on the first phase of the landscape improvement project in Bowen is still with Mr. Hua. It says that Mr. Hua is worried and doesn't know how to fix it." Zhao Manfu replied, "I think it is definitely unreasonable not to surrender at all, and there is no way to pass it. You call Yu Xingjie to discuss it. Then you call Song Xiaoshan to see if their production value review data has come out." Zhang Yunqing replied, "Okay." He took out his mobile phone and looked up Yu Xingjie's phone number in the phone address book. After dialing it, he said, "Yu Gong, please come to Mr. Zhao's office to discuss the fund plan." "Okay, there's still a little bit of data to check. I'll be back in about 10 minutes. Can." After Zhang Yunqing ended the phone call with Yu Xingjie, he looked up Song Xiaoshan's phone number in the phone address book, dialed the number and asked, "Mr. Song, has the data on all the output values under strict review been released?" Song Xiaoshan replied, "It's out, and it's being compiled. Just wait for about 10 minutes, and then the metalworker can pass it to you." "Okay, I'll wait for your news." "Good. Bye-bye." "Bye-bye." After Zhang Yunqing ended the phone call with Song Xiaoshan, he reported to Zhao Manfui, "It will take about 10 minutes for the data to be released for the next review of the Bowen Phase 1 Landscape Improvement Project." "Good. You called Yuxingjie, why hasn't he come yet? What he said on the phone just now is that there is still some data that needs to be checked, and it will take about 10 minutes. Okay. How far has the output value of our Nanshan project been reviewed now? Before I came to your office, Yu Dongjin had already started to summarize and fill in the fund plan one by one. Now that some time has passed, I think it's almost ready. I told her that once the new financial plan is formed, print a few copies and bring them to your office for discussion. Okay. Then let's wait for Song Xiaoshan's data. It is best to sort out the data of the Nanshan project and then search for hundreds of years of flowers. Zhang Yunqing replied, that's okay. During the chat, Zhang Yunqing's phone rang, and it was Jean Haran calling. Mr. Zhang, I have filled in the output value data that I just reviewed into the capital plan, and have sent it to you on QQ offline, take a look. Zhang Yunqing replied, okay. Then he said to Zhao Manfu, Jean Haran sent me a new fund plan. I will go to the office to print out a few copies and bring them over for further study. Zhao Manfu said, okay, go and come back quickly. Zhang Yunqing returned to the office of the Ministry of Commerce, opened his laptop, downloaded and printed 3 copies of the capital plan sent by Jean Haran, and when passing by Dongjin's desk, he asked, have you finished revising the capital plan in your hand? Not yet. Approximately how long will it take? There are some projects that are still being worked on. If it's fast, half an hour. If it's slow, it's 1 hour. I think it'll be enough. Okay, after finishing it, print it out in time and bring it to Mr. Zhao's office to discuss with us. Okay. Zhang Yunqing quickly returned to Zhao Manfu's office and handed Zhao Manfu a copy of the Bowen Phase 1 Landscape Improvement Project Fund Plan. Yuxingjie happened to be here at this time and handed him another document. After reading the funding plan for the first phase of the Bowen Landscape Improvement Project, Zhao Manfu said, Yunqing, Xingjie, what do you think after reading this funding plan? Yuxingjie said, no thoughts. Zhang Yunqing said, the situation is still not optimistic. The original situation is the following payment amount, 500,000 yuan for greening labor workers, 3.9 million yuan for seedling purchase, 182,000 yuan for ecological railings, 240,000 yuan for sporadic materials, 540,000 yuan for material fees, 200,000 yuan for machinery, and 100,000 yuan for on-site expenses, totaling 5.662 million yuan. The current situation is: the salary of greening labor workers is 450,000 yuan, the purchase of seedlings is 3.6 million yuan, the ecological railings are 150,000 yuan, the scattered materials are 180,000 yuan, the material fee is 500,000 yuan, the machinery fee is 150,000 yuan, and the on-site expenses are 100,000 yuan, totaling 5.13 million yuan. If the floating ratio is calculated, the floating amount is equal to 5.662 million yuan to 5.13 million yuan equals 532,000 yuan, 53.2566.2 equals 9.4%. In other words, the allowed floating ratio of 10% is not enough. Zhao Manfu replied, okay, the allowed reduction in the capital plan for the first phase of the Bowen Landscape Improvement Project is 530,000 yuan, I understand. What about the data of our Nanshan project? Zhang Yunqing replied, the data of the Nanshan project has not been released yet, and it will take at least half an hour. Mr. Zhao, taking this opportunity, we should do some ideological work on Yuxingjie and ask him to discuss with Chao Shingen not to pay so high for his seedlings, so that we can truly pass the test. Zhao Manfu smiled and said, didn't you ask Yu Gong to chop his own flesh? Yuxingjie replied generously, it's nothing, Mr. Zhao, let's see if Mr. Zhang has a suggestion. Zhang Yunqing replied, okay, Yu Gong. I suggest that in the first phase of the Bowen Landscape Improvement Project, we should not pursue the 100% payment for the seedlings that we promised, but pay 70% of the usual contract. In this case, the payment of 3.6 million yuan for seedlings can be reduced by 30%, that is, the payment amount of 1.08 million yuan can be reduced. In this case, the planned amount of funds on the project is reduced by 1.08 million yuan plus 532,000 yuan equals 1.612 million yuan. The floating ratio is 161.25 66.2 equals 28.5%. I guess it is not bad that we can win such a floating ratio in the Nanshan project. The two projects can be done together. Zhao Manfu looked at Yu Xingjie and did not speak. Yu Xingjie took the initiative to say, when we asked for seedlings, everyone took an oath, and took the initiative to give Chao Shingen all kinds of guarantees, and let them pay for the purchase, but now, because of the company's own reasons, it is necessary to unilaterally adjust this agreement. Very open indeed. Zhang Yunqing replied, Yu Gong, there is no way to do this. You are also an old employee of the company. I don't know if this has happened before. In the engineering companies outside, they agreed to do everything when they were in a hurry. When it came time to pay, they really had no money, and they forced the two parties to sit at the negotiating table again to discuss things. There are quite a few things. Yu Xingjie said, I'll call Boss Chow. It's just that we promised this 70% of others, and then we must not guarantee it again. Zhang Yunqing replied, it probably won't, you give him a vaccination first. We are still fighting for what we should fight for. You know the situation. Yu Xingjie replied, yes. Take out your phone. I found the phone number of seedling supplier Chao Shingen in the phone address book, called him and said, Boss Chow, I want to discuss something with you. What's the matter, Mr. Yu, being so polite is not your style. Hey. Something needs your support. I'm embarrassed to talk about the company. It's okay, Mr. Yu, you and I are two brothers who fight together every day, why are you embarrassed to speak? Okay, then you stand firm, I have to say. Stand still, as you say. The company's capital plan has been reduced a bit harshly, requiring an overall decrease of 35%. For the Bowen project, we have repeatedly calculated that it can only drop to 9.4%, which simply cannot meet the company's requirement. Among our 5 million payments, your maximum amount is 3.6 million renminbi. If your payment ratio is not reduced, we will not be able to report the funding schedule for this project. When you were in a hurry to get the seedlings, all the leaders agreed to pay me the full amount. Yes, but looking at the situation now, it is definitely impossible to ensure that you pay in full. Mr. Zhang's suggestion to me is to temporarily consider paying 70% of your seedlings. Even if you do this, you still haven't met the 35% reduction required by the company. This is just what we are going to strive for from the company after we think of this method, and we don't know if we can get the company's approval. Okay, it's just that this 70% ratio can't be lowered any further. And after the opening of the year, the remaining 30% of my payment should be paid first. Okay, I'll fight for the leaders again. Okay. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Yu Xingjie said to Zhao Manfu and Zhang Yunqing after hanging up the call from seedling supplier Chao Shingen, the two leaders, 70% of him, the other party agreed. This can't be lowered any more. If it is lowered again, I'm very afraid that the other party will turn against me. It will cause the brothers who have been in contact for many years to be unable to continue their relationship. Zhao Manfu replied, Xingjie, you did a good job, don't worry. After the data of the Nanshan project comes out, I will ask the leaders of the business department to fight for this quota. After he finished speaking, he said to Zhang Yunqing, go and urge Yu Dongjin again, when will the capital plan here be completed? Zhang Yunqing replied, okay. Returning to the office of the Ministry of Commerce, she was about to ask Yu Dongjin, but Yu Dongjin took the initiative to say, Mr. Zhang, the data of the new capital plan has been filled out. Immediately print. How many copies to print? It's enough to print 4 or 5 copies. It's too much to print, and it's a waste of paper. Aren't you going to get one for everyone? No, I only need to look at a few key data now, and I don't have time to study it in more detail. Okay. It's printed. I'll give you a copy first, and watch. Okay. Please inform Wang Ming of the materials and go to Mr. Zhao's office immediately. I will go over first. Come quickly behind you. Okay, I'll come after I call Wang Ming. Yu Dongjin took out her mobile phone and found Wang Ming's phone number in the phone address book. After calling it, she said, Wang Gong, the leader has informed you to come to Mr. Zhao's office to discuss the funding schedule. Okay, go right away. After Yu Dongjin ended the phone call with Wang Ming, she walked to Zhao Manfu's office. Arrive at Zhao Manfu's office after purchasing materials. Zhao Manfu arranged for everyone to find a seat and sat down and said, Zhang Yunqing, please report the situation of this capital plan to everyone. Zhang Yunqing replied, Okay, Mr. Zhao. The original actual capital plan of the Nanshan project has a payment limit of 20 million yuan. Let us help you review. 1. The salary of green workers is 1.1 million yuan. 2. The cost of machinery is 1.5 million yuan. 3. All materials cost 3 million yuan. 4. The purchase cost of green seedlings is 12 million yuan. 5. The labor service team's project fund is 2 million yuan. 6. On-site expenses are 400,000 yuan. Now after review, the payment data is as follows. 1. The salary of green workers is 950,000 yuan. 2. The cost of machinery is 1.2 million yuan. 3. 2.3 million yuan for various materials. 4. The purchase cost of green seedlings is 10.6 million yuan. 5. The labor service team's project fund is 2.8 million yuan. Yu reading www.yuukangshu.com. 6. On-site expenses are 550,000 yuan. The total payment amount is 95 plus 120 plus 230 plus 1060 plus 280 plus 55 is equal to 18.4 million yuan. Still $1.5 million more than $26 million multiplied by 1 to 35%, $16.9 million. Let's calculate again. The floating amount is 2,600 minus 1840 is equal to 7.6 million yuan, and the percentage of floating is 7602600 equals 29%. Zhao Manfu smiled and said, Zhang Yunqing, your 29% drop seems to be funny. What is the drop percentage calculated just now for the Bowen Phase 1 landscape improvement project? Zhang Yunqing replied, Mr. Zhao, the floating percentage of the first phase of Bowen's landscape improvement project is 28.5%. Zhao Manfu asked with a smile, so, the Nanshan project is now allowed to go down by 29%, and the amount allowed to go down is 7.6 million yuan. The Bowen project is allowed to go down by 28.5%, and the amount allowed to go down is 1.612 million yuan, right? Zhang Yunqing replied, the Nanshan project is right, Bowen is wrong, the data you mentioned in Bowen is already the bottom line that can be tolerated. Bowen's is allowed to float up to 9.4%, and the amount of float is 532,000 yuan. Zhao Manfu arranged, okay, now take a calculator and add it. What is the reported funding plan amount for our two projects? Zhang Yunqing took the calculator and said, the reported capital plan for the Nanshan project is 26 million yuan plus the reported capital plan for the Bowen Phase 1 landscape improvement project is 5.662 million yuan, which is equal to 31.662 million yuan. Zhao Manfu replied, the amount of the reported capital plan is 31.662 million yuan, and I wrote it down. Continue to calculate what is the maximum amount of the funding plan that we allow to be floated. Zhang Yunqing said while pressing the calculator, the allowable floating capital plan for the Nanshan project is 7.6 million yuan plus the allowable floating capital plan for the Bowen Phase 1 landscape improvement project is 532,000 yuan, which is equal to 8.132 million yuan. Zhao Manfu arranged, what is the overall allowable float rate? Zhang Yunqing replied, the overall allowable float rate is 8.132 million yuan divided by 31.662 million yuan, which is equal to 25.7%. Zhao Manfu asked again, the company asked us to drop by 35% as a whole. How much did it drop? Zhang Yunqing replied, our reported capital plan amount is 31.662 million yuan, multiplied by 35%, which is a decrease of 11.08 million yuan. Zhao Manfu asked, how much is 1,108 to 813.2? Zhang Yunqing replied, it's about 2.95 million yuan. Zhao Manfu said, I see. It is equivalent to the amount of the plan given by the company. If we have to add 2.95 million yuan to us, our capital plan will be considered a relatively good plan. After he finished speaking, he looked at Zhou Wencheng and asked, have you asked the company to adjust the report that dropped by 35%? Zhou Wencheng handed the document in his hand to Zhao Manfu and said, I hit. Su Kuan has been sent over for a few minutes. Because you and Mr. Zhang have been calculating the data, we didn't talk about it. Zhao Manfu took a look at the document and said, change the title of the report to, Report on the Adjustment of the 20% Decrease in the Payment Limit of the Application for the Nanshan Project Funding Plan. Su Kun agreed on the side, okay, I wrote it down. Zhao Manfu continued to speak, in addition to the reasons for applying for adjustment, add another, the actual output value of the collection is seriously too large. After various communication, it is agreed to meet the company's collection requirements, but it must be ensured that the declared amount of work must be as soon as possible completed. The project department is also required to make a commitment report. If there is no strong support for the next payment, it is impossible to complete the promised content at all, and it is likely to bring immeasurable losses to the company. Su Kun replied, I have written it down, Mr. Zhao, is there anything else to be adjusted? Zhao Manfu continued to read the entire report and said, no more, fix it right away, and get it here for everyone to sign. A few minutes later, Su Kun entered Zhao Manfu's office with the revised report on the adjustment of the 20% reduction in the payment limit of the Nanshan Project Funding Plan. Zhao Manfu took the document and read it and said, there is no problem. Sign it and send it back to the business department. Hand it to Zhou Wencheng. Zhou Wencheng took the document and scanned it quickly, picked up the pen and signed his name, and handed the document to Zhang Yunqing. After Zhang Yunqing signed his name at the end of the report, he handed the report document to Zhao Manfu for signature, and then returned to the office of the Ministry of Commerce to scan the document, Report on Adjusting the Payment Limit of Nanshan Project Fund Plan to 20%, using QQ. The offline form was sent to Lin Yiping. The QQ message box flashed, and immediately came, received. Not off work yet. Lin Gong. Get off work. Nothing, it's all about the amount of the capital plan. The leaders haven't rested yet. At least Mr. Hua and Mr. Song are still receiving calls from the vice presidents of various production areas in the office. In that case, our vice president of production, Mr. Zhao, can hurry up and call Mr. Hua and Mr. Song. Yes, let's call now. These things are not clear, and there is no rest. Every project department is very anxious. That's right, the Lunar New Year is coming soon. Managers and workers were all panicked, and they didn't get the money in time, so they didn't know if something went wrong. Yes, understand. I'll report the situation to President Zhao right away. I left the computer and called something. Okay. Zhang Yunqing brought the original document of the report on the application for the adjustment of the drop in the payment amount of the Nanshan Project Fund Plan to 20%, and also printed out a copy of the report on the Bowen Phase 1 Landscape Improvement Project, and brought it back to Zhao Manfu's office. And handed over the document to Zhao Manfu. Zhao Manfu said, it's already past 2300 hours, I'll call President Hua and President Song tomorrow. Everyone rest early. Zhang Yunqing hurriedly reported, Mr. Zhao, I just communicated with Lin Yiping on QQ. All the people related to the funding schedule in their division are still working. It is said that each production area has responded enthusiastically. Now Mr. Hua and Mr. Song are constantly taking calls from the vice presidents of various production areas. It is recommended that we call this area as soon as possible, otherwise, the amount of the fund plan may not be able to be given to us. Zhao Manfu replied, it seems that there is more reason than anyone else now. Zhao Manfu put the two reports in front of him, picked up his mobile phone, found Hua Baibai's phone number in the phone address book, and dialed it. The line was busy. After hanging up the phone, I found Song Ziyuan's phone number in the phone address book, dialed it, and the call was connected. Mr. Song, I'm sorry to bother you so late at night. It's alright, Manfu, you have something to say. Okay. Mr. Song, there are currently only two projects in the Nanhai production area, one is the Nanshan project and the other is the Bowen Phase 1 landscape improvement project. The planned amount of funds reported to the company this time is 31.662 million yuan, and the forestry workers informed us that we must drop by 35%, that is, to reduce the payment amount by 11.08 million yuan. After we received the notice, the relevant personnel of the two project departments, including the suppliers, all carried out a more stringent audit and verification of the output value. It is estimated that the maximum amount of money can be reduced by 8.132 million yuan on the basis of the payment amount of 31.662 million yuan. Planned payment amount. The specific reason is that the two projects are different. We made a report and passed it to the forest workers. I urge Mr. Song to understand the specific difficulties of the project department and give the project department the greatest payment support. On the phone came Song Ziyuan's questioning voice, Manfu, how much is the difference between your request and the company's request? Zhao Manfu replied, Mr. Song, the gap between our needs and the company's requirements is the difference between 11.08 million yuan and 8.13 million yuan, which is roughly 2.95 million yuan. So much difference. I have a little amount of payment for the activity in my hand, but the vice presidents of each production area are calling me to ask for the payment amount, and I need to discuss it with Hua Bai. You also give him a call to communicate. After we negotiate, let Hua 100 Years call you back. I called Mr. Hua just now, the line is busy. I'll call Mr. Hua later. Okay. Is there nothing else? There is none left. Okay, bye-bye. Bye-bye. After Zhao Manfu waited for Song Ziyuan to hang up, after a few minutes of delay, he called Hua bye-bye again, and this time he was successfully connected. Mr. Hua, hello, I'm Zhao Manfu. I'm really sorry to call you so late. It's okay, I've been working overtime anyway. What's the matter, Mr. Zhao, you said. Okay. I called Mr. Hua to ask for some support for the two projects that Mr. Hua was managing. We reported to the company. Have you seen the report file now? The report document, Kobayashi just gave it to me. Then I will report the situation of these two projects to President Hua. No need to report, Mr. Zhao, why are you being so polite? Just normal communication. Haha. Thank you, Mr. Flower. Then communicate. Since Zhang Yunqing received a notice from the forestry workers that the payment amount in the capital plan needs to be reduced by another 35%, I arranged for the two project departments to re-examine the output value data strictly. It was only 10 minutes ago that the final situation of the two projects was sorted out. The allowable floating capital plan payment limit for the Nanshan project is 7.6 million yuan. The allowable floating capital plan payment amount for the first phase of the Bowen landscape improvement project is 532,000 yuan. The most special situation of the Nanshan project is that we have demanded 8.8 million yuan for the payment amount corresponding to the output value of 11 million yuan. However, in the process of signing, the supervisor, the cost, and Party A's eyes are all sharp, and they can see the tricks at the first light. The supervision and cost have chosen to acquiesce, and it is not too embarrassing for us. Party A is different, and requires the project department to write a letter of commitment has been issued to ensure that the output value declared in advance must be completed as soon as possible. Our project department has also repeatedly discussed and studied this matter, and believes that if we can meet our current new funding plan payment requirements, we can meet the requirements for completing the job rush. It is to obey the arrangement, but there is no money to achieve the job grab, most of which is to anger Party A, and it may cause a lot of trouble. You are also aware of the special circumstances of the Bowen Phase 1 landscape improvement project. Except for the larger payment amount for seedlings, the other large amounts are workers' wages, machinery costs, on-site expenses, etc. After we re-examined, there is nothing at all. There's more room to drop the payment limit. Hua Bai asked on the other end of the phone, Mr. Zhao, I understand why. Okay. Then see if you can agree to our request to report the above. Mr. Zhao, your 2 reports are densely written. What are your needs? Can you tell me on the phone? Actually, this requirement is very simple. According to the company's requirements, it will be reduced by 35%. The planned payment amount of our 2 projects needs to be reduced by 11.08 million yuan, but after repeated calculations, we can only reduce it by 8.13 million yuan. The difference between the two is 2.95 million yuan. You mean that you need to increase the payment amount of 2.95 million yuan on the basis of the 35% decrease in the notice from Xiaolin, don't you? Yes, it is necessary to increase the quota of 2.95 million yuan and spend the total. Our entire business unit has only 3 million yuan in activity funds, and you have to increase 2.95 million yuan for one area. How is it possible? The other 2 production areas only have an increase of 50,000 yuan left. Mr. Hua, I don't know the situation in other areas, and I don't know how much the business unit's activity funds are. What I can make clear is that if I increase the payment limit of the capital plan by 2.95 million yuan, I can guarantee that there will be no problems in the arrangement of these 2 projects. If the funds cannot be guaranteed, the rush for the Nanshan project will not be completed, and the Bowen project will definitely lose its credit in front of the suppliers. If it causes on-site disputes, it may spoil our work on the second phase. As far as I know, there are still quite a few competing units still fighting for the construction tasks of the Bowen Phase 2 garden landscape project. At this critical time point, I suggest that the leaders of the business unit can comprehensively consider and balance. Mr. Zhao, if you didn't say so clearly, I didn't know the situation of these 2 projects would be so serious. At least after I know the situation, I am willing to give you a certain preferential care policy on the payment amount of the capital plan, but I really do not have such a large amount of 2.95 million yuan allocated for you to use. Say your bottom line. Mr. Hua, there is no bottom line, 295 is the bottom line. Let's put it this way, I agree to give you a $2 million increase in your funding plan payment limit. For the rest, you have to use your ingenuity to solve everything. You can't rely on money to solve everything. If the company has so much money, where does it need a high-level manager like you? Don't you agree? Mr. Hua, what you said makes me speechless. You can calculate the payment amount according to the increase of 2 million yuan in the capital plan. If it is really not enough, it is possible to increase it by tens of thousands. If it is too much, don't even think about it. Okay, I'll ask the 2 project departments to recalculate. It's definitely not enough. I'll call you later. Yu reading www.yuukeungshu.com. Okay. It's best not to call me again about this. I'm annoying too. What are you bothering about? President Hua, you have high rank and great power. If we are not looking for you, who are we looking for? Which level is higher and has more power? My level is not as high as yours, and my power is not greater than yours. In my position, I feel more and more like a crater. There is always a feeling of impending explosion. Zhao Manfu laughed and said, Mr. Hua, you are very capable. You are Mr. Song's right-hand man. Mr. Song values you the most. You are still working so hard for the company at such a late hour. Mr. Hua, you need to give our project department some more payment amount, so that the 2 bad projects of the original company can be done well and turned into high-quality projects in the company in one fell swoop. Hua Bai asked jokingly, Mr. Zhao, you have been going for the two admittedly bad projects in your hands for so many months, don't you understand it clearly? Don't just talk to me just to ask for an extra $2 in payment. That is the production area that has been replaced by the 4 vice presidents of the production area. The project manager has also changed 2 or 3 times, and the project manager of the Bowen Phase 1 landscape improvement project is only an acting project manager, not a real project manager. Can you really turn a bad project into a good one by securing your payment limit? Zhao Manfu replied, that's for sure, now there's only the guarantee of payment. President Hua, these 2 projects were bad at the beginning, but that doesn't mean they are bad now. Party A of Bowen Phase 1 Landscape Improvement Project has recognized our artistic effect. If there is no accident, the second phase of Bowen Garden Landscape Project must be directly assigned to our company. Moreover, the gross profit rate of the first phase of Bowen Landscape Improvement Project is definitely much higher than the gross profit rate given by the company. Hua Bai asked, the first phase of Bowen's Landscape Improvement Project only has a contract value of 9 million, so even if the gross profit margin is high, it will not have a big impact. Can the gross profit rate of your Bowen Phase 1 project achieve the gross profit rate of the assessment? The gross profit rate of the assessment is only 12%, and it is definitely achievable. It's just that the specific calculation data has not come out yet. What about the gross profit margin of the Nanshan project? The appraisal interest rate of the Nanshan project was originally signed at about 20%. Now the prices of the main seedlings and stones have come down, and the gross profit rate of the prices is still quite considerable. The gross profit margin of the entire project is expected to reach at least 30%. Well, then the Nanshan project may still take off the hat of a rotten project. You can also count together again, and I will explain your reaction to the leaders clearly. Try to get you some funding plan payment limit. I will arrange to notify you when the final funding plan payment amount is set. Okay, thank you Mr. Hua. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Zhao Manfu also said after the phone call with Huabayan, Huaibai promised to give us a maximum of 2 million yuan on the basis of the 35% reduction in the original capital plan payment amount. In this case, we are still short of 950,000 yuan to settle the amount. Matter. But I don't think it's possible to increase the payment limit by much. Yu Xingjie replied, what he gave you is an overall increase of 2 million yuan, so how the 2 project departments allocate the increased payment amount of 200 yuan is up to you to decide. Zhao Manfu said, I can't decide either. We are just short of Song Xiaoshan, the project manager of the Bowen Phase 1 Landscape Improvement Project, and Jean Hauran, the budgeter. Well, Zhang Yunqing, calculate how much of the remaining amount can be allocated to our Nanshan project after paying 70% of the bottom line of the Landscape Improvement Project of the Bowen Phase 1 project. Zhang Yunqing replied, okay. I flipped through the data I just calculated. The wages of greening laborers are 450,000 yuan, the purchase of seedlings is 3.6 million yuan, the ecological railings are 150,000 yuan, the sporadic materials are 180,000 yuan, the material cost is 500,000 yuan, the machinery cost is 150,000 yuan, and the site expenses are 100,000 yuan, totaling 5.13 million yuan. Now, if 3.6 million yuan is reduced by 30%, and 1.08 million yuan is reduced on the basis of 5.13 million yuan, the total planned capital occupied by the Bowen Phase 1 Landscape Improvement Project is 5.13 million yuan to 1.08 million yuan equals 4.05 million yuan. The total planned amount of funds reported by both sides is 26 million yuan plus 5.662 million yuan equals 31.662 million yuan. According to the meaning of Huazong, the payment amount for the Nanhai area equals 31.666.2 times, 1 to 35%, plus 200 is equal to 22.5803 million yuan. The remaining planned payment amount for the Nanshan project equals 22,580,300 yuan to 4,050,000 yuan equals 18,530,300 yuan. Zhao Manfu arranged, okay, check it out, How much is the planned payment amount of the funds reserved for the Nanshan project during our discussion just now? Zhang Yunqing replied, wait a minute, I'm flipping through the recorded data in the notebook. Turn over. I will read it to you again. After the Nanshan project has been reviewed, the payment data are as follows. 1. The salary of green workers is 950,000 yuan. 2. The cost of machinery is 1.2 million yuan. 3. 2.3 million yuan for various materials. 4. The purchase cost of green seedlings is 10.6 million yuan. 5. The labor service team's project fund is 2.8 million yuan. 6. On-site expenses are 550,000 yuan. The total payment amount is 95 plus 120 plus 230 plus 1060 plus 280 plus 55 is equal to 18.4 million yuan. This figure is a little smaller than the remaining 18.5303 million yuan we gave to the Nanshan project. The small amount is 18.5303 million yuan to 18.4 million yuan is equal to 130,300 yuan. Zhao Manfu clapped his hands and said happily, okay, this is easy. The extra 130,300 yuan was transferred to Chao Shingen, the seedling supplier of the first phase of Bowen Landscape Improvement Project. In this case, the payment amount of the capital schedule for the Nanshan project is 18.4 million yuan, and the payment amount of the capital schedule for the Bowen Phase 1 Landscape Improvement Project is 4.05 plus 130, 300 yuan, which is 4,180,300 yuan. Zhang Yunqing replied, yes, that's the data. If Mr. Hua can help you get the payment amount again, where will it be put? Zhao Manfu replied, don't think about that matter, first consider the situation that can no longer be won. Yu Dongjin from the Nanshan project is here. She knows what to do with this funding schedule. It will be done tomorrow morning, and everyone will take a look. This evening, Zhang Yunqing, please inform Jean Haoran of the payment amount of the capital schedule for the Bowen Phase 1 Landscape Improvement Project, and ask him to make a new capital schedule tomorrow morning. Zhang Yunqing replied, okay. Zhao Manfu asked, Mr. Zhou, are you satisfied with the current arrangement of the payment amount in the capital plan? Zhou Wenqing replied happily, it's good that we didn't forcefully deduct the payment amount from our project department. I'm quite satisfied. Zhao Manfu also arranged, then your job scramble, your promise to Party A, you must arrange for your brothers to bring the supplier team well, and you must implement the promise. I used to say that the company didn't give money and made excuses. Now the company has promised to give the money. If we can't complete the work of robbing workers, we are incompetent. Zhou Wenqing slapped twice on his chest, and swore to assure, I, Zhou Wenqing, speak my mind, and I will never loose my belt. Apply one nail in one bite. Zhao Manfu said with a smile, well, today, in front of so many people, with a face-to-face attitude, if it doesn't work out, then don't let me show you no mercy. Zhou Wenqing agreed, Mr. Zhao, put your heart in your stomach and don't worry about these things. I promise to take care of everything on the spot for you. Yu reading www.yuukangshu.com. Zhao Manfu replied, okay. Zhao Manfu raised his hand and looked at his watch and said, oh, it's already 12 o'clock in the evening before you know it. Do you have any questions? Everyone replied shyly, no problem. Zhao Manfu announced, tomorrow everyone gets up early to grab work. Dismissed. Zhou Wenqing said, a typical Zhou Poppy. Everyone laughed and left Zhao Manfu's office one after another. Zhang Yunqing returned to the office of the Ministry of Commerce and called Jean Haoran. After dialing, he asked, are you asleep, metal worker? Jean Haoran's voice came over the phone and said jokingly, Mr. Zhang, the capital plan has not been sorted out, and Mr. Song and I are so worried that we can't sleep. The two of us are still bragging in the office, waiting for your phone call. Okay. Then let me tell you the general principles of the payment amount in the capital plan set by the business department for us this time. The first thing is to increase or decrease the payment amount by 35% from the payment amount in the capital plan we reported, and then add 2 million yuan to this amount. Then what is the payment amount in the reported capital plan for the Nanshan project? The price quoted at that time was 26 million yuan. As for the specific Nanshan project, you should leave him alone. It's already so late, so I'll tell you the result directly. The payment amount in the capital plan for the first phase of the Bowen Landscape Improvement Project is 4.1803 million yuan. Mr. Zhang, I really impress you. How did you get such strange data? That process is too complicated to talk about. Take your notes. Okay, it's ready. You speak. The wages of greening labor workers are 450,000 yuan, ecological railings are 150,000 yuan, scattered materials are 180,000 yuan, material fees are 500,000 yuan, machinery fees are 150,000 yuan, and on-site expenses are 100,000 yuan. The total of these 6 expenses is 1.53 million yuan. The cost of purchasing seedlings is 4.1803 million yuan minus 1.53 million yuan, which is equal to 2.6503 million yuan. I understand, you made the seedling supplier boss give in after ensuring that other data would not be adjusted, right? Yes, that's what it means. Yeah, but I'm not sure I can convince boss Chao Shingen to agree to this amount. Metalworking. You don't have to do the convincing. Seedling purchaser Yu Xingjie has already called boss Chao Shingen, the seedling supplier. They have reached an agreement that as long as they can guarantee payment of 70% of his output value, the other party has agreed to make concessions. Okay. I understand. Mr. Zhang. Okay, I'll rest tonight, no more rest. After getting up tomorrow morning, make a new capital plan and go over it with relevant people. If nothing else happens, we will be asked to hand in the capital plan immediately tomorrow night. Okay. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. After Zhang Yunqing ended the phone call with Jean Haran, he closed the laptop and put it in a hidden place in the cabinet. I returned to the dormitory, washed up, and lay down. The night is a night of dreams. Rather messy. For a while, the material purchasing King Ming was furiously arguing over the payment amount of the fund plan, and they got into a fight. Later, Yu Xingjie, the sapling purchaser, complained that he had promised to pay the saplings in full, but now it has become 70%, and he still doesn't know when the payment will actually be received. After a while, Zhou Wenqing shouted, "Zhao Manfu is Zhou Bapi, Zhao Manfu is Zhou Bapi." After a while, Tang Ying, the financial cashier, was urging for invoices, saying that he only knew how to borrow money and spend money, but he didn't know how to get the invoices back to offset the accounts. It was almost the end of the year, and the company's financial requirements required that the accounts must be cleared, and the project department that couldn't do so would have to do so. The money is returned to the company. After a while, Zhao Manfu's cunning smile appeared again. After a while, he saw that many suppliers were waiting for him in the office. They all wanted to pay more, but they all said that their payment amount was too small and they should pay more. There are also many suppliers who have brought some worker leaders with them, and they threaten. If the money is not enough, the workers may come to make trouble, and they may buy you a few feet of white cloth, with one piece of paper saying, "Repay me my hard-earned money," and the other piece of paper saying, "Western architecture." Ask a dozen workers to hold these banners and march on the construction site for a day. If they pay, forget it. If you don't give money. Just wait, and the entrance and exit gates of the construction site will be blocked for you the next day. Workers will continue to be arranged at the gate, holding banners, and calling you a few words of grievance from time to time. Just asking you, are you convinced? For a while, production manager Su Kun complained that the visa signed by the production site was not approved by the Ministry of Commerce, which was too frustrating. After a while, Jean Haran looked indifferent again. He was going to be transferred at any time anyway, as if to say, "What can you do to me?" For a moment, Song Xiaoshan had a cool and cold face, as if "I won't say anything, just see what you want." Hua Baibai's dissatisfied face appeared again. Yunqing, you have to work hard and you have to integrate into our business team. Just dreaming like this, one after another, Zhang Yunqing couldn't fall asleep deeply at all. The alarm bell rang when he got up in the morning. Zhang Yunqing reached out and pressed it. After a night of chaotic dreams, I didn't wake up at all. He lay on the bed and fell asleep again in a flash. The phone kept ringing, several times, but none of them woke Zhang Yunqing. He heard a knock on the door in a daze, and Zhang Yunqing asked, "Who is it? What's the noise about?" "Zhang Yunqing, get up quickly. It's already 10 o'clock. You're late. Do you know that your salary will be deducted? I called you countless times but didn't answer." Zhang Yunqing finally woke up and picked up his phone. He saw that many of the missed calls were from Zhao Manfu. Zhao Manfu said to Zhao Manfu outside the door, "Mr. Zhao, I'm awake. I'll be in your office soon. Hurry up, there's a lot going on." "Good." Zhang Yunqing rolled over and got up. After washing quickly, he jogged to Zhao Manfu's office. Zhao Manfu asked, "Why did you get up so late today?" Zhang Yunqing replied, "One is that I worked overtime too late last night. After I finished calling Jean Haren, it was already past 1 o'clock when I returned to the dormitory to rest." Zhao Manfu asked dissatisfiedly, "Even if you go to bed at 1 o'clock in the evening, if you add 8 hours, you can sleep until 9 o'clock at most. Don't you set an alarm to wake up?" "I remember setting an alarm to wake up. I was just too tired, so I pressed the alarm again and overslept." You. Didn't I wake you up after all the calls I made to you?" "I was also wondering about this, and then I checked and found that my phone's vibration mode had been adjusted. I guess I adjusted it before the meeting last night, but then I forgot to cancel the vibration mode in time after the meeting. Your ability to take care of yourself in life is a bit poor." "I'm so tired." "What does this have to do with the ability to take care of myself? There must be something else going on, otherwise, people your age shouldn't be able to wake up on their own after sleeping for so long. None of them conform to the laws of the biological clock. If I have to say a reason, I think I have found a relatively sufficient reason." "Oh, is it so? What's the reason? Come on, let me analyze it for you and see if it's right." Zhang Yunqing asked doubtfully, "Didn't you say you have a lot to do? Why do you have time to relax?" Zhao Manfu replied, "I guess there are a lot of things going on today, such as the funding schedules for the 2 projects. If they are made, they will definitely be handed over to you for review. As a result, you haven't gotten up yet, so it doesn't matter. What would other employees think of it, right? If nothing happens, I'll go back and sleep for a while. I'm really not awake yet." You go back to sleep, I still don't believe it. The person who checked their attendance told me that they would mark you as late and then mark you as leaving early, and you would not be able to receive this day's salary. So cruel. Yesterday Zhou Wenqing called you Zhou Poppy, didn't you even know? Can't you be nicer to your employees?" "Okay, it's okay. However, that scores points. One thing is for sure, it cannot be done to you." "Why? Why?" "You are the kind of person who can open a dyeing workshop if I give you a little dye, so I can't let you be too indulgent." "Oh, so that's it. Where does all this nonsense come from? Come on, tell me, what dream did you have that could keep you awake for so long?" Zhang Yunqing twisted his neck, picked up the hot tea on the coffee table, took a sip, and said that he had dreamed a lot. "I don't remember it clearly, so I'll tell you what I remember." After Zhao Manfu agreed, Zhang Yunqing began to talk about some of the contents of yesterday's dream. "I dreamed about the material purchasing king, saying that the payment amount in his capital plan was not in accordance with his opinions. He would not hesitate to challenge anyone who disagreed with or disrespected his opinions. He would beat anyone who disobeyed." In the dream, it seemed that he and Zhou Wenqing were fighting. They beat each other until their heads were bloody. It was so scary. "Look. Zhao Manfu analyzed that this is just a random dream and it makes no sense. Zhou Wencheng is the boss of this project. He always says what he says and does. No one in the project department dares to challenge his authority, especially open challenges. I also dreamed that Yu Xingjie complained that we did not fully pay the seedling purchase price for the first phase of the Bowen Landscape Improvement Project as promised, which caused his credibility to be completely lost and made him unable to hold his head high in front of Boss Chow. At the same time, he also complained that even with such a small amount of planned payment, it was not clear when the payment could be made. The next family asked him for money every day. He was under great psychological pressure and very annoyed. Zhao Manfu analyzed that this dream was relatively consistent with reality, but it was very different from the high-spirited and upright person Yu Xingjie expressed during the meeting. Zhang Yunqing sneered, and then said, "Many people in this world know what they know but don't know their hearts. How can we outsiders know what they are thinking in their hearts?" Zhao Manfu also said that he reluctantly agreed with such a far-fetched logic. Zhang Yunqing continued to preach, and dreamed that Zhou Wencheng was shouting there, "Zhao Manfu is Zhou Bapi, Zhao Manfu is Zhou Bapi." Zhao Manfu expressed his disbelief. Zhang Yunqing must have deliberately spoken nonsense to harm himself. Yes, he must have spoken nonsense. Speaking of Zhou Bapi, Zhou Wenchengkai should be more like Zhou Bapi. He was still on the construction site at 12 o'clock in the middle of the night, or even 4 or 5 in the morning, yelling at these workers and what they were doing. Zhao Manfu's skin-picking was definitely much more ruthless. A more convincing reason why Zhou Wencheng should be Zhou Bapi is actually that Zhou Wencheng's surname is Zhou, so calling him Zhou Bapi is consistent with the actual situation of cheating and Zhou Wencheng's surname. That's it, Zhou Wencheng's nickname will be Zhou Papi from now on. Zhao Manfu's words forced him to say that he was Zhou Bapi and that Zhou Wencheng was Zhou Bapi. It actually left Zhang Yunqing speechless. Zhang Yunqing was astonished by this powerful ability to turn a deer into a horse. I had to write a big word, submit, on Zhao Manfu's forehead in my heart. Zhang Yunqing continued to preach, and dreamed of Tang Ying, the financial cashier, saying that Zhou Wencheng and Zhang Yunqing only took money out to spend, and did not get a penny of invoices back to offset the accounts, causing Tang Ying, the financial cashier, to go out to buy a few coins in person. An invoice of 100,000 is really abominable. Zhao Manfu laughed and said, "Well, this dream is quite consistent with reality." Zhang Yunqing replied dissatisfiedly, "What kind of reality does it conform to? How were those hundreds of thousands of yuan spent? It's understandable for others to say they don't know. But if you say you don't know, are you still a human being? At least not a normal person." Zhao Manfu criticized, "This has nothing to do with me." Zhang Yunqing was dissatisfied. How could it be possible? It has nothing to do with it. Yes, Zhou Wencheng and I spent most of the money, but you also spent a lot of it yourself. Zhao Manfu showed his signature sly smile and explained, "Tang Ying is in charge of finance, and we didn't dare to tell her about the things we went to do, so she thought they were normal expenses. If you don't come back with the invoice to reimburse, you are lazy and you are giving money. Her work is causing trouble, so it's normal for her to be dissatisfied with you. It's just that her position is relatively low and she dares not speak out against you too." Zhang Yunqing continued to preach and dreamed of Bian Jin's family. He brought some big-time and 3-year-old worker leaders to the office of the Ministry of Commerce to look for him. Xia Hoyue, the boss of the garden construction team who was robbing workers, also brought a group of workers to look for him. There were also many mechanical people who came, but I didn't recognize them, it was too vague. The most important thing is that I don't know who took the lead in making noise. They all said that the amount of payment to themselves was too small, and it was not even enough to pay workers' wages. They said that we were not honest in what we did and were forcing them to take necessary defensive measures. In the dream, there were many people complaining and threatening plans, which roughly means, if the payment to them is not what they want, they will organize workers to come to the construction site to cause trouble. One way is to buy some long strips of white cloth with the words, "Give me back my hard-earned money," written in red letters, and "Western architecture, shameless, I want to go home, I want to give," written in black letters. Children pay school fees, and so on. Then they spend money to hire dozens of workers to hold these white banners with words written on them and march at the construction site non-stop for a day. If you pay them, forget it. If you don't give money and threaten you, just wait. The next day they will block the entrance to the construction site for you. They will continue to arrange workers at the gate, hold banners, and keep changing people at the gate. They cry grievances at that gate and continue to expand their influence until they get the money. What's even more funny is that in the dream, someone asked me if I was convinced. After Zhao Manfu heard this dream, he finally put away his playful smile and said, "So many dreams are just random dreams. You dreamed of so many things, no wonder you couldn't wake up in time. It is really difficult for you to have so many things in your little head." Zhao Manfu picked up the teacup on the coffee table, took a sip of tea and continued, "In other words, it is equivalent to last night, you didn't rest at all, but you have been thinking about all kinds of problems that the project department has faced during this period." Such questions. It seems that I misunderstood you. I thought you got up late because you were lazy. Zhang Yunqing laughed sheepishly and said that it was not that mysterious, at least he didn't mean to have those dreams. Zhao Manfu also agreed that who can control the content of dreams. Zhang Yunqing continued to preach, and also dreamed of production manager Su Kuan, expressing his dissatisfaction with the Ministry of Commerce for issuing visas because they did not recognize the production signature. He believed that the production people were being tortured by the Ministry of Commerce. Zhao Manfu explained that these things have been heard occasionally. As long as the Ministry of Commerce handles the matter in accordance with the rules stipulated by the company, it should be rejected. Otherwise, it will leave too much room for imagination for the production management personnel, which is also very bad. Zhang Yunqing said that he also dreamed of Jin Haoran, with a nonchalant look on his face, which made people very uncomfortable. Zhao Manfu explained that although Jin Haoran has not done well in promotion and salary increase for so many years, Lei Bing always likes him and takes him with him wherever he goes, so he has the capital, so don't argue with him. The opportunity will come in the future. Mature, just send him away smoothly like a god. You can also get a favor, so why not? Zhang Yunqing said that if he thought so, it seemed to be a little better. Zhao Manfu asked, didn't he dream about other people? Zhang Yunqing explained that he also dreamed of Song Xiaoshan with a cold face, and also dreamed of Hua Baibai with an unhappy face. The key thing is that Hua Baibai actually spoke in his dream, saying, "Yunqing, you have to work hard and you have to integrate into our business team." Zhang Yunqing was more confused about what Hua Baibai said in his dream. Zhao Manfu analyzed that Hua Baibai's original intention was to let you stay in Kyoto to work, and he was not willing to let you go to the area to do management work. That's why he has always been obsessed with you and always thought that you didn't really integrate into his business team. This integration of his. It's not just a matter of doing a good job, it's called integration, but it's a matter of thoroughly joining their business team and fully accepting his leadership. To put it bluntly, in his team, what he says is what he says, and there is absolutely no room for objections. With your current emotional intelligence, it is estimated that even if you stay with him, you won't be able to work for long before conflicts will arise. Since there is no one to protect you, it will only be a matter of time before you are killed by him. Zhao Manfu continued to tell Zhang Yunqing that in the workplace, you must follow the right people and stand in a good team, otherwise one mistake will lead to eternal regrets. In Western architecture, Zhang Yunqing doesn't have to worry about anything since he is there to protect him. While the two were chatting, Zhang Yunqing's phone rang, and there was a call from Yu Dongjin. "Mr. Zhang, the funding plan for the Nanshan project has been compiled. Okay, print it out, give one copy to Mr. Zhou Wenqing for review, and send the other 2 copies to Mr. Zhao's office." Good. Yu Dongjin handed a printed copy of the Nanshan project's capital plan to Zhang Yunqing and Zhao Manfu. Zhao Manfu asked Yu Dongjin to sit down and have a cup of tea and wait for a while. Zhang Yunqing looked at the fund plan and flipped through the data in the record book he brought, and then asked. The data discussed at last night's meeting was that the total payment amount was 18.4 million yuan. Among them, 2.3 million yuan was spent on materials and 10.6 million yuan was spent on purchasing seedlings. How come it has now become 2.6 million yuan for materials and 11.5 million yuan for seedling purchase? One of these two items has increased by 300,000 yuan, the other has increased by 900,000 yuan, and the total increase has been 1.2 million yuan. Yu Dongjin agreed, yes, so the total payment amount in the current version of the capital plan is 18.4 million yuan plus 1.2 million yuan equal to 19.6 million yuan. Zhang Yunqing looked a little annoyed and asked, didn't Wang Ming, who purchased the materials, and Yu Xingjie, who purchased the seedlings, both participate in the coordination meeting on the fund plan last night? Why do they want to increase the total amount of payments they are responsible for without authorization? Yu Dongjin replied, I asked, and the two of them were just like wearing a pair of pants, so they said that the next family didn't agree, saying that it was the Chinese New Year, and if the payment was not in place, they would definitely disagree. They also said that if it didn't work, they would block the door to our construction site. After Zhang Yunqing heard this, he said to Zhao Manfu, Mr. Zhao, what do you think about this matter? Zhao Manfu replied, what should we do? We are the managers of the area, and there is also a project department below. In the project department, Zhou Wencheng is the boss. Now the materials and seedlings are not handled according to the intention of yesterday's meeting. Let you go find Zhou Wencheng first, just say it was me who said it, and let him deal with it first. It is impossible to increase the total amount of the capital plan. Mr. Zhou was also asked to find the reasons for these two people to increase the amount of the capital plan. First understand the situation clearly and try to let him handle it as well as possible. I couldn't handle it well, so I came to discuss it with Zhang Yunqing. Yu Dongjin agreed, okay, Mr. Zhao. Then I will go to Mr. Zhou Wencheng now and tell him your intention. After Dongjin left Zhao Manfu's office and walked to Zhou Wencheng's office, Zhang Yunqing smiled and said, Mr. Zhao, do you mean that my dreams must be realized one by one? Zhao Manfu criticized, bah, spit quickly, you crow's mouth. Don't even think about it, among those bad dreams you have, which one do you really like? Zhang Yunqing replied with a worried look on his face, I think about it every day and dream about it at night. I don't usually dream much. Maybe it's because there are too many things accumulated during this period, and I was too tired yesterday. I was thinking about problems before going to bed, but it turned out that there were too many problems, and I didn't go into depth. Instead, I entered a time of dreaming. But after talking to you about these dreams just now, I feel that something is not right. I feel that we still need to think of countermeasures so that we can deal with it easily. As for the king of material procurement, let's not talk about the dream. In fact, his usual behavior can easily cause trouble for the project. Today's capital plan matter will probably become a breaking point. Mr. Zhao, please think of a solution quickly. I feel like Zhou Wencheng couldn't figure out the king's name. Both of them are very hot. Wang Ming is one of those people who doesn't recognize anyone. I always feel that things are not as simple as mine. Zhao Manfu replied, Yunqing, don't worry. I know it well. First of all, I trust Zhou Wencheng's work ability and management ability. Secondly, Zhou Wencheng is the boss and the person in charge of this project. As the king of material procurement, he must obey Zhou Wencheng's leadership and management. Otherwise, wouldn't the order of this management be completely disrupted? Zhang Yunqing expressed that he was just worried and was not very optimistic about the current situation. He felt that there was a certain conflict of interest that could break out at any time. Zhang Yunqing said goodbye to Zhao Manfu and left, returning to the office of the Ministry of Commerce. Just a few minutes after she sat down, Li Xishuan came over to Zhang Yunqing and said, Mr. Zhang, the material procurement manager Wang Ming has already started to argue with the project manager Zhou Wencheng. I heard it was very noisy. Zhang Yunqing was stunned, really afraid of what might happen. He looked up at Li Shixuan and asked her to sit down first, saying slowly, "Don't be anxious." Li Shixuan pulled out the chair and sat down and said, "I just received a text message from Sister Yu, saying that Zhou Wenqing was looking for Wang Ming from material procurement and Yu Xingjie from seedling procurement to the project manager's office. They were communicating about the funding this time. When planning the quota, both parties spoke in a very aggressive tone. The words were quite intense and were no longer normal work communication. Zhang Yinqing asked, "Did you tell us what actions we need to take?" Li Shixuan replied, "No, I feel like she just informed me. I think the problem is serious, and you happen to be here. So, I came here to report this situation to you." Zhang Yun replied, "Okay, I understand. I'd better go find Mr. Zhao. When I was in his office just now, I told him something was going to happen, but he still didn't believe it." After Zhang Yunqing finished speaking, he stood up and walked to Zhao Manfu's office. After arriving at Zhao Manfu's office, Zhao Manfu asked jokingly, "What's wrong? You can't sit in your office, so you came to me again." Zhang Yunqing replied solemnly, "It's true that I can't sit still. Something happened." Zhao Manfu smiled and said, "How big of a situation can this happen?" Zhang Yunqing replied, "Li Shixuan just told me that Yu Dongjin sent him a text message, saying that the material procurement Wang Ming had a serious conflict with the project manager Zhou Wenqing. It was no longer a work communication, and the words were quite fierce. You have to think of a way to deal with the aftermath quickly. If I predict correctly, they will soon hand over the conflict to you and ask you to make a judgment." Zhao Manfu still replied relatively confidently, "It's not that serious." Zhang Yunqing felt tired. He didn't know where Zhao Manfu's mysterious confidence came from. Even though there was news that something had happened, he was still imagining that nothing would happen. Zhao Manfu was thinking in his heart, none of these people are cheap, so naturally they have to wait for them to make trouble for a while before talking about it. If others can solve it themselves, of course he will hide behind it. Why rush to deal with these conflicts? I was thinking in my heart that Zhang Yunqing still didn't quite understand this society. In addition, you still have to judge whether others are really making a quarrel or whether they are pretending to make a quarrel, and let them fiddle with it for a while. As long as they don't take the initiative to come to you, you can pretend that it never happened. Zhang Yunqing saw that Zhao Manfu had no reaction for a long time, and when he was about to get up and leave, a loud noise came from outside Zhao Manfu's office. Zhang Yunqing stood at the door of the office and took a look, then turned to Zhao Manfu and said, "I'll tell you first, you still don't believe it. Take a look, it's here." There were 4 people in total. Which 4 people? What 4 other people could there be? Zhou Wenqing, Yu Dongjin, Wang Ming, and Yu Xingjie all came together. Zhao Manfu stood up, walked to the door and said, "Why are you making such a fuss? Isn't it embarrassing? Come in and talk nicely." The 4 people entered Zhao Manfu's office, and after arranging for them to sit down separately, Zhao Manfu said to Xingjie, "Old Yu, boil some water, help everyone serve, and make a cup of tea." Yu Xingjie replied, "Okay, I'll boil water and make tea." Zhao Manfu asked Zhou Wenqing what was going on. Zhou Wenqing and Wang Ming both scrambled to speak. Seeing that this posture was a bit chaotic, Zhao Manfu simply asked Yu Dongjin, "Do you understand the situation?" Yu Dongjin replied, "I understand most of the situation." "Okay, then you can tell me what happened." Zhou Wenqing, Wang Ming, you two are angry now, don't talk, and listen to Yu Dongjin's introduction from the perspective of a bystander, and then you can talk about it one by one. Don't worry, everyone has a chance to speak, don't rush to speak. Both agreed. Yu Dongjin is responsible for helping everyone recall what happened in the past few dozen minutes. Let us follow Yu Dongjin's description and look back and forth at the whole process of the conflict between Zhou Wenqing and Wang Mingqi. Zhou Wenqing got up and took Yu Dongjin with him, and left Zhao Manfu's office. On the way back to the project manager's office, he happened to pass by the purchasing department's office. He stood at the door and said to Wang Ming and Yu Xingjie, Wang Gong, you two reported your funds to Donjon. Print out 2 copies of the data on the schedule, and then come to my office to communicate. Both of them agreed, okay. Everything seems normal. Wang Ming, the material purchaser, printed his own material fund plan, and the nursery stock purchaser printed his own nursery stock fund plan. The two came to the office of project manager Zhou Wenqing one after another. Zhou Wenqing asked, during the meeting last night, the total payment amount for the Nanshan project agreed upon was 18.4 million yuan. Among them, 2.3 million yuan was spent on materials and 10.6 million yuan was spent on purchasing seedlings. How come it has now become 2.6 million yuan for materials and 11.5 million yuan for seedling purchase? One of these 2 items increased by 300,000 yuan, the other increased by 900,000 yuan, and together they increased by 1.2 million yuan. You two can explain to me why. Which one to say first? Yu Xingjie, the nursery stock purchaser, said, let me talk first. The reason I made the adjustment was because Chao Shingen called me and said that more than 1 million yuan had been deducted from his capital plan for the Bowen Phase 1 landscape improvement project, which was unreasonable. Although he agreed yesterday, he quarreled with his family again after returning home. It's the end of this year, and I really can't make it, so I asked for an increase in the payment limit of 900,000 yuan for this Nanshan project. Zhou Wenqing replied, what is your reason? What I can tell you is that I have made arrangements for the Nanshan project so that I no longer owe him any progress payments. It's impossible for him to come to usurp my payment limit, and it's not because of the projects I manage, but because of other projects. I tell you this very clearly, I have no reason to agree, and I have no right to agree. Please give him 2 more communications. Don't make trouble at this time, but understand each other at this time, so that future cooperation can be better. It has to last. Otherwise, no one would be afraid of dealing with him. Yu Xingjie asked, then I will call him now to tell him about this matter. Zhou Wenqing agreed, okay, you can call him. If necessary, I can also have a word with him. Seedling purchaser Yu Xingjie took out his mobile phone, found the phone number of seedling supplier Chao Shingen in the phone address book, and dialed, hello, Boss Chao. We are currently having a meeting in the office of Mr. Zhou, the Nanshan project manager, to discuss the payment amount of your capital plan. You mentioned that more than 1 million yuan was deducted from the payment limit for the Bowen Phase 1 landscape improvement project, and then you wanted to make up for it with the Nanshan project. I also reported it to you. However, Mr. Zhou believes that the payment amount of 10.6 million yuan given to you for the Nanshan project has already been paid to you according to the contract here, and the planned payment amount for the project is not enough at all. The balance no longer meets your request for an additional payment limit of 900,000 yuan. Let's discuss it again and see if you should overcome the difficulties and not increase the payment limit of the 900,000 yuan capital plan. Well. Do you want to talk to Mr. Zhou? I'm right next to Mr. Zhou. I'll give him the phone and you can communicate. Seedling purchaser Yu Xingjie handed his cell phone to Zhou Wenqing. After Zhou Wenqing took the phone, he said, Boss Chao, tell me. Boss Chao's voice came over the phone and said, Mr. Zhou, when I was working on the Bowen Phase 1 project, I had an agreement with the leaders of the company to pay my seedlings purchase price in full, and the price given was relatively low. But now when I actually made the capital plan, it was said that the amount was not enough, and more than 1 million yuan was deducted from me, which I originally agreed to. But after returning to Jia's home, dozens of suppliers who owed money were waiting at my home, and they were all quarreling with me. It was also difficult for me to do, so I discussed it with Yu Xingjie and decided to give it to you. The Nanshan project increased the payment limit by 900,000 yuan to help solve my difficulties. Zhou Wenqing said to Chao Shingen on the other end of the phone, Boss Chao, it's not that I don't help you, it's just that I can't help you now. Even if the first phase of the Bowen project falls short of yours, it will only be a matter of 900,000 yuan. We are at the end of the year, and there are so many project departments. You can also ask which project department can pay you the full 70% of the payment agreed in your contract. Now I can also pay you at 60%. Then I will negotiate terms with you and increase it to 70%, which also increases the payment amount by 1 million yuan, right? But we didn't do that. Instead, we chose to pay you 70% of the stipulated amount in the contract. So I hope you can understand the project department. In addition, the total payment amount of my project department is simply not enough, and there is no balance for you to add the 900,000 yuan. Moreover, the finance department must check your contract conditions when making payment, and it is impossible to pay you more than 70%. Therefore, no matter what, the payment limit of 900,000 yuan you proposed now is impossible to realize. In the past, I thought it was simple. The extra 900,000 yuan that the boss brought up that week was just treated as if I didn't mention it. I would find another way to borrow some money to solve it. Okay, thank you Boss Chow for your support. If you have time to come to the project department before this year, remember to tell me and I will treat you to dinner to express your gratitude for the support of the project department. Mr. Zhou is treating you to a treat, I will definitely come. After Zhou Wenqing ended the phone call with Chao Shingen, he returned the phone to Yu Xingjie and said, Boss Chow understood what we meant. He promised to find ways to overcome the difficulties and agreed to press 10.6 million yuan made a capital plan for him, and the separate addition of 900,000 yuan was forgotten and cancelled. Yu Xingjie replied, Okay, thank you Mr. Zhou for your help in coordination. I often quarreled with Boss Chow over this 900,000 yuan matter. Zhou Wenqing replied, It doesn't matter. It's all a matter of the project department. If there are difficulties, we can face them together and solve them. After finishing speaking, he looked up at Wang Ming of Material Procurement and asked, Wang Ming, tell me, why do you want to increase the payment limit of 300,000 yuan in the capital plan? Material Procurement Wang Ming replied, the original payment amount for materials was 2.3 million yuan, but now it has become 2.6 million yuan for materials. It's because there are many suppliers of these materials. You see, we only have a payment of more than 2 million yuan, but there are actually 5 or 6 suppliers. Unlike seedlings, which has a payment limit of more than 10 million yuan, there is only one supplier. So it's easy to talk and discuss. Project manager Zhou Wenqing said not very happily, now I want to ask you why the material payment of 2.3 million yuan has been increased to 2.6 million yuan. The problem of their seedlings has been solved. Don't worry about it. Just explain your problem properly, and then let's discuss how to solve it. Material Procurement Wang Ming replied, after the meeting last night, I wrote down the total data. When I was working on their capital plan this morning, I kept taking calls from suppliers. Unable to withstand the lobbying of several of their suppliers, we agreed to 3, each with an additional payment limit of 100,000 yuan. Zhou Wenqing asked again, then let me ask you, how was the original material cost calculated? Material Procurement Wang Ming replied, in the process of calculating the material payment of 2.3 million yuan, the material suppliers had different opinions. It was just our unilateral opinion. Zhou Wenqing said, I was not involved in the process you mentioned, and I don't know. Wait until I ask about the situation. After finishing speaking, he turned to the commercial manager Yu Dongjin and asked, Yu Gong, did you participate in the calculation and verification process of the 2.3 million yuan for materials? Yu Dongjin replied, I participated. The amount is based on the quantity of materials each supplier comes to the site, multiplied by their contract unit price, to get the total supply output value, and then based on their contract progress payment ratio. The calculated amount. After listening to Yu Dongjin's explanation, Zhou Wenqing raised his head and stared at Wang Ming, the material purchaser, and asked, Wang Ming, do you have any different opinions on what Yu Dongjin said? Material Procurement Wang Ming agreed, that seems to be the case. But it is true that the 3 suppliers did not agree with the payment amount we negotiated yesterday this morning. They asked each to increase the payment amount by 100,000 yuan. What can I do? Zhou Wenqing suppressed his anger and asked, you know that the total payment amount of the project department is only 18.4 million yuan, which was mentioned in the meeting yesterday. Now you have agreed without permission to increase the payment limit of 300,000 yuan for your next family. Can you tell me whose payments will be reduced to meet your request? Material procurement Wang Mingjianjin also came up and said, I only know about my materials. If the payment limit is not increased, it cannot be solved. As for whose payment is reduced to meet this requirement, how do I know? And I have no idea. Relation. Zhou Wenqing's fiery temper was finally aroused by these words. Zhou Wenqing slammed the table, stood up, pointed at the material purchasing Wang Ming's nose and cursed, What do you mean it has nothing to do with you? As for the material payment amount of 2.3 million yuan, no one will ask you if you reduce it, as long as the materials can be transported to the site to meet the construction requirements. But you want to increase the limit. What you are increasing now is 300,000 yuan, not 12,000 yuan. Have you communicated with me? Do I agree with you? Who gave you the authority to decide this? Material procurement Wang Ming replied, I am the person in charge of material procurement of the project department. Why don't I have the power to set the supplier's payment amount? If I lose all this power, will my words to suppliers still be effective? You have forgotten that if you want this kind of material to be on site today, and if you want that kind of material to be on site tomorrow, am I the one who communicates with the suppliers? In order to meet your requirements for the material arrival plan, do I have to discuss it carefully with the supplier? Do I have to always promise the supplier to pay on time? Zhou Wenqing said, Stop quibbling, are you paying on time? At this time, you have paid more than what was agreed in the contract. I cannot agree with the 300,000 yuan you added. Material procurement Wang Ming replied, If you don't agree to the payment of 300,000 yuan, I will notify the material supplier that you do not agree to the payment, and their materials will no longer need to come. Zhou Wenqing scolded, Damn you, you exceed the contract payment terms and I don't believe it. How can you end up in Western construction? You can't even pass my level. Also, what right do you have to notify the material supplier that the material will not be delivered? Aren't you deliberately trying to undermine the project department? Material procurement Wang Ming replied, You don't agree to increase the payment limit of 300,000 yuan to them. They have already said that they will not come to the materials. Notification or not is the same thing. Zhou Wenqing continued to curse, Fuck you, I don't think any material supplier would dare to do this. For this project, I pay him according to the proportion agreed in the contract. This is already very good in the engineering industry. The terms of payment are already in place. Why can he make additional payment requirements? I don't think I'm your turtle son. Are you hiding your selfish interests here and deliberately causing trouble? The king of material purchasing stood up as his name was called, slapped the table with a bang and said, Fuck you, you're an idiot. I'm in charge of materials. I just want to decide the payment of material suppliers. What can you do to me? Zhou Wenqing's anger rose. He rushed over and reached out to call the material purchasing king. Yu Xingjie, a seedling purchaser with quick eyes and hands, hugged him and said, Mr. Zhou, impulsiveness is the devil. Don't be impulsive. Don't be impulsive. Calm down first before talking. In this way, the two argued fiercely and cursed for more than 10 minutes. Then, under the persuasion of seedling purchaser Yu Xingjie and business manager Yu Dongjin, they came to Zhao Manfu's office and asked Zhao Manfu to seek justice. Having said this, Yu Dongjin looked at Zhao Manfu and said, Mr. Zhao, I'm done. That's roughly it. After Zhao Manfu heard this, he said, I got a general idea. So be it now. The cause of the matter happened here in Wang Ming. Wang Ming, please tell me first what is your request. Material procurement Wang Ming replied, Mr. Zhao, my request is very simple. The payment amount of 2.3 million yuan for materials is not enough. If it needs to be adjusted to 2.6 million yuan, I have no objection. Zhao Manfu said, Okay, I understand your request. Then he turned to Zhou Wenqing and asked, Mr. Zhou, what is your request now? Zhou Wenqing replied, I have 2 points in my request. First, the 2.3 million yuan calculated before the meeting last night was included in the capital plan, and I would not agree to any extra penny. Second, the payment ratio for all material supplies must be in accordance with the contract, neither more nor less. Zhao Manfu began to solicit opinions. Now we will first seek everyone's opinions on Wang Ming's request. Please raise your hands if you agree with Wang Ming's opinion. Zhao Manfu glanced at the people present and said, Zhang Yunqing, please record it. Among the 6 people here, only Wang Ming agrees with his request. Zhang Yunqing replied, Okay, Mr. Zhao, I have recorded it. Zhao Manfu asked for opinions again. Raise your hands if you agree with Zhou Wenqing's opinion. Zhang Yunqing glanced at everyone and said, Mr. Zhao, I have recorded it. Among the 6 people who participated in expressing their opinions, 5 agreed with Zhou Wenqing's opinion, and only Wang Ming disagreed. Zhao Manfu glanced at Wang Ming and said, Wang Ming, you also saw the voting just now. No one else agrees with you except yourself. And your opinion is that progress payments should be made beyond what is stipulated in the contract. When the company's funds are so tight, this will definitely not pass the review no matter what. Therefore, your request is unreasonable and must be rejected. Also, during your argument, you propose to notify the next party not to supply materials to the site. This is an extremely irresponsible attitude and practice, and it is absolutely not allowed in the area I am responsible for. I hope that through today's incident, you will learn a lesson, and in the future, you will always think of safeguarding the company's interests first in everything you do. If the company's interests cannot be protected, it is equivalent to there being no rice in the pot, and how can there be any rice in the bowl? The material purchasing king named, Zhao Manfu did not express his opinion clearly. Zhao Manfu turned to look at Zhou Wenqing again and said, this time the capital plan will be prepared based on the 18.4 million yuan discussed at the meeting last night. The payment limit for materials is still 2.3 million yuan. The payment limit for seedlings is still 10.6 million yuan. Not to mention that Wang Ming has no power to decide the payment amount of this capital plan. All of us here, including you Donjin, Zhou Wenqing, Zhang Yunqing, including me, we have no power to decide this 18.4 million yuan. Therefore, Mr. Zhou, I will work hard for you to lead the team of the project department to quickly adjust the corresponding fund plan data in accordance with the company's contract. Zhou Wenqing replied, Okay. Mr. Zhao. Wang Ming, please adjust your capital plan according to the 2 opinions I just mentioned, and submit it to you Donjin for consolidation. Material procurement Wang Ming replied, I still don't agree to pay the 2.3 million yuan, and I will not adjust my capital plan. Zhou Wenqing's eyebrows immediately stood up and he said, You mean, you have to do whatever you want to do? You refuse to implement the decision made by so many of us at a meeting? Material procurement Wang Ming replied, This is basically your own opinion. How did it become everyone's opinion? Zhou Wenqing held back his anger, turned to look at Zhao Manfu and said, Mr. Zhao, I can't fix this thing, let him stay wherever it's cool. My Nanshan project department has no use for such a great person as him. Zhao Manfu replied, Mr. Zhou, don't be anxious. Then he turned to material procurement and Wang Ming said, Wang Ming, the payment amount of this capital plan is based on the results of everyone's meeting. How is it possible that you just said that the next company will call you and you agreed to increase the payment? Can I increase the payment limit? You must know that the data you are adding now exceeds the progress payment ratio stipulated in the contract. This is impossible. Mr. Zhou will not agree to it, Mr. Zhang will not agree to it, and neither will I. It is recommended that you follow the arrangements of Mr. Zhou Wenqing and adjust the funding plan for your materials. Material procurement Wang Ming replied, I can't adjust it. Zhao Manfu was wondering where this person had the confidence. It was completely illogical, so he asked Yu Donjin, less than, Wang Ming is not willing to adjust the data in the fund plan, can you directly adjust it? Yu Donjin replied, I can make adjustments, but I have no direct contact with the supplier. What if there is a problem? Zhou Wenqing agreed, Wang Ming, if you are unwilling to adjust the fund plan, it means that you do not obey the arrangements of me, the project manager. Then please hand over the material supplier information for this project to Udonjin, and Udonjin will handle all future material supplier contacts. Material Procurement Wang Ming replied, why should I hand over my material supplier's contact information to you? Also, if you said you don't need me in the project department, then you won't need me anymore. Are the leaders of the company indifferent? Zhao Manfu replied, Wang Ming, you asked a good question. I also want to ask the company leaders for instructions. Do I have the power to adjust your matter? Zhou Wenqing added, Mr. Zhao, before you call the company leaders, I would like to emphasize that the Nanshan project department can only leave one person between me and Wang Ming. There is him without me, and there is me without him. Zhao Manfu replied solemnly, yes, I understand. Zhao Manfu said, that's it for this matter. Let's adjourn the meeting first and let Udonjin revise the fund plan first. Zhang Yunqing and Zhou Wenqing will stay for a while. After Zhao Manfu and other materials purchasing Kings, nursery stock purchasing Yuxingjie, and commercial manager Udonjin left, they said, Mr. Zhou, if you want to win the material purchasing Kings in this matter, are you sure? Zhou Wenqing replied, I don't know if I'm sure. One thing I know is that if Wang Ming is still in this project department, it will definitely affect my arrangements for the daily management of the project department. He openly opposed my work arrangement, and he did it under such unreasonable circumstances. So how do I manage other employees and how can the work arrangements on the project be implemented? Zhao Manfu said, you make sense, but I don't know if I have the right to decide not to use the royal name for material procurement. Zhang Yunqing added next to him, I originally heard seedling purchaser Yu Xingjie say that this material purchaser's name is a person who has spent hundreds of years, so it may not be that easy to deal with. As for this person, I also hate him. He often disobeys work arrangements. It is the best plan to get him out of our South China Sea area. Zhao Manfu replied, okay, I understand. I'm going to call Mr. Song, the president of the business unit. I'm going to call on speakerphone. You two should also listen and don't talk. Zhou Wenqing nodded. Zhang Yunqing replied, I won't say anything. Just call Mr. Song. Zhao Manfu picked up the mobile phone placed on the desk, looked up the phone number of the business unit president Song Ziyuan in the phone address book, dialed it and asked cautiously, Mr. Song, something went wrong in my Nanshan project department. It's troublesome, I want to report it to you. Do you have the time? Manfu, I just returned to the office after a meeting. What's the matter? Enables you to call him troublesome. Mr. Song, it's like this. Our Nanshan project department has a material purchaser named Wang Ming. Do you know this person? There are many material buyers in the business department, but I have never been in contact with them and don't know them. What happened to this person? This time the business department informed us that the capital plan will be increased by 35% based on the reported amount, and after communicating with the CEO of Centenary Flour, we temporarily agreed to give an increase of 2 million yuan on this basis. We called all the relevant personnel together for a meeting last night to discuss the results. The planned payment amount for the Nanshan project is 18.4 million yuan and the Bowen project is 4.18 million yuan. Among the 18.4 million yuan for the Nanshan project, 2.3 million yuan is for materials and 10.6 million yuan for seedlings. As a result, Wang Ming of materials and Yu Xingjie of seedlings changed these two figures to 2.6 million yuan and 11.5 million yuan respectively this morning. After Udonjin, the business person on the project, came to me to report the situation, I called Zhang Yunqing, the business manager of the area, and Zhou Wenqing, the project manager, to my office, and carefully studied the funding plan of 2.6 million yuan for materials and 11.5 million yuan for seedlings. Details. Found some problems. The biggest problem is that the payment amount for materials cannot be greater than 2.3 million yuan. The payment amount for seedlings cannot exceed 10.6 million yuan. I arranged for Zhou Wenqing and Udonjin to find Wang Ming for material procurement and Yu Xingjie for seedling procurement to coordinate. After coordination, Yixingjia's 11.5 million yuan was changed back to 10.9 million yuan, and boss Chao Shingan of the seedling supplier also agreed. So it means that both of them were enlarged, and then one's was changed back, but the other was not changed back, right? Yes. Why doesn't the other one change back? The most direct reason why the king is unwilling to change his name is that he himself is unwilling to change it. Then the payment ratio he insists on exceeds the contract agreement. Exceeded. That won't work for sure. Manfu asked him to adjust the added money. Well, Zhou Wencheng and I both told Wang Ming to adjust, but he just didn't. If he doesn't adjust, don't you know how to adjust? Know how to adjust. Then just arrange for someone to adjust it correctly, isn't it? The business manager Yu Dongjin has been arranged to make adjustments. Is there anything else? This matter is not finished yet, Mr. Song. What do you say? During the communication process between Wang Ming and Zhou Wencheng, a conflict arose, and the two cursed each other for more than 10 minutes. Now Zhou Wencheng arranges the specific work of Wang Ming and proposes to let Wang Ming leave the Nanshan project department. I know Zhou Wencheng. If the noise is so loud, there must be no room for Wang Ming. Zhao Manfu replied, yes, Mr. Song is wise. What to do with this royal name? Song Ziyuan replied on the phone, these personnel for material procurement are under the unified transfer and management of Hua Baiyun, the Minister of Commerce. If they want to be transferred, we should communicate with Hua Baiyuan and discuss it. Okay, got it, Mr. Song. Zhao Manfu waited for Song Ziyuan to hang up the phone and said, do you both understand? Zhou Wenqing replied, I understand, it is impossible to fire someone just because of this quarrel, but this Wang Ming will definitely not be able to work in the Nanshan project department. Zhao Manfu replied, don't worry, I will communicate with Hua Bai again. After finishing speaking, he found Hua Baibai's phone number in the phone address book and dialed, hello, Mr. Hua. Do you have the time? There is something I need to communicate with you. If you have time, Mr. Zhao, please speak. Nanshan project material procurement Wang Ming, because the payment amount in the capital plan exceeded the payment ratio agreed in the contract, I asked Zhou Wenqing to communicate with him and ask him to adjust it. However, Wang Ming never agreed to adjust, and he had a fierce conflict with Zhou Wenqing, and they cursed each other for more than 10 minutes. Now Zhou Wenqing came to me. After my coordination and explanation, Wang Ming still stubbornly insisted on his opinion and was unwilling to adjust. Zhou Wenqing could not arrange the king's name, so he could only arrange for Yu Dongjin to adjust the new funding plan. However, Zhou Wenqing also put forward a condition for me, requiring Wang Ming to be transferred from his Nanshan project department. Mr. Zhao, if Wang Ming is transferred from the Nanshan project department, who will handle the material matters of the Nanshan project department? There are two ways. One is to reassign a material person from the business department, and the other is to ask the commercial director Yu Dongjin to temporarily take over the subsequent work. This project no longer has the more complicated work of material bidding and so on, just receiving goods, it's time to make payments and settle accounts. Yes. I'll communicate with Wang Ming to learn more about the situation, and then I'll get back to you. Hua Baibai called the material purchasing King Ming. After understanding the situation, he cursed the king's name. Hua Baibai called Zhang Yunqing and said, Yunqing, is it convenient for you to answer the phone now? You find a place where no one else is. Zhang Yunqing left Zhao Manfu's office after answering Hua Baibai's call, and then said, Mr. Hua, I found a secluded place. What are the instructions? Do you know about the conflict between Wang Ming and Zhou Wenqing in material procurement today? Mr. Zhao called a total of 6 people, Wang Ming, Yixingjie, Zhou Wenqing, Yu Dongjin, and me, to his office for a meeting. The situation of the conflict was generally clear. Do you know why Zhou Wenqing doesn't want to be named king? What I heard from Zhou Wenqing was that Wang Ming did not obey the arrangements, went his own way, and would not listen to anyone's opinions, including Mr. Zhao who asked him to reduce the material payment amount in the capital plan, but he refused to agree to the adjustment. Mr. Zhou believed that Wang Ming's behavior would seriously challenge his management authority, so he disagreed with Wang Ming's continued work in the Nanshan project department. He also said that between Wang Ming and him, he could only choose to keep one person in the Nanshan project department, and it would be impossible to work together again. Then do you think Wang Ming did the right thing in this matter? General Zhao organized a meeting with a total of 6 people. Except for Wang Ming himself, who thought he was right, no one thought Wang Ming was right. Okay, I know. After Zhang Yunqing and Hua Baibai hung up the phone and returned to Zhao Manfu's office, Zhao Manfu's cell phone rang. Hush, Hua Baibai. After Zhao Manfu finished speaking, he picked up the phone. Mr. Hua. Hello. Mr. Zhao, hello. Mr. Hua, what are the instructions? Tell me. Let's discuss it with you. Wang Ming was transferred, and until a new material clerk arrived, the material work was temporarily replaced by Dan Zhen. Okay, Mr. Zhao, as long as I can be transferred. However, there is no suitable place to transfer him now, so we will temporarily transfer him to the Bowen project. Mr. Hua, the first phase of the Bowen Landscape Improvement Project has been completed. Why are you sending Wang Ming there? Can't you transfer him back to the business department or other production areas? There is no suitable place right now, so I want to discuss it with you. There is already a shortage of material personnel and it is difficult to recruit them. Isn't the landscape improvement project of the first phase of Bowen better? There is still a second phase. Wang Ming was assigned to purchase materials for the second phase of Bowen. Mr. Hua, you can decide it yourself. But you can tell it yourself to the project manager Song Xiaoshan. Yes, Mr. Zhao, as long as you agree. After Hua Baibai ended the phone call with Zhao Manfu, he called Bowen project manager Song Xiaoshan. Hello, Mr. Song. Hello, Mr. Hua, I haven't heard your voice for a long time. What are the instructions? There were no instructions. I want to ask you for a favor. What's the business, you say? There is a material purchaser in the Nanshan project department named Wang Ming. Do you know him? No. What do you think of him as a person? Generally. Don't you have a shortage of material purchasing staff there? Yes. I've assigned the king's name to you specifically. You have to protect him and don't let him be bullied. Okay, all right. Mr. Hua, Wang Ming is the material purchasing staff of Nanshan project department. Do Zhou Wenqing and Zhao Manfu agree with you to transfer Wang Ming to me? That's not your thing to worry about. I'll just solve it for you anyway. Okay, thank you, Mr. Hua. Then please bring someone over for me. After Hua Baibai ended the phone call with Song Xiaoshan, he called Wang Ming again and explained the key points of the matter. Then he called Zhao Manfu and said, Mr. Zhao, I have already coordinated with Wang Ming and Song Xiaoshan. Song Xiaoshan agreed to transfer Wang Ming to the Bowen project department for material procurement. After you arrange for someone to complete the handover with Wang Ming can be transferred to the Bowen project department at any time. Zhao Manfu felt angry in his heart, but rationally told himself not to get angry and could only accept. Okay, thank Mr. Hua for coordinating, I will let Zhou Wenqing arrange and implement it. After hanging up the phone, Zhao Manfu cursed, is Song Xiaoshan a pig? He actually agreed to accept someone the Nanshan project department didn't want. Now this king's name is like a dogskin plaster. Once it sticks, you can't shake it off. Then he arranged for Zhou Wenqing, Mr. Zhou, your wish has been fulfilled. I spent 100 years requesting that Wang Ming be transferred from your Nanshan project department to the Bowen project department. Zhou Wenqing replied, do you want to kill him completely? Zhao Manfu replied, I don't like to offend people very much. For an ignorant young man like him, I just need to find a way to drive him away. Zhou Wenqing replied, Wang Ming has done so many material biddings, there is no way there will be no problems. After the business manager takes over, carefully check whether there are any problems with the things he originally handled. If there are problems, he can be fired directly.